me coffee in the morning, gotta have the coffee. Wake me up, shake me up, dip me like a lassie. One sip, two sips, and I'm feeling so alive. Coffee in the morning, it's the best way to survive. Woke up in the morning, sleepy eyes yawning. Jumped out of bed, started the day, opened the curtains. Felt the cool breeze, the sun shining on my face.
Oops, I hit the wrong button. I looked up and realized it was about to end, and I was like, oh, I gotta talk. I was trying to finish my message back to Joe. Sorry, guys, hold on. Okay, done. Well, good morning. Good morning. Um, Started a few minutes early. I just couldn't wait any longer. I was like, I'm just gonna rip my hair out if I keep sitting here waiting. So I thought I'd come on and give everybody time to get in and all the good stuff. Welcome in, Forrest. Always a pleasure having you here, and I so appreciate you. Thank you. So Joe has been updating me a little bit through text. He is in the courtroom. Good morning, Miss Butterfly. Welcome in. Um, you're probably listening while you work today, right? If you are, I hope your day is going well. Carol Woodward, welcome in, hun. Glad to have you here as always. Yes, exactly, right? It's been rainy in there. You're in Virginia. Girl, it has rained here since yesterday evening, and it rained all night long. I'm in Northwest Florida, and it didn't stop raining until like an hour after daylight. And it's just like damp and gray, and all the yucky things I don't like are happening outside that window right now. So, yeah, I'm glad you're back home and you're safe and you got out of all that nastiness, right? But yes, lots of anxiety and anticipation, right? What are we going to see? What in the hell are we gonna see, guys? Good morning, Pokemon. Welcome on in. I'm assuming you guys can hear me okay. Sound check, sound check. I don't have a co host to say, hey, we can't hear you, and I'm not muted. Oh, you're off today. Good deal. What a day to have off, right? That way, that anxiety and anticipation, you can have a little more control over maybe if you're at home. Be comfy. I'm glad they're airing the trial so I can sit at home and be comfy because that Idaho trial was a pain in the ass. It was a pain in the butt not having Delphi televised or getting transcripts. But Lori's, man, you had all day, and then you had to get the audio feed come out at night, and then you spent the entire night reviewing the whole day's worth of court. Yeah, and so the next day you slept while they were having court. It was a whole thing. So fortunately, we were able to get it in today. I noticed that we can pull it up in the background and watch. It was nothing spectacular. I think it was law and crime. I don't think they'll get us. I don't think I'll get in trouble. But they have a live feed from outside of the courtroom happening. I'm going to mute it because it's just a bunch of staticky noise in the background. And I'll share that while we're just sitting here chit chatting with one another. I didn't see Joe go in, but he's already in there. He says that he knows that I'm going to be giving you guys updates as they come in from him, and I'll be checking his Twitter feed in case he is allowed to tweet during the trial, because we're not sure if that was going to be allowed yet or not. So we'll be keeping an eye on Joe's updates. And I believe he's got a show planned tonight with Trial TV. Is that what they're? I don't want to mispronounce the name of their channel, but we'll have to get Joe's link in here for us so that everybody can go over and turn on their notifications because I know they're having a recap tonight of their take on today's opening statements. Rachel, welcome in. It's pouring in North Idaho. Goodness, we must just have it's rainy season in the country. Welcome in, Miss Deanna. How are you? Carrie, welcome in. Thank you guys for coming in. I know you got lots of options today out there. So we are seeking justice. Welcome in, my friend. Um, we appreciate those of you who are choosing to come here and watch the trial with us. Thank you, Lisa. Welcome in. Bright Will, always a pleasure to have you here. Thank you. You guys are great. I don't know if Kresha will pop in today. I don't know if she was planning to. Last night she held a live, and she wasn't sure if she was going to stream the show or not. So I did let her know that if she wanted to pop in and view some of it with us, she's more than welcome to, because she's really um, thankful to find communities that are just supportive, and that's what we are here. I don't think any of us have a doubt in our mind what Lori's guilty of, right? Crazy lady. I'll show you. Let's take this down for 1 second, and I'll show you guys Joe's Twitter from this morning. Where's my sheet? Where's my thing? Okay, so Mr. Joe had a picture he posted. Says it was an hour ago, but I think it was actually earlier than that. The line for the Vallow Daybell trial opening arguments day one started forming at 5 a.m. He arrived at 7:15, and he was about 12-ish. How are you 12-ish, Joe? However, about half of that was media. Currently, there are about 25 media and 30 members of the public waiting outside of courtroom 5D. And yeah, there's a picture. Welcome in, Joy. You got that popcorn? All right. We are ready to go. We are ready to go. So that was Joe's last Twitter. He tweeting. He's a Xing. We're gonna call it Xing instead of tweeting. All right, let me go back to the other screen. So what I have up on the other screen, guys, is Law and Crime. Yeah, Law and Crime, and they just have a feed outside the courtroom. But I do have a couple things we can go over while we're just shooting the shit and waiting on this to start. Let me take. I got 3 screens up here. Let me get one of them down right now. We don't need but 2. So I can make you guys over here bigger. There we go. Are you guys prepared? How many of you guys are going to be just like totally floored if she gets up there and has some crazy ass antics? Or are you going to be like, oh, that's Lori? I'm going to be like, oh, that's Lori. Damn lady. Yes, they are, Lisa. So I'm assuming, because the last time I did hear from Joe was just a few minutes ago. Actually, it's been a minute. It's been about 2 hours ago, maybe an hour ago. No, actually, that one came in just a few minutes ago. So I don't know if he's got his. But yeah, there's a 30-minute delay on the court feed coming out to us, but they're already going to be in session an hour prior to us even seeing it, right? So if it's 1 my time, yeah, they're probably in session now. So, and then they're going to start the court feed a half-hour delay so they can redact and whatever they want to do. Girl, you know it. You know it. And coffee. I've been up since like 4 something. My whole house is clean. My dinner's prepped and ready to go. It's all simple and easy. And it's like I got to have my gummy and my big old. What I got today is my big ass coffee. I call it my big cup. Guys, do you all hear a nasty buzz on my audio as well, or is it just Bright Will? Let me know. Because I don't know what that could be. I can check a few things though. Haven't had any issues on it yet. So y'all give me a sound check. I appreciate the feedback though, because I don't ever know if you guys don't tell me. Oh, you're good. You're good, flip flops. You don't hear a buzz, Forest? Okay. Energy gum. What the hell, Lisa? You mean like chewing gum that has energizers in it? I might need some of that. Oh my goodness. Yes, yes, yes. They will be live streaming and we'll be live streaming as well. I've got like four different places lined up that we can view it. It's going to depend on who's got the best audio, let's be honest. Court TV is the pool feed, but there's four other places I have lined up as well. And I'm going to keep a check on all those. And, when they're all slated to start, I think, at the top of the hour, about 1 o'clock. But I'm keeping a check on everything for us. All right, thank you, Carol. Sounds good on her end. Maybe it was just you, huh? Yeah, everybody else has got decent audio there. So, all right, appreciate that. Appreciate the feedback, really. Yeah, I was hoping that when I hardwired in, that finally fixed any issues that I was having, and it just seems like it's working. It's like, yes. Uh oh. Yeah, my big one holds two of my small ones, right? Well, what I call my regular. So I got these stainless steel cups. And this one, my sister, she used to do vinyl a lot until she got just burnt out and got rid of all her stuff. But I go to her camp and we go camping, and she made me a decal, and it says it's got a little, a roasting marshmallows over the fire, but it says "Let's get toasted." She's like, "I know you. This is the one you want." I was like, "Hell yeah, sis." You heard it too, but now you can't unhear it. Hmm. So two of you heard a buzzing noise and the rest didn't. There's a buzz in the background that goes in and out. Well, hold on just a second. Oh, I wonder if it was the dryer you guys were hearing. It's like at the opposite end of the damn house, and it won't let you turn that little buzzer off. I wonder if that's what you guys heard, because it did go off. Oh, good. Lisa, usually, from my understanding, if you're like watching a live or I thought you had to be watching them to be gifted, but people have told me no, if you've interacted with the channel recently, you can also be gifted. But it's always been my experience, if I'm watching, even if I'm not chatting actively, if I'm just watching, I could still receive one. So welcome in either way. Coffee and Bailey's. There you go. She's got the ticket right there. Only time I drink is if I go to the camp with my sister and we have a drink in the evenings around the camp or whatever. But she'll be liking her Baileys too now. She comes up with some good mixed drinks. I have to give it to my little sister. She doesn't drink a lot, but when we get on the weekends, we like to kick back and have us a little cocktail. She makes some pretty good ones. All right, guys, let me mute out and try something and see if I can come back. This buzz, bees, whatever y'all are hearing, it did sound like a dryer. Okay. Okay, the dryer's off. There's nothing else going that's not normally already on, so I don't know. Welcome in, Nina. Welcome in. Glad you're here. Oh, okay. I was just reading Boris's comment here. All you have to do is rewatch or watch or comment to gain a gifted. That's what I thought. That's why they seem to go to people not in chat, right? It's all. Mm. But would they go out when you're live? They're not actively rewatching it. They're just watching it, but they're not commenting. I don't know how it works then. Either way, we appreciate them all. That buzz is the connection. Is everybody hearing a weird buzz? Do I need to stop the stream and try to come back up before we get started? Because I got good signal. I don't know what's going on with my headset. Got everything in good. I don't use Bluetooth. Yeah, I don't use Bluetooth. I don't know if somebody else is. Bluetooth's not good to use. Not for me. It causes all kind of problems. Everybody I've known that ever uses the Bluetooth for any of this has problems. Especially like in Discord and stuff. Alright. So yeah, if y'all need me to shut this down and try to bring it back up before this thing starts, let me know and we'll try it. There is a little buzz going on. Alright, here's what we're going to do. Carol, here's no buzz, okay? All I know to do is stop the stream and restart it. Other than that, I'm not hearing a buzz now, but there was earlier. Okay, let's just leave it like it is for a few minutes and we'll see. I need to check it and see if it's just when I talk. Let me pull something up, guys. We can test this out while we have time. Okay, let me see here. All right. All right, I'll pull up this Good Morning America piece that I was going to show you guys. And you let me know if you hear anything. Seems weird these buzzes are happening. It started at times, made sound. Another person is making a call. Yeah, I don't know. If y'all hear anything abnormal during this, y'all comment in the comment section for me so I can figure this out.
Of killing two children, her own two children, over her extreme religious beliefs. She's talking about her next trial. In her role as defense attorney, she spoke from jail to our Phoenix affiliate about going back to court this morning. Vallow is defending herself against charges of planning the murder of her fourth husband. Andrew Gutierrez has a story.
Convicted of killing her own two children in Idaho, Lori Vallow Daybell told our CBS affiliate KPHO that she's not on a mission to convince anyone of her innocence.
I think I'm there to just tell the truth.
This morning, an Arizona jury will hear prosecutors argued she conspired with her brother to kill her then-husband, Charles Vallow, in July 2019. Seeking a speedy trial, Vallow Daybell is representing herself.
I do not have training to be an attorney. There's something that I figured out when I got to this jail. This experience has been 5 years running, okay? I went through a whole trial, before in my other state, and then I was brought here to Arizona to face some more serious charges.
During a hearing last week,
The state is claiming trial by ambush from the defense.
Vallow Daybell snapped at the court when the state sought to prevent some of her witnesses from testifying.
I don't think that I'm trying to set a tone. I'm a person that loves everybody, a person that gets along with everybody. I don't like to fight. So this is a challenge for me to even fight for myself.
Although Maricopa County law enforcement has described the charges as calculated criminal acts, in her latest jailhouse interview, Vallow Daybell says the deaths she's been linked to are just, quote, a family tragedy.
I'm fighting for my life here, really.
The 51-year-old has pleaded not guilty and might testify on her own behalf, but hasn't made a final decision. For CBS Mornings, I'm Andres Gutierrez in Phoenix.
Did that sound okay to you guys? Everything sound okay when you were listening to that? No buzz on Bluetooth. Okay, yeah, so some of you hear it and some of you don't, so I really don't know. Joe just gave us an update via text message. Pokemon, he brought the goods. Okay. First of all, he says that he has a really good view of the podium where Lori will be giving her opening statements. Chandler Detective Nathan Duncan is seated at the prosecution table again. Looks like he'll be there for the duration of the trial. Lori's investigator and paralegal are seated at the forward defense table. All right, Pokemon. Well, somebody else is there, and her producer are taking up 2 of the 15 media seats. Okay. Okay, well, here you go, Pokemon. Lori's hair is spectacular today. Can y'all believe that? She got up early and did that hair. Y'all are back to hearing the buzz, but it's slight. Well, goodness. Y'all don't hear my ear ringing issue that I have, my tinnitus, do y'all? Is like it coming through to y'all? 'Cause I get it all the time. I'm so used to it ringing in my ears, I wouldn't know how to act if I didn't. Right? Don't look her in the eye, Joe. We've warned him, Butterfly. If he makes that mistake and flirts with her because of her pretty hair, that's all on him. Right? I hear that. I hear you, girl. Yes, got that hair update. We told him it was important, didn't we? And y'all know he's a hair lady. He likes that hair. It was one of the first things he noticed about Lori Vallow. And I teased him. I was like, Joe, you don't got to hide it. You know she got some pretty hair, right? And he's like, well. So now I tease him about Lori's hair. And Pokemon darn sure wanted that update, didn't we? Well, you might get a picture. You may not ever get a live shot because I like to be comfy at home. But the reason that I have the avatar up there is because of my true crime stuff, covering Delphi the way I did in Idaho 4, God forbid, back in the day. People would come after you for certain things, just for disagreeing, right? It was a horrible, horrible time on the YouTube streets. So I warned them all I'm not the one. But yeah, y'all might get a picture. But I don't know, I'm kind of partial to my little peeking out the window guy because that is like so me. Am I using my phone at the same time? Are you talking to me, Nina, or are you talking to somebody else? I'm on Wi-Fi wired in finally on my PC. That's the thing, I wasn't hardwired in for a long time and I kept cutting out on you guys and my guests would cut out. And since the videos would take, swamp signal sometimes, and now that I hardwired in, we don't have any of those issues. So, all right, I'm going to pull up the, what I do have. Let me make sure they're not, let's test, let me go check out the streams. Right? YouTube can be so mean and aggressive. What's wrong with YouTube, right? What is wrong with it? Yeah, my phone's never on the Wi-Fi. I don't turn the phone on to Wi-Fi. I got pretty good signal out here where I live, and believe it or not, in the country. So my phone's never on the Wi-Fi. In fact, when I first started streaming, I'm like telling everybody in the house, do not use the Wi-Fi. But now I can use the Wi-Fi back here on the computer. My grandson be on that damn, what you call that thing, that VR thing he puts on his face. He's got that now. So and all the TVs are on streaming service. So yeah, we use the hell out of the Wi-Fi around here. We're lucky we get decent Wi-Fi around here. In my son's old house, because I live with my son to help take care of my grandson after we lost my daughter-in-law. But his old house, man, it sucked. I'd go visit him for like a weekend or something. I'd go hang out with the kids. I'd have to go out on his porch or go way out in the yard and find me a spot with signal and sit with my phone and not move just to get on like YouTube or anything. Even Facebook, even. It was so horrible. I was like, dude, you need to move because your shit sucks up here. Oh, last week, Nina? Last week? Before that, I was cutting in and out a lot. Thought it was the headset, but it turns out that wasn't the problem. Joe helped me figure it out. He's like, you probably need to hardwire in. You need to get a Cat 6. And I was like, okay, you're right. And so I did. Well, there's nobody home in the daytime but me. I'm the only one on the Wi-Fi right now. And this is the first time anybody's reported a buzzing sound, so I'm not sure what's going on with it. Thank you, Forrest. Yeah, guys, always, I'm so horrible at that. If y'all don't mind, please hit the subscribe if you want to subscribe, but hit the like button if you're watching. Even if you're not commenting, but you enjoy hanging out and you're going to watch the trial with us, give it a like, please. We would appreciate it. Yeah, we have to watch him, Pokemon. He's 9, so he's like totally into it. My son makes him play it in the living room where he's at, so he keeps a good eye on the monitoring of what's happening when he's playing. But man, he takes that thing off his face sometimes, and his whole his like eyes are all red around that whole area, and you can just see it in his face. I'm like, dude, you're delirious. You need to sit down for a little while. But it's crazy, isn't it? It's funny to watch him play because he's like flailing all over the place and doing stuff. And it's like, dude. Huh. Maybe I am going to be ordering a new headset. So I don't know if it's this old mic or not. I'll be honest, I'm a cheap ass and I'm wearing a really cheap headset. But it seems to work fine. So... maybe it's a problem now. I don't know. All right, let me pull up this court feed just to make sure there's nothing happening because we don't want to miss anything. No, they are still showing. Okay, I will share something with you guys, and this is a video I put out this morning. And I want to show this because it's really hard. It was hard for me to watch it without feeling enragement against this woman, right? Knowing all we know now, that what all she was capable of doing, what all she did do, and how far she's willing to go to proclaim her innocence through all of it. And now here she is going to defend herself in Charles' murder case. She left a lot of devastation in her wake, right? But I want to remind us of who we're dealing here with and what we're dealing with, and what this woman believes. This is her during her sentencing, after she was convicted of murdering her children in Idaho. Now it's about 8 minutes long, so it might be my microphone, I don't know. No, my internet's not very messed up because I don't have tornadoes and flooding, honey. I'm not in that part of I wasn't a part of all that. Only time I get a tornado for real is if it spawns off a hurricane. Usually it comes out of the Gulf of Mexico or the Gulf of America, whatever the hell it's called these days. It's called the Gulf. It has to have a water spout comes out usually. Otherwise, the north end of the county might get hit with maybe a F1. Okay, so y'all just take a moment to remember all her victims. Hold space for the family today. Kresha, Kay, Larry, JJ's biological father. They need it. They need this final step to be done so they can figure out where to go next. Because it's hard to tell somebody, oh, you got closure now, you can move on. That's the wrong thing to tell people. I don't know if you can ever have a true closure, you know what I'm saying, or anything like that. Who are we to say? But they can figure out where to go next. And so with that said, take this shit with a grain of salt because it's hard to hear, but it just reminded me of exactly who we're about to be dealing with here soon.
I would like to start by quoting John from the New Testament in the Bible. In John chapter 8, verse 7, Jesus says, "He that is without sin among you, let him first cast a stone at her." Then in verse 15, Jesus says, "Ye judge after the flesh, I judge no man. And yet, if I judge, my judgment is true. Jesus knows me, and Jesus understands me. I mourn with all of you who mourn my children and Tammy. Jesus Christ knows the truth of what happened here. Jesus Christ knows that no one was murdered in this case. Accidental deaths happen. Suicides happen. Fatal side effects from medications happen. I have a different perspective in life because in 2002, when I was pregnant with Tylee, I died in the hospital while in labor with her. They tried to stop my labor. They put me on the table and they put something in my IV, and I felt my spirit falling to the floor. I was standing near my pregnant body, watching the doctors try to revive me, which took them a few minutes. In that time, my sister Stacy was standing to my left. I turned to hug her and was surprised that her spirit was as tangible as a physical body, because I knew I was in spirit and she was in spirit. She said she needed to show me some things, and we went to heaven. I later returned to my body. Because of this experience, I have access to heaven and the spirit world. Since then, I have had many communications from people now living in heaven, including my children, Tylee Ashlyn and Joshua Jackson, my sisters, Stacy and Lolly, my aunts and my uncles, and my grandparents. I have had many communications with Jesus Christ, the Savior of this world, and our heavenly parents. I have had many angelic visitors have come and communicated with me and even manifested themselves to me. Because of these communications, I know for a fact that my children are happy and busy in the spirit world. Because of my communications with my friend Tammy Daybell, I know that she is also very happy and extremely busy. I have always mourned.
I had too many little windows open. I'm keeping an eye on the court feed, hun. Court TV's got the pool, and I'm refreshing it, and they have a live up, but they're not live yet. I think they got about 15 more minutes to go, but I'm keeping an eye on it for you guys so we don't miss it. Thank you, though. Thank you.
The loss of my loved ones, and I have lost many in this mortal world. However, I know them more than most people. I know where they are now and what they're doing. I know how wonderful heaven is, and I'm homesick for it every single day. I know we all lived in heaven before we were born on earth, and we were all adult spirits in the heavenly realm. We chose to come to earth as mortals. Heaven is more wonderful than you can possibly imagine. I do not fear death, but I look forward to it. I did not want to return to my body when I was out of it. Even though my son Colby, who I adored more than anything, was only 6 years old at the time, and I was about to give birth to this new baby girl that I wanted so badly. I was a young mother, and you would think I wouldn't want to leave my children, but as I stood in heaven, I did not want to go back. I thought they would be fine without me because I was peaceful and I was happy and I was home. But then I was told by Jesus that I needed to go back and complete things that I had covenanted or promised to do before I was born. This caused me a lot of distress because I knew heaven was my real home, and I only wanted to be there. I was free from pain, emotional and physical. But then I was shown how I would help my children and others in the future. So ultimately, I did agree to go back to my body. Kylie has visited me. She is happy and very busy. Kylie is free now from all the pains of her life. Kylie suffered horrible physical pain her whole life. I sat with Kylie in the hospital year after year after year while she screamed in pain when the morphine wasn't even enough to take away the pain of her pancreatitis. I sat there while she cried and I held back her hair while she threw up. And I am the only person on this earth who knows how much Tylee suffered in her life.
I bet.
She had pain every single day. She never felt good. Her body did not work right. And I don't know if that was from complications from me dying while she was being born or something else, but she had a very difficult life. She was sexually abused by her own biological father since she was 3 years old, and she was forced by family court to go visit him for 10 years against her will. I fought for her in court. I protected her. I tried to protect her with my whole life. I tried to protect her. I worried about her every single day. Tylee had to get her GED because she couldn't go to school every day because she never felt good. She felt sick. Nobody knows this because Tylee, like myself, tries to put on a good front, tries to be a happy person, tries to have hope in life, tries to know that she's here for a purpose and that she has an eternal purpose to be on this earth. But I never stopped worrying about her. One of the times that Tylee came to me as a spirit after she died, she commanded me and she said to me, "Stop worrying, Mom. We are fine." She knows how I worry and how I miss her. The first time JJ visited me after he passed away, he put his arm around me and he said to me, "You didn't do anything wrong, Mom."
Okay. As a mother, Lori, who experienced the loss of a child and how she came to me 2 years later in a dream and sat by my bed, plain as day, and looked me dead in my eye and said, "Mom, I'm okay." I believed it because I knew it was real. Your shit's made up. This lady, y'all, I'm telling you, I had a hard time even making this video. I was getting so angry. I can't believe that 2 different states found her competent to stand trial, which I think she should be, because it's just, you shouldn't get a free ride out of the death penalty or life because are mentally disturbed. That's bullshit. But then again, you go back to, can you say someone's crazy because of their religious belief? Here she is spouting off her religious beliefs to everyone, and we all know it's a pack of fucking lies. Quit twisting what should be a beautiful memory, lady. You make it sick and evil in your playbook, weirdo.
I love you, and I know you loved me every minute of my life. JJ, Joshua Jackson, was an adult spirit, and he was very, very tall when he put his arm around me. He is busy, he is engaged, he has jobs that he does there, and he is happy where he is. His life was short, but JJ's life was meaningful. JJ was a wonderful person and touched the lives of everyone, and I adored him every minute of his life. My eternal friend, Tammy Daybell, has visited me on several occasions. She came to bring me peace and comfort.
Now Tammy's also visiting. If you guys followed that trial, because we didn't get video, we just got that damn audio. But from all the reports that came out, she literally sat there like a zombie herself throughout that entire trial. And right before she was asked if she wanted to speak, she's all slumped in the chair, like just all relaxed. Like, she's not even sitting up and ready and prepared. She's just relaxed Lori. And there were days we would get photos of what it looked like, from the courtroom, and it appeared that maybe she was medicated, like out of it. Sometimes it was weird. And then we finally heard from her at sentencing, and this is the shit we heard.
And I know that she is extremely busy helping her family, especially her children and grandchildren. And I have a great love for Tammy.
No, you don't.
My beautiful children, Tylee Ashlyn and Joshua Jackson, rest safely this day in the arms of Jesus. My wonderful friend, Tammy Daybell, rests safely this day in the arms of Jesus. And I look forward to the day when we are all reunited, and I too will rest with them in the arms of my Jesus.
Wow. Just fucking wow, right? Y'all, I'm gonna cuss a lot today. Y'all know that, if y'all been around a minute, y'all know I'm gonna be cussing and shit. But I think today is gonna be one of them extra days. Lord, please forgive me, my Jesus. I'm not making fun of religion or the Lord. I'm just saying He knows me. Right, Lori? Because Jesus do know me better than anybody else. He knows I'm gonna cuss, especially over you. So here's what we got right now, guys. This is the court TV feed, and all I can do is keep refreshing it. They got the camera pointed up to Jesus, it looks like. Right? She's putrid. Yeah, and Rachel, you're right. I saw the comment, and I was like, yep, Rachel nailed it, as usual. And I'm right there with you, Pokemon. A lot there, she's taking a beautiful moment, right? And she's just making it into this, oh, it's okay, you killed me, Mom moment. Fuck that. Those of us who know, we know better. And yes, Butterfly was right. She is the root of all their pain. She needs to rot. We know she's never getting out. When they get through her ass in Arizona, not once but twice, come the next trial, she's got to turn around and go right back to Idaho and serve those 3 life sentences out there. So however many all these extra lives that she has, each time she comes back, she got to come back to prison. So that'd be what Jesus need to say. Jesus should say, yep, Lori, you're right. You're going back to your next life, back to your next life sentence. So that's at least, she can carry out 1. She got 2 more lives to come back, and then whatever she gets out of these next 2 trials. Lori's going to be busy for her. She's going to be in there helping all those poor women who are incarcerated, who might legit need, some help in there. There probably could stand to be some good reform in county jails and prisons if we want to rehabilitate criminals, which can be done depending on the criminal and the crimes and all the bullshit. So there's probably a lot that can be done, but are you the lady for all that? Is that what Jesus' whole plan for you was the entire time, Lori, right? I think that's what it's going to come down to. Her ultimate plan is to help these women so they don't got to eat slop every day. Right? And why didn't she say to Jesus, well, I don't want to go back to heaven, because she continues to tell us how she died having Tylee. Lady, do you know how many women have nearly died or died while giving childbirth? I haven't experienced it, but I know women who have. It's not an uncommon thing, and for her to sit there and think she's the only lady in the room. Welcome in, Miss Shorty. I was wondering if you was going to be able to join us. We are refreshing the screen. Court TV's feed is up and nothing yet. Joe, I got a new update from Joe, guys. It just reminded me. So far, nothing, a whole lot to update on, except he's in the courtroom. He's right there behind them. But anyway, so like I said, they are already started. Our feed's just a half hour late. So Joe says Brandon Boudreaux is in the courtroom and wants to watch the trial. Lori objects. Now, for those of you who don't know, Brandon Boudreaux is the husband of her niece Melanie, ex-husband, and that's the next trial she comes up for right here in Arizona. They're in Arizona. the attempted a conspiracy to attempt committed to a commit to attempt murder, right, on Brandon. I said it all fucked up. I know I fucked that all up. It's a conspiracy to attempted murder on Brandon. And so that comes up next. But apparently, so I don't know that Brandon's testifying. If he's testifying for the prosecution, he can't be in the courtroom. They would have had to make provisions for that beforehand. But I don't know that he is. Does anybody know? I don't know. I don't recall hearing that. It would kind of be weird if he didn't, because he knew a lot of the stuff between Lori and Charles, and he and Charles were close. So I don't know how that's going to work out. Maybe Joe will give us an update and let us know. I know they do it all the time, Lisa, and I refuse. I'm not. Well, I can stay right here and chat with you guys, right? And watch the same feed and allow you guys to chat freely, whether you're a member or not. Oh, so thank you for being here. But yeah, they usually do that for some reason. I don't get it. It's all these damn big media companies now coming to the YouTube streets with us. They won't come hanging out in our streets. Welcome in, Asha. Welcome in. I hope I keep saying that right. Thank you for everyone for joining us, and thank you everyone who came over from Miss Shorty's community to take a visit with us and hang out. I got some good feedback from you guys, and I appreciate it so much. I enjoyed going over to her channel the other night and being her guest. And I really enjoyed having her on Sunday. So I'm looking forward to future collaborations. I know I need a really good person to bring me the Karen Reed goods, and I think Miss Shorty is my girl. So, but I got to get better at accommodating her time zone with mine, so we'll work it out. I don't want her to have to get up in the middle of the night just to accommodate us, but she did the other morning on Sunday morning. She was a champ. Forrest or Pokemon, can you drop Miss Shorty's channel link for us, please? And guys, those of you who are members, I am working on another members only live. Got a lot to squeeze in this week, as we do have on the April 9th and 10th this week. Just what? Today's the 7th, so yeah, the 9th. We have a 2-day hearing scheduled for Brian Kohberger. Now, those are in the morning. Lori's stuff won't come on our time until like afternoon, so I'm going to cover the Kohberger stuff live while it's happening, because I really need to watch those hearings. And then when they're done, then we'll go into the Lori Vallow stuff as soon as it starts. And even if it starts before we're done, it's okay, because the feed comes out a half hour late. So I think we'll be okay. So we're going to play shuffle this week. I hope you guys don't mind and are here for all of it. Right? It's going to be a sleepless week in the true crime community, Lisa. I might be up at 2 o'clock in the morning going, y'all get on here and talk to me. I need to figure this shit out. I feel like doing that sometimes. I'll be like laying in bed. I'm like, you know what? I wonder what the community's doing. Is anybody awake? Maybe I should just get on there and see. Maybe the next time I'll just do that. A juror seems to have a problem with their... Oh, my window's cracked open, guys. A big loud truck just passed. Sorry about that. A juror seems to have a problem with their employer. You mean in Lori's case? What's going on? We got a jury situation already? We can't have that. Here, let's check a couple of other feeds and see. They're all the same.
Go ahead and just give it to my
they're
courtroom
talking.
assistant. Thank you.
What are y'all talking about?
Juror 3 also called my staff.
Jeff, this one's got audio. Thank you.
Last week after
Who was it?
the jury was
that? Okay.
selected, and
Rachel. Thank you, Rachel.
the impression I got is Juror 3 doesn't have a problem with jury service. Juror three's employer has a problem with jury service. So
Oh, the employer has a problem. Joe Schmo, what's going on with this juror and the employer problem we're hearing about now? What the hell, dude? That juror has been released. Some of y'all are living in the future and it's fucking awesome, right, Miss Shorty? I get to live in the future like Miss Shorty. All right, they got their sound off right now, guys. It's not me. Right? Who doesn't let their employee go serve their civic duty? They're the ones taking the pay cut, not, Well, Joe's correct on his information about they could receive up to $300 a day, but you got to make up to that certain amount.
juror 3 after end of lunch hour
So what the heck?
individually
Okay.
about whether it's really him versus his employer, and offer to write a letter if he needs one to his employer about the requirements of jury service, and just sort of feel out that situation a little further, but we'll keep them on for right now. Please silence all phones.
There'll be an alternate.
As I said, we are still missing one juror. As soon as those jurors all get here, we will proceed into the opening statements.
Judge, I did email the court staff about an individual, Brandon Boudreau, who would like to be present. He's in the
Lisa.
courtroom currently.
Alternates.
He has been noticed by the defendant back on March 6th as a potential witness. He has not been subpoenaed to date.
Potential.
He is here and would like to be present in the courtroom for the trial. I think that the court has previously allowed another witness that the defendant had also listed, reporter Nate Eaton, to be in this courtroom. The court had indicated that if these individuals were not subpoenaed, that the court would look at precluding them. It has been over a month since she has noticed him. He has not been subpoenaed. He is a victim in another case against this defendant. I'm asking that he be permitted to remain in the courtroom today.
Let him stay, Judge. He didn't get no damn subpoena.
All right, let me hear from the defendant.
Your Honor, our subpoenas were with OPDS, so I do not have any. We're looking for some confirmation from when those went out.
Well, is this a witness that is, first of all, have relevant information and likely to be called as a witness?
Yes.
What's the relevant information?
There's several things, but he will be called to talk about
Spit the word.
things that he was involved with my husband during that time.
Well, has the state interviewed this witness? Or potential witness?
Not with regards to this case. I don't know what he will be called to talk about things means, so I would like a little more information as to what the relevance is of this witness.
He has to have relevant information, which, as I've said, is testimony that makes a fact more likely or less likely. That's an issue in the case. So what fact would he testify about that make it more likely or less likely? Can you give me some sort of specific information that you would expect him to testify to?
Yes, Your Honor. His communications with my husband up to the date of his of this incident.
What would those communications be? And how are they not hearsay?
They're his communications with my husband. That's how they're not hearsay.
Okay, and what type of communications?
Phone calls, text messages.
I meant what substance? Can you give me some idea of the relevant information that he would provide to the jury that would help them make a decision?
Here's a question, Lori.
without giving away my entire defense?
Well, we don't just get to call witnesses that, are going to testify about, we talked about the weather that day, so you do need to give me some sort of information about what his anticipated testimony would be.
Well, his relevance in coming that day to do an intervention on me with the family.
Is this witness, Mr. Bardreau, is in the courtroom?
Yes, he is, Your Honor.
All right. All right, let's go on sidebar.
Sidebar. I don't have a good accent like that in Southern. I'm too Southern for all that shit. Lisa. Oh, y'all, it's a good thing this thing's behind, because I'll be talking and I may have to go back and hear it again if y'all get tired of me talking, say, Salty, shut up, and I'll just join y'all in chat. Oh my goodness. I need a fresh coffee. I'll be right back while they're side-buying. Are they still at sidebar? Okay. Oh, Lisa, thank you. We love you talking. We can rewind and rewind, right? That's kind of like my thought process, because this is my first trial coverage. This is the first time I've covered a trial, y'all. So if I suck, y'all give me suggestions. But I kind of like the idea of starting them a little bit late, maybe a half hour, no matter what, so that we have the opportunity to stop and do whatever we want. Go back and rewind. Just hear that again without, interrupting the actual live thing. Damn, that coffee's hot. And it takes it a minute to cool off in that big cup. Y'all knowing all my business this morning, today. Lisa, get it together, girlfriend. She's like, it's going to be a long one. I appreciate you guys for coming in and hanging out. I mean, I think we all have that one goal we want to, that we share. We want to see justice finally served for this man, Charles Vallow, that we've all come to know. The left-handed pitcher. The good man, the good father, the good husband, the good churchgoer. I wasn't going to say Christians. I don't know if they identify as, they whatever, LSD church member, whatever. You get what I'm saying? By all the accounts that we've seen of him ourselves on body cams, reaching out to the police, trying to get help, warning them about crazy lady over here, doomsday cult mom. I've never used that in any of my thumbnails, doomsday cult mom. I got so overhearing that for some reason during her first trials in Idaho. I was like, man, I'm over that doomsday cult mom bullshit. There's so much more there than just that. Doomsday Cult Mom made it just sound like a prepper lady who flipped out, and that wasn't the proper description in my thought process. So I don't know. I get it, but it's just, getting to know Charles through his family, right? Like Kresha, his sister Kay. She's on Twitter a lot. I've seen countless interviews with Kay and Larry. I have to tell you, they stole my heart a long, 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 long time ago. You cannot watch Larry and not fall in love with the guy. You can't. And when you're looking at Kay, you see a genuine lady, right? The lady, your aunt that you've always known, that genuine person. And when you see Kresha, you see her mother. Joe and I were like, we were like, whoa, it's like they're twins, right? Oh, thank you guys. I appreciate it. Sometimes I'm honest to a fault and can be a little too salty. Sometimes I got to be reeled in off the ledge. You know what I'm saying? So sometimes if I go, y'all feel me going off the edge, say, hey, come back, girl. Oh, thank you, Miss Shorty. You're always over here supporting. Thank you so much. Excited to watch Crazy Lady with y'all. We are excited to have you here. As always, we appreciate it. Like I said, I know you guys have tons of options out there, and I super appreciate you choosing to come here to watch this with all of us, and hopefully not hopefully, I think we know we're going to get justice for Charles, Okay, yes, speaking of Kresha, Charles Vallow, it was Kresha's uncle, who asked, was it Carol? Yes, Carol. So Kresha was on our last live. I had Miss Short on Sunday. I had Shorty and Joe on as guests. Y'all can go back and review that. And Kresha came into the chat. And so she came up onto the panel with us and spent some time with us. And we got a chance to talk to her. And she was really comfortable with us, with the community. And she was, she can open up, and she's great about that. And she humanizes her uncle, right, and her nephew, brings that element to the game, if you can call it a game, because victims, you don't hear a lot from victims' families. You hear so much about the perpetrators and the documents, and that's what I'm used to. I go, all the perpetrator talk, all the document talk, and those different things that all go to true crime. There's just not always, and sometimes when the families are talked about, they're not talked about in a good light. Let's just be honest about this true crime shit. And I don't do that here. I have a banner pre-made that I save because there's just one thing we don't do here, and we do not trash talk victims, and we don't trash talk the parents here. Not unless the police give us a reason to say something, right? In a document. But to go off on a limb and just say bullshit, well, we know this right here ain't no bullshit. This lady is horrible. She's a horrible, horrible lady. Even just, like I said, watching that thing this morning, rewatching that, just gave me chills. Like her saying to Keith, God's going to exonerate me and Chad. Well, what, when you're fucking 90 and look like your mom? When you're preparing for that next life. Yes, Colby is great. Miss Shorty, and then you put yourself in that, he's a man now, but he grew up with that lady. That was his mother. And then you have to accept that your mother did all of that. The lady you loved and looked up to, and that took care of you, all the things, then to realize one day she is actually capable of murdering her own children and lying to him about it. And not only them, his Charles, his stepfather. I don't know what happened with Tylee's dad, his other stepfather. We know what happened with Charles. Chad, you better be watching out. Lori gonna portal over to your prison and you're done. Go get him, Lori. Jesus got you. He's come a long way, guys. Colby has. The thing about Kresha and Colby is they wear their heart on their sleeve, and they have a community that has wrapped themselves around them and given them that safe place to just be themselves and let it out. You know, Kresha came on and she's like, okay, I need everybody just to let it out. And I was like, okay, girl, here I go. I was like, fuck that piece of shit bitch. You know, I was like, that felt better. And, you know, for them to be able to come out and speak openly as they do and honestly, right, about their experiences, I think it helps us understand them better, what the family has actually went through and what other families are feeling that go through the same sort of thing. You know, people who get on the internet and trash the families along the way without any kind of merit or backup or just, you know, their little hunches or whatever, or their conspiracy need to have a click and a view. What, you know, karma and all that aside, what would you do if your loved one was viciously murdered in some capacity? Would you feel like the cops got the wrong guy? Would that be your automatic go-to? They got the wrong guy. Fuck that shit. Or would you be like, you know what I mean? Because parents get ripped apart for coming out and speaking out against defendants. We see that in Idaho 4. Shit, we saw it in Delphi. I was like, what's up with that weirdness, right? What's up with that weirdness, y'all? We got it backwards. The victims and their families are absolutely just as important as defendants, because I'm here for defendants' rights. I believe in the Constitution. They absolutely have their rights, right? But nothing beyond their basic rights. Where do the victims' rights fall into that? It varies state to state, believe it or not, because I've looked into it, because it really bothered the shit out of me. It really did. So I had to do some research. That was about 1.5 years ago, at the height of all the Idaho 4 bullshit. Well, I'm refreshing the shit out of this. Let's see. This is let's go to Court TV. Okay, they just started opening statements. I'm refreshing it, and that's Court TV's live feed. Here, let me take it down and we'll bring it back up just in case. There's nobody up here with me, and I'm the only one talking, and I'm kind of a little bit tired of talking. Okay, let's see. Court TV. Still nothing but a blank judge's chambers. I'll pull the screen back up. Where do you see it live at, hun? Who's got it live? Because right now we are on the Court TV feed. Like I said, I've got about 4 we can choose from. But if you see one that's live already, then let me know who and where. What other channel's showing opening statements already, hun? And there's no volume yet. It's on and all that good shit. I don't know, the way Lori just acted a few minutes ago, yeah, if you're hearing that from Lauren's there. I know that for a fact. Joe sees her when her and her producer are there. So Lauren's given updates. So yeah, she's 30 minutes ahead of us. Like I said, it's supposed to start at, well, we thought 1 o'clock, but it looks like it's going to be closer to 1:30. I keep hitting refresh, hun, so we don't miss it, okay? They went into sidebar again to talk about Brandon. Yeah, last time they went out. And they're going to allow Brandon in or out. But yeah, so Lori's she didn't have a good argument. She didn't know what to say when the judge, you need to tell me why Brandon may be testifying. Well, to establish this or that. She knew, because if she doesn't, she should have had a motion in limine to keep him out, because he's going to have damaging evidence against her. So that didn't make no sense. I saw somebody's head, y'all, It might be coming. I don't think she's gonna have a strong defense at all. I think she highly overestimated herself on this one. Y'all agree? Do y'all agree? You don't have to. Uh-oh, what did I do here? Oh, sorry guys, I was messing around with my screens. Every time I refresh, it goes back to little, so we'll just leave it that way until they start. Are they testing 1, 2, 3 on the camera lens? Is that how they adjust it? All right, while they're doing that, I'm going to do this. Joe Schmo's not in chat anymore. He left us, so he must be back into the... Oh, good. We're in the future. Good. Brandon deserves to get to stay in as well, in my opinion. Alright guys, sorry. I was doing a couple of things at the same time. Getting some things set up. Alright. Right, Rachel? Her fumbling before the opening statements, right? Says it all. Makes you wonder how them opening statements are about to go. Ugh. I mean, is it going to be so comical, or is it just going to be like a whole total sad shit show? You know what I mean? Exactly. The pretrial motion should have covered that, right, Carol? That's exactly what I said. She got to know the law better than we armchairs do, huh? I mean, come on. Yep. She gets flustered. It's all over with, isn't it, Forrest? She's like, oh shit. I just can't with this. I wonder how many times we're gonna have to hear poor Lori bullshit. Yes, we can do that, ma'am. I actually have, I got 3 screens open. Let me move this one over. Make this one this. She's like, shut up, Salty, play me something. I love it. Oh my God, I fucking love it. All right, let's see. So we watched that one little clip from the CBS Morning News. We also reviewed Lori's statements after her sentencing in Idaho. All right, so this is Alex Cox's interview. Oops, wrong button. Sorry. I want to keep all these screens open so I can keep refreshing the trial screen. Okay, this is going to be Adam Cox talking to the police department the same day right after he shot and killed Charles Vallow. Let me pull up the correct screen, and I'm keeping an eye on the court feed, guys. Okay, here we go. And let me share, make sure I got it on. And I'll start it and make sure we can hear it.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, so he falls to the ground. He gets back up. You're
Okay. Hold on 1 second. It's doing its weird thing.
Thank you.
bet. Are we still on top?
I think they were going to clear it, but I had my radio off. All right, Alexander. My name's Nate Moffitt. I'm the detective at the police department.
All right.
I want to walk through what
Yes.
happened today. Let me just write a couple things down. 83744, 83744.
Right, Shorty?
So, are you still living out on
Yeah.
Cherie Street?
Yeah.
Okay. So,
So Lisa says, can we go over some of the details of the craziness, like they had a pool party after that? She went and bought flip-flops and went to Burger King. Yes, it wasn't perhaps, it was while all that. Okay, so what happened was that morning, before the kids went to school, Charles came over with the intentions of driving JJ to school. But when he got there, Alex was there. And according to Lori and Alex, things get heated in the house. Tylee, her daughter, comes out with a baseball bat. Charles grabs the bat from Tylee. And at some point, Alex is now in the mix, and Lori's gone around the kitchen or some stupid shit. And Alex apparently has time. He gets hit in the back of the head, according to him, by the baseball bat that Charles hit him, which I'm telling you right now is a left-handed batter. If Charles hit that man in self-defense or whatever was happening there, I doubt it would have been barely enough to break the skin and cause a small bleed, because that's all that it was, like a superficial bump on the head type of deal. But then he goes to his room, retrieves his weapon, comes back out and shoots him, kills him. Then Lori, before that happened though, Lori had sent JJ out to the car to go, we're going to go to school, go get in the car. Then she sends Tylee out. Then the shooting occurs. Then she goes out, and then she gets into the vehicle, which is Charles's vehicle, and they go to Burger King. Yes, ma'am, they have it on camera, where she goes and gets breakfast and stuff or whatever at Burger King for JJ, because he has to have his Burger King before school. Then she takes him to school. He has no idea what has just went down. Tylee apparently doesn't exactly know what went down in there yet either. They take him to school, and the next thing we know, Lori's at the Walgreens, buying the damn flip-flops, 2 pairs of flip-flops. And then then the next thing you know, she's driving back on scene, where her husband's been murdered in her home, and her brother's there with the police. Weird, right? A lot of weird shit. And the flip-flops were apparently to go to this pool party that was happening later that day. All of that was on her, and her brother waited 41 or 43 minutes before he called law enforcement to tell them, I just shot a man in self-defense. So it's like, come again, please, right? What did Joe say? Jury came in at 1:15, so 15 more minutes for you guys. Right. Thank you, Joe Schmo, our Mr. Boots on the Ground. Look, I have a running banner. Yeah, I have that. I made it when he was doing Delphi, I think. No, Lady Bird Lake. pretty sure it was when we were doing Lady Bird Lake. So I just left it there because I knew there would be more opportunities to use it. Wait, is it showing up? Yeah, there we go. It's on a banner. Thank you, Joe Schmo, for our boots on the ground updates. We appreciate them. We really do. Okay. Okay, let's play more of this. This is like I said, this is after we shot it.
TV 8514. Are you working right now?
I'm off this week.
Okay. Where do you work at? What do you do for them?
I drive a truck. Mostly hauling haz waste.
Okay. What's the cell phone number for you? Okay. What about Soch? Okay, I have very little understanding or knowledge of what happened. Patrol kind of, Rob, or the officer that talked to you out there, it kind of turns into the phone game. So, you know what I mean? When they go, yeah, this is what he says, but they're kind of rambling through it real fast. And same with your sister. Your sister's name is Lori or Lauren?
Lori.
L-O-R-I.
L-O-R-I.
L-O-R-I? Okay. So, the big thing that I want to do is just make sure that we have all the details accurate and factual. Because kind of some of the information we got from Patrol didn't really match up what Lori told us compared to. So walk me through what happened today.
Well, I stayed the night at my sister's.
Okay.
We were planning to go do something fun day. We hadn't really decided. I was thinking maybe I was going to take her to the range.
Okay.
Or go do something.
Okay.
I don't know, take JD to some water park or movies or whatever. So I stayed there last night, and this morning Charles showed up, and I don't know what started it.
And Charles is your brother-in-law. He and Lori are married.
Yes.
Okay.
So he showed up. He was following her and yelling. And then I got between them. And then Tylee came out with her bat. And I had separated for a minute, and then my sister had walked around me there in the living room. And then Charles was following Lori and yelling. And Tylee told him to get back. She took her bat like that and shoved him, and he took the bat away. And I said, "What are you doing?" And I got between them, and then he hit me. And I just went down, and when I got up, he was still yelling. And
So, does it sound like Charles was facing Alex when he hit him? Because the bleeding spot's on the back of his head. Now, even if Charles swung from in front of him, he's going to hit him in the side of the head. So why the hell is this thing in the back of your head? And they didn't check the bat for Lori's fingerprints. Oh, I hear activity in the courtroom coming through my headset. Let me refresh this page, guys. Hold on. I just realized that. But no, nothing yet. Okay.
so I went into the bedroom where I was staying, grabbed my gun, I came back.
Okay.
And told him to put the gun down, or the bat down. And he came at me and was saying, what are you going to do? Like that, and come to me with the bat. I said, put it down. He wouldn't. He came at me, so.
Okay. So when that argument first started between Lori and Charles, where in the house were they?
I don't know.
Okay. Where did you first?
I was in my bedroom.
Okay, so you were in your bedroom, and you heard the argument.
When they came right towards me.
Okay, so they were coming down the hallway towards the bedroom?
Yes.
Okay, so you hear the argument, you step out, what's the first thing that you see?
Charles chasing after Lori and yelling.
Okay. Had Tylee already gotten the bat? No. Did he already have the bat? Okay. No. So Charles is coming towards Lori.
He's
they're coming
towards
your way.
Lori, and I shoved him back.
Okay.
And I said, what are you doing? Because he's coming at her aggressively.
Okay.
He's a big dude, so he's not gonna hurt my sister.
Okay. So he's coming at her.
Yeah.
And you shoved him back.
Yeah.
What, Pokemon? The banner is more side boob today. What do you mean? It's like, does it look messed up? Does it look funny? Yeah, they totally did, Rachel. That's what it's, yeah, right? You can't help but to see that. Oh, you can't help it. We need a shot bell remote emoji. Yeah. All right. If y'all can't see that banner, good. If there's something screwy with it, let me know. I don't know.
What happened right after that? And that's in the. Well, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
He got back up and he comes right to me, doesn't look at me, and continues to yell at Lori.
Okay.
So he's maybe this far away.
Are you in the hallway of the house, or
right close to the doorway of that bedroom?
Of the bedroom you were staying?
Yes.
Okay. So you're right near the bedroom.
Yes.
Okay.
So then I don't remember why he backed up, and then my sister came around behind me. And they ended up in the living room, and then while they're on the way to the living room, Tylee comes out of her bedroom, which is adjacent to the one I was staying in.
Okay.
With her bat.
Okay.
Yelling at Charles. Actually, she was behind Charles at first, and then she got around in front of him in the living room.
Okay. So he then went back. They went back towards the living room.
Yes,
after you shoved him. Did he fall to the ground when you shoved him?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. So he falls to the ground. He gets back up. You're blocking between him and Lori.
Yes.
And he basically is talking past you, still yelling at Lori.
Yes, exactly.
What's he saying?
I don't remember.
Okay. So as you're standing there between them, what happened right after that? Is that when Tylee came out with her bat?
No, he backed up.
Okay.
He yelled something, and then he backed up, and then Lori went by me and around me in the hallway.
Mm-hmm.
So he backed up. I had cleared the doorway. So then she came around, and then Charles was behind her, pursuing her again aggressively.
Okay.
Tylee came out, yelled at him with the bat.
Okay. And are you guys in the living room then, or still in the hallway?
It starts in the hallway and then goes to the living room.
Okay.
So Tylee gets around him in the living room. He stops. Tylee goes around to the front of him, tells him to back off.
What I find it easiest to do in situations like this is to kind of draw like a rough floor plan.
Sure. So we'll make this the living room. All right, and then this is the hallway.
Okay.
And then this is the kitchen.
Where's this drawing in the place?
So Tylee's bedroom is here, my bedroom is here, and then the living room is here.
Okay, we just put living room on there, so I know. And then you said that's kitchen.
Yep.
And then.
So the doorway's here.
Okay. Is this area of the house where all of this incident was focused
Yes.
at? Okay.
Yep. And then there's another bedroom here. This is JJ's bedroom.
Okay. So do you first get involved when they're down by your room?
They come all the way into she comes into the room and he comes right here and I stopped him right here.
Okay, so she came into your room.
Yep.
Okay. So she comes into your room, he's coming at her aggressively, and that's when you pushed him.
Yep.
So you push him down.
Yep.
And then he gets back up.
Yep.
And
then he yells, and then he backs up.
Okay.
And then Lori goes around him, and they're still going at it.
Okay.
Right? And then Tylee comes out when she hears what's going on. She has her bat.
Okay. Is it a metal bat?
Yeah, it's
plastic
a
bat.
aluminum bat.
Okay.
So she comes at him, because she's tiny, so that's like her thing. You know, she doesn't have anything, but she wants to help defend her mom.
Okay.
So she comes at him, and then
when they've already moved back towards the living room.
So they're going this way.
Okay.
So Lori's here, Tylee's here, Charles is here, I'm here, Tylee goes at him with the bat, then he takes the bat away from her, and I step towards him and he turned around and cracked me.
Is that foot injury that's caused on your head? Okay.
Well, there was some shoving first and I got spun around.
Okay.
And then popped.
Some shoving first and I got spun around. That's how he's explaining he got hit in the back of the head versus the side or the front. Ask the good questions, Mr. Detective.
So I go back here, grab my gun, I come back out. He's still yelling and threatening me.
Okay.
And then, so I was standing here and he was there.
Okay. So you're standing right there, he's right here.
He's there.
And you said, what happened when you came out with the gun?
I said, put that bat down. He's like, what are you going to do? So you're going to threaten me? I was like, no, I'm just going to defend myself. So you put that bat down. And he goes, what are you going to do like that? And he came at me.
Okay.
And he'd already hit me in the head.
Okay, so he came at you at the bat. What
Yes.
was he doing with the bat when he came at you?
It was in his right hand like this.
Okay, so he's holding it low and he's coming at
Yeah.
you? Okay. So you gave him, how many times would you say you told him to, like, put the bat down?
Once.
Once? Okay. And then he started advancing towards you?
Yes.
How many shots did you fire?
I don't know. A couple.
Okay. Were Tylee and your sister?
I didn't see him, so I don't know where they were.
Fired a couple of shots.
Where's JJ at during all this?
He's already out in the car.
Okay, so he's sitting out in the car.
Yeah, I think.
Okay. But you, as far as you think or understand, you're not sure where they were.
Correct.
He's in the corner of the living room.
They were no longer in the room.
Okay.
When I come back out.
Okay. So they're out of the room, so it's just you and him.
Yes.
And he basically comes at you with the bat.
Yeah.
You tell him to put it down.
Yeah.
He's like,
Yeah.
what are you going to do about it?
Yeah.
And what'd you tell him?
I didn't say anything. He's coming at me, and I'm.
That's a good question, Miss Shorty, since he's not here to testify for himself or whatever. Wouldn't they be able to enter this into evidence? Because it is actual evidence, right? We'll see, won't we? I don't think she ever objected to anything like that along the way. But that's a good question. Now I'm wondering, I'm curious.
I'm holding the gun.
Okay.
If you're going to attack someone with a gun, you got to be ready for the repercussions.
Yeah.
Because, he probably gave a written statement too. But then there's also this, and that's the only testimony we're going to have of Alex Cox about what happened that day. I say bring it in.
Yeah. So I just want to make sure, because he basically, you had said earlier that he had the bat.
Yeah.
And he asked, like, what are you going to do about it?
Yeah.
And you had already told him to put the bat down, and then he just came at you,
Yeah.
and you shot him.
Yep.
Okay. And you're thinking a couple times?
It was more than one shot.
Okay. So more than one shot. What kind of gun was it?
45.
Okay. What make?
It's a Springfield XDM.
Okay. So it's an XDM 45.
Yeah.
What type of ammo were you carrying in it? Do you know?
Just standard.
Like full metal jacket?
Yeah.
Target shooting? Okay.
Yeah.
To this case. Therefore, Mr. Boudreau struck again without prejudice from the witness list. He can remain in the courtroom.
Defense witnesses.
We're going to bring the jury in. The other matters that were raised by the defense we'll talk about at another time when the jury's not waiting.
What other matters? Charles was left-handed, and his sister Kay confirmed that to me. Yes, ma'am. Left-handed batter. Set up. We have a couple places we can watch this. If this audio is low, you guys tell me and we can go bounce to somebody else real quick and test it before it really gets underway. So please don't hesitate to let me know, okay? Are they going back to sidebar again? Jeez. Goodness. See, y'all think my banner looks like boobs. It's supposed to be like us watching. Oh, goodness. What should I change it to? Wish I could make something that I want to put there. Nothing yet, Lisa. They decided Brandon Boudreaux was in the courtroom. He's the next trial. She's up on conspiracy to commit murder, attempted murder of Brandon. But the judge decided, she had him on her witness list, as she did Nate Eaton, but the judge decided he was allowed to stay. That's where we're at now. Some kind of issue with a juror, but they're going to discuss more about that at lunch. They do have alternates in place, so that's not going to be a huge deal. That's about all we know. And we're waiting on them to come back now and get underway here. Right? Exactly. Something Joe and I discussed a long time ago, so I reached out for clarification, and yeah, left-handed. And a minor league pitcher and ball player at that, so keep that in mind. Don't OD on the caffeine gum, girl. It's hard when you support a bunch of channels, isn't it? Your struggle is real. I feel you.
Testified to by a witness who has been sworn in and is answering questions from the witness stand. Therefore, it is important to remember that what is said by both the prosecutor and the defendant in opening statements and later in closing arguments is not evidence. The purpose of an opening statement is to help you prepare for anticipated evidence. The state can proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Are you going to use, yeah, put a mic over there.
Speak loud and clear, lady. Loud and clear. You guys let me know if it sucks right away now.
So I'm going to need you to stay close to me the next couple days. Mel, too. She can't go to Utah. They're planking some kind of intervention, but want Mel out of the way, so I'm left alone. I need to come get the stuff at your house tomorrow and secure it. Lots to do. Thanks for standing by me. It's all coming to a head this week. I will be like Nephi, I am told, and so will you. Lori Daybell, the woman seated over here, wrote this to her brother, Alex Cox, on July 9th of 2019, 2 days before they killed Charles Vallow. But to understand why this is so meaningful, why this is relevant, you have to understand the context. So let's talk about it. In July of 2019, Lori Vallow was married to Charles Vallow. Lori Vallow lived here in Arizona, Chandler. Charles Vallow lived in Texas. In July of 2019, Lori Daybell was Lori Vallow, married to Charles Vallow. In July of 2019, Lori Vallow wanted to be Lori Daybell, wife of Chad Daybell. And in July of 2019, Lori Vallow wanted to keep the same lifestyle that she had with Charles. And she could get all of this if Charles was dead. She could marry Chad Daybell, become Lori Daybell. She would get a $1 million life insurance policy from Charles Vallow. She would get Social Security for herself and their son, JJ,
Move up to the
as
mic.
a child of a dead spouse. And all of this would be true if Charles Vallow was dead. So what about Nephi? Well, Lori Vallow, Chad Daybell, and Alex Cox all believed that those who disagreed with them were dark, possessed by evil spirits, sometimes called Z's or zombies. Sometimes they had names for these evil spirits like Ned. Lori, Chad, and Alex used religion, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, and a story of Nephi, a prophet, who was directed by the Holy Spirit to kill Laban, to obtain brass plates and secure the long-term prosperity of Nephi's descendants. Lori used this religion and the story of Nephi as justification to kill Charles Vallow, just like Nephi killed Laban. On July 9th of 2019, Lori Vallow invoked Nephi when she messaged Alex to provide them with that religious authority to kill Charles. After months of trying to get rid of him, they were finally ready to be like Nephi. So how did this begin? We go back to 2018. Lori Vallow met Chad Daybell. You will learn that in November of 2018, that Chad Daybell came to Arizona for a Preparing the People conference.
Lisa, it's all good.
And he
Trust
and others
you being
stayed
here's
at
enough.
Lori and Chad's house. Charles was actually out of town with JJ. Lori and Chad acted as if there was nothing between them, but nothing could be further from the truth. By January of 2019, Lori Vallow claimed that Charles Vallow was possessed by an evil spirit that she called Ned. You will see text messages where Lori and Alex refer to him as Ned. During this trial, you're going to hear from some women who initially were close in Lori's circle. These women will tell you they met her through the Preparing the People conference. They are spiritual women within the LDS church. And initially they found Lori's spirituality infectious. But the more they listened to Lori, the more they started to find concern with what she was saying. One of them called it red flags. Lori began saying things like she didn't need to repent, that she was beyond that. And you'll hear from these women that that goes against everything that their religion follows. Everyone must repent. You will hear from Serena Sharp that in March of 2019, she attended a girls' weekend with Lori and some other women. They went to the temple, they had lunch, they did volunteer activities, and then Lori asked them to do something a little unusual. She told them that her husband was possessed by an evil spirit, and she referred to that as Ned. She told them that Charles was no longer in his body. She asked them to come together and try to cast out this evil spirit. Serena will tell you that she didn't ask Lori what would happen to Charles if that evil spirit went. She only knew that she had said Charles was already gone. She didn't know if he would come back or his body would just die. Later that month, on March 26th of 2019, Alex Cox texted his sister, Lori Vallow, and said, quote, "Ned is still alive, just confirmed." Lori responded, "It's not Ned. It's a new one. Ned is gone. No one has seen him, right? Just talk to him, question mark." Alex said, "Correct. Charles' body is alive." "What did you learn, question mark?" Lori responded, "A lot. Still working on it. We'll call you later." As the year went by, Lori and Alex became more determined to get rid of Charles Vallow's body, whatever they wanted to call him. You will hear from Christina Atwood that she attended a gathering on June 9th of 2019. Again with Lori and some close friends, but this time Alex Cox attended. This was the first time she had met him. Christina will tell you that she heard Alex say that he just wanted to kill Charles. In fact, she heard him say this a couple times. And she heard Lori say, in response, that she had been drugging Charles, crushing up JJ's pills and putting them in Charles's protein drinks. Christina will tell you she was so disturbed by this that she actually went and confronted Lori the next day and told her that if Charles ended up dead, she would have to go to the police. That's how disturbed she was. Now, Lori, of course, said it was all a joke. What else could she say? But 1 month later, Alex and Lori created that situation to be like Nephi and killed Charles. What about Charles? You're going to learn that Charles and Lori had been together for a long time. They had adopted one of Charles's family members' children, JJ. JJ was everything to Charles. JJ was the reason Charles and Lori were still together. You'll learn that Charles knew about Lori's beliefs, that he was called Nick or Ned or some name. You'll learn that Charles told a lot of people about this. And on February 26th of 2019, Charles made a big decision. He had a $1 million life insurance policy, and his wife, Lori Vallow, had been the beneficiary. He changed it. He changed it to his sister, Kay Woodcock. You will learn he did not have to notify Lori about it, and she had no idea. You'll learn that Charles desperately wanted to bring Lori back to the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. You will learn that he was close with Lori's brother, Adam, and he was reaching out to him during this time period. You will hear from Adam. Adam will tell you that he himself had heard the defendant say things that were outside the LDS religion, that she was translated. Charles was possessed. He knew she was no longer following the LDS faith. Then, June 28th, Charles found out that Lori and Chad were having an affair. You will hear that he reached out to Lori about it, Chad's wife, and out to Adam Cox about it. Now, you're going to hear about a lot of these things because the police executed numerous search warrants. You're going to hear that they executed search warrants on cell phone records, cell tower records, and iCloud accounts. You're going to learn that an iCloud account is basically a service through Apple where you can store everything. Photos, emails, documents, whatever you want. This can be intentional, or sometimes it can be unintentional. Your phone or your computer may be saving items there without you even realizing it. You'll learn that for years, Lori Vallow had an iCloud account that was loriforstyle@icloud.com. But after Charles learned about Chad Daybell on that June 28th, she created a new iCloud account, lollytime@icloud account. Many of these text messages between Lori and others that you're going to hear about at trial were recovered from those two iCloud accounts. You're also going to learn about Charles's cell phone. The police eventually recovered it, and they were able to extract the data, look at the messages and things that had been in there. And you're going to learn about those text messages with Adam Cox from July 9th through the 11th. You're going to hear from Adam that they were talking about an intervention, about maybe recording Lori, saying these things and taking those recordings to the stake president, or just confronting the stake president about it. They didn't have an exact plan, but on July 9th, Adam agreed to fly to Phoenix to help try to talk to his sister, talk to the stake president, get her back into this faith. Ultimately, Adam flew to Phoenix on the 10th, as did Charles. Adam will tell you that he actually, when he got his reservation on the 9th from Charles, reached out to his brother, Alex. He asked to stay with him. And Alex said, sure. You'll see phone records. They had a conversation about it. But when Adam flew into Phoenix on the 10th, remember, that's after that message by Lori that he needed to stay close to her. Adam tried texting his brother. Adam tried calling his brother, and Alex didn't respond. Adam didn't know that his brother Alex had been summoned to help his sister Lori be like Nephi, that it was time to kill Charles. The text messages from Lori to Alex about that intervention that she knew about and being like Nephi show that by the evening of July 9th of 2019, Lori knew that Charles was trying to have an intervention. An intervention. In that text message, remember, she said they are trying to have an intervention. She knew it was Charles and others. She also told her brother he had to stay close for the next couple days because she knew that she was going to be seeing Charles on the 11th when he came over to pick up their son, JJ, to take him to school. She told him, it's all coming to a head this week. I will be like Nephi, I am told, and so will you. A few minutes after Lori had texted Alex that message on July 9th that they were going to be like Nephi, Alex called his sister Lori, and they talked for over 56 minutes, planning how they were going to get rid of Charles. Alex would stay close with his gun, and he and Lori would be like Nephi. July 10th of 2019 is a day before Charles was killed. We know from text messages that by 7:18 p.m., Alex was already at Lori's house. He brought a garbage bag with some clothes and an orange duffel bag with his .45 caliber handgun and 2 extra magazines of ammunition. He was prepared. We also know that the evening of July 10th, Charles sent a message to Lori letting her know that he would be over at 7:30 a.m. the next day to pick up JJ, to take him to school. Lori and Alex knew exactly when this murder would happen and where it would happen. They just had to make sure that Charles stayed in the house. You'll hear that on the evening of July 10th, Charles spent his last night alive on a date. He had been on several dating apps and appeared to be moving on. You will hear from his date, Nancy Jo, that she and Charles had met on an LDS dating site a few days before. You will hear that she had talked to him and texted him for hours. Sometimes they would talk for 3 hours on the phone. Nancy Jo will tell you that Charles told her about everything of his relationship, his wife's beliefs, everything that was going on. And he had told her about this change to the beneficiary of his life insurance. She will tell you it sounded like a lot of drama, but she still was interested and wanted to meet this person, and so they met that evening for dinner. She'll tell you that she understood on the 11th that Charles would be picking up his son, that he was actually going to meet a realtor about finding a place to rent here so he could be closer to JJ, and that he was going to try to get in touch with Adam to meet up. And then they were supposed to meet later in the day. She will also tell you that she actually told Charles, kind of joking, but in a way to end the drama, why don't you just tell Lori that you changed the life insurance policy so she knows it's not her? Nancy Jo will tell you the next day, she texted Charles, she called him, and she actually thought he had ghosted her. She didn't know he was dead until a few months later when she saw something on the news, a photo of him, and actually learned that he had been killed on July 11th. So let's talk about July 11th. That morning, Lori Vallow was up early and she was texting with Chad Daybell. You'll learn that we do not have those text messages. They were not saved in the iCloud, but we have them from the phone records. Alex was already at Lori's house with his gun, and everyone knew that Charles was a punctual person and would be there around 7:30 to pick up JJ so he could get to school. You're going to learn that, like many people, Charles had left his GPS data locating service on his phone. So that means when his phone is moving around, it was constantly documenting with GPS the location of the phone. During this trial, you're actually going to see this data mapped out. You'll be able to see Charles come to the house, and then you're going to see his phone leave with the defendant and what she does all day with it. What we know is that Charles arrived at Lori's house at about 7:35. He texted Adam Cox and told him that Alex, or Al, is here. You'll see from photos that Alex's truck was parked in the driveway. Adam responded, "Really, I wonder why he never called me back." Charles didn't respond to that. Adam then texted, "They're planning something." And Charles responded, "Absolutely." Adam told Charles, "I was supposed to spend the night at his house last night. She probably blocked that." Charles told Adam, "What you do is up to you." Adam then told Charles he was going to reach out to Alex and ask him to come get him and see what Alex would do. In fact, he did text his brother. You'll learn that Charles read that text message from Adam, but he didn't respond. Adam sent one more text message to Charles at 7:49 a.m. on July 11th. He told him that he and his son were going to go play basketball at 8 p.m. to look for a specific church leader who was usually there and have a conversation with him. Charles Vallow never read that message, but you will learn that Lori and Alex did. Charles went to the front door of 5531 South Four Peaks Place, a house that he had rented for his wife, Lori Vallow, a house that he paid for. Charles would have had to knock on the door, alerting Lori and Alex that he was there. He got JJ, put him out in the car, and then Lori Vallow created the reason to keep Charles from just leaving with JJ. Lori Vallow wanted to stop this intervention. Lori Vallow wanted to stop Charles and Adam from trying to take her temple recommend away. Lori Vallow, who wanted to be Lori Daybell, and Lori Vallow, who wanted Charles's money. So Lori took Charles's cell phone, and she refused to give it back. Lori Vallow, or Lori Daybell, whatever name you want to call her by, is why Charles didn't just leave with JJ that morning. Lori Vallow is why Alex was able to shoot Charles. Lori Vallow is why Charles is dead. I want to tell you a little bit about the scene, this house, so you can understand what's happening here. When you walk in the front door, there's a big room. It was empty, no furniture. There were mirrors on 2 of the walls, windows on a 3rd wall, and the 4th wall had doorways going into the kitchen and a hallway off to the bedrooms. This is where Charles Vallow was killed. This is where Alex Cox shot him 2 times. The first shot to Charles Vallow was to his chest. It exited out his back. Charles Vallow fell to the ground. He put his left hand to this wound, and blood transferred onto it. You will hear from the medical examiner that this shot went through his heart, and that a person can take seconds to up to 2 minutes to die from that type of wound. You will hear that a person can still talk and move after they're shot in the heart. And we know Charles was able to move since he put his dominant left hand on his chest and transferred that blood to his hand. You will see that. As Charles lay on the floor of 5531 South Four Peaks Place, Alex Cox stood at his feet and fired a second shot. That shot entered his abdomen, and it exited his left shoulder. The angle was significantly upward. Dr. Baumgartner, who is the medical examiner, will tell you that this wound was shored. You will learn that shored means that there was something hard behind that wound. So when the bullet exited it, it caused a different tearing pattern than the other wound that exited Charles's back. It is this shored wound, this exit on Charles's left shoulder, that shows us that there was nothing accidental about this second shot. You will learn from the cell phone that at 7:49, Lori left Charles's house, or left her house with Charles's cell phone, his wallet, his rental car, and JJ and Tylee. She drove to Burger King, Walgreens, dropped JJ off at school before she and her daughter Tylee drove back to the house. During this time, while Lori is driving around in Charles's car with his phone, she spoke with her brother Alex twice. The first call was at 7:52 a.m., 3 minutes after she left. The second call was at 8:06 a.m., 17 minutes after she left. You will hear that when Alex and Lori are talking, neither of them had called 911 yet. In fact, you will hear that Alex didn't call 911 until 47 minutes after Lori left. Charles Vallow lay dead on the floor of that house for 47 minutes before he called 911. During this 47 minutes, Alex began staging the scene and making mistakes. You're going to learn that the police found a bat that was located on the right side of Charles to the north of his head. Like he had been holding it, and when he was shot, it fell, it dropped, it rolled up against one of the walls that had mirrors on it. What you're going to learn that is, Alex forgot that Charles was left-handed. In fact, you're going to learn that Charles was a semi-professional baseball player. He pitched, and he batted left-handed. So that bat was on the wrong side. Next, you're going to hear about an injury to Alex himself. Lori had told police that Charles hit Alex in the head with this bat before Alex shot Charles. Classic self-defense. But in all cases, we must look at the physical evidence because it doesn't lie. And the physical evidence doesn't have a bias or a memory loss. Sometimes it's the lack of physical evidence that doesn't lie. So again, we know that this room where Charles was shot had no furniture, mirrors, 2 walls. You learn that although Lori claimed that Charles hit Alex with that bat and then Alex shot him in self-defense, that Alex's gun had no blood transferred on it. Alex was allegedly struck in the head with a bat by a semi-professional baseball player. Doesn't go unconscious, and he never touches that injury. Pulls out a gun, is able to shoot this man twice, and then he takes the gun down a hallway and puts it into a room. Never apparently touching his head or this wound. And again,
Normally you would reach up and grab it, right?
Lori says that Alex was hit with the bat in this room by Charles. But again, what we don't see is any blood on the floor. Charles strikes Alex in the head with a bat. They're grappling on the ground. There's not a single drop of blood on the ground in that room. There's pooling of blood around Charles as he lay there on the ground. There's not a drop of blood going down the hallway to where Alex put the gun. There's not a drop of blood in the room where Alex put that gun. There's not a drop of blood on the floor in the kitchen where Alex went to go wash his hands. There are no towels, sheets, clothing, napkins with blood on them, where Alex was holding his head and trying to stop this bleeding from this injury. You will see on body-worn camera, Alex Cox, who's on with 911, come out of the house. He will have a phone in one hand and his other hand up, and you will notice that he actually has a pair of sunglasses resting on the top of his head. You will see at some point, Alex sits down, and they ask him to move to another location. They talk to him for a while, and then you'll see him eventually touch his head a few times, and then he obtains a napkin or towel, something, and you'll see him at times rubbing his head, patting it. That is the only bloody item you will see. Those sunglasses on Alex's head. He is struck in the head by a baseball player while grappling on the ground. He then pulls out a gun and shoots his brother, puts away this gun, deals with his injury, and yet those sunglasses are still right there on the top of his head. No blood on the floors, no blood on the gun, no damage to the mirrors, bat on the wrong side.
Oh, hell.
A lack of physical evidence to help support his self-defense claim. Next, trajectory. The medical examiner will talk to you about the trajectory through Charles's body. The detectives are going to talk to you about the trajectory through the room. Dr. Baumgartner will tell you that the trajectory of that first shot to Charles, the one that went through his chest, through his heart, and out his back, was front to back and slightly downward. It will be less than an inch downward. The detectives will tell you that the bullet from that shot, actually, as it exited Charles's back, ended up across the room in the baseboard. They pulled it out and recovered it. Both of them will say that this shot is consistent with Charles being standing upright with a person in front of him. The gun could be slightly down, or his hand could cause that little bit of downward angle. Dr. Baumgartner will tell you that that second shot that entered Charles's abdomen and exited his left shoulder, that the trajectory of that shot was front to back and significantly upward, 13 inches upward. Dr. Baumgartner is also the one who will tell you about that shored wound. What you will hear from the detectives, though, is that when they found Charles on the ground, off to the side of his left shoulder was the other bullet on the ground, not embedded. They'll also tell you that when they finally moved Charles, they took his body away, they cleaned up the blood on the ground, and they noticed a defect in the flooring, in the wood, consistent with a bullet striking the ground.
Guys, we're going to pause it right there for 1 second. We have a guest coming up here. Where'd you go, dude? Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Joe Schmo was here and he left again. Sorry. They're on a break and he's got a few minutes and he was going to pop in. So I tried to end her at the right spot because I'm keeping up with the stuff they got coming up, the trajectory and all that. That's my jam. I'm like, I need to know all of that stuff. So Joe hasn't come back yet, so I will, maybe he's having a tech issue, so I'll continue to let her play until he comes back.
That defect was located where Charles's left shoulder had been. You will hear that both Dr. Baumgartner and the detectives found the trajectory. The wounds were consistent with Charles laying on the ground, Alex being at his feet, when that second shot was fired. The physical evidence does not lie. Charles was on the ground when Alex Cox fired that second shot. The injuries to Charles, the location of the bullet strikes, the trajectory of the injuries both in Charles and in the house all show this was not self-defense. This was a staged murder scene. I told you that Lori Vallow left the house at 7:49 a.m., and we know this because of Charles Vallow's cell phone. The 911 call was placed at 8:36 a.m., 47 minutes later. The police arrived at 5531 South Four Peaks Place at about 8:41 a.m. Lori Vallow and her daughter Tylee returned to the house at 8:48 a.m. When the police first contacted Lori Vallow, they thought she had no idea that her husband was dead, that he'd been shot and killed. Initially, you will see body cam footage of an officer going up and just getting her information. Lori doesn't ask, why are all these police here? Why is there a fire truck here? Why is my brother sitting on the ground over there? Or is he okay? Instead, she comments about her neighbors. You'll learn that the police then pulled her aside to do what they call a death notification, to let her know that her husband was dead. Only to their surprise, she told them she knew, she was there. So at this point, the police knew they needed to take her to the police station and question her. You'll learn that Lori Vallow was interviewed by the police. She was treated very kindly. The police asked her what happened. Lori Vallow told the police that she took Charles's cell phone. She admitted that she was the reason that Charles didn't just leave and take JJ to school. She told police in no uncertain terms that Charles was demanding his phone back, and she refused to give it back. She told the police that even as Charles screamed at her for his phone, she walked away from him, wouldn't give it to him. No matter what happened or what Charles said or did, she would not give his phone back to him. Lori told police that her daughter Tylee came out of the room during this screaming with a bat, and that Charles took it away from Tylee, and Tylee fell on the ground, and she told Tylee to go out to the car with JJ. She still didn't return the phone. She told police that Alex came out, that he and Charles got into this scuffle with the bat, that Charles hit him in the head with the bat. She still didn't give Charles back the phone. What she did instead was take his phone and go around that wall into the kitchen. Left the situation. Time to let brother Alex be Nephi. While she's in the kitchen, she said she heard the gunshot, came out, saw Charles on the ground, and her brother standing at Charles's feet. Then she told the police she left. You'll learn that the police actually had no idea that Lori still had Charles's phone. Even when they're interviewing her, she still had it. Police are processing the house, looking for it. Where is it? I can't find it. Later in the afternoon, you'll hear that the police actually called Lori and Alex and asked them to come back to the scene. And when Lori arrived, they asked her, told her they couldn't find Charles's phone. And she told the detective that she found the phone in the car. Found it in the car. She gave Charles's phone to Detective Enclan, and then provided her with Charles's PIN number to get into the phone. You'll learn that after those interviews in the morning, Lori and Alex went back to Alex's house in Santan. And there they went through Charles's phone. You'll learn that Alex actually took photos of some of the messages between Charles and Adam, including Adam's flight reservations. And he later sent those to his sister, Lori.
Oh, wow.
July 11th. Lori didn't tell any of Charles's family he was dead. She didn't tell Adam that Charles was dead. She certainly knows they've been talking. The next day, Lori texted Charles's sons from his prior marriage and told them, "Your dad is dead." Charles's sons reached out to their Aunt Kay about this, and you'll learn that Kay and her husband had to Google this, see if it was true. They found out that Charles had been shot. So what about the money? That life insurance policy. Charles Vallow had $1 million life insurance policy. When he got it, his wife, Lori Vallow, was the beneficiary. We know that Charles died on a Thursday, July 11th. That next Monday, July 15th, Lori Vallow called Banner Life Insurance. The call was recorded and you will hear it. She told the agent that Charles had been accidentally shot. It was an accident. And that she was the beneficiary. Both of those statements are not correct. There was nothing accidental about that shooting, and she was not the beneficiary. 3 days later, on July 18th, Lori Vallow learned that she was not the beneficiary. Banner Life Insurance could not and would not tell her who Charles had changed it to. But Lori was angry about it. And you're going to learn that on July 18th of 2019, there's another very important text message in this case. The first one on July 9th between Lori and Alex when they discussed being like Nephi. And on July 18th, 7 days after Lori and Alex killed Charles and Lori learned she is not getting $1 million life insurance policy, she sends a message to Chad Daybell. Quote, "So I talked to the insurance company. He changed it in March. So it was probably Ned before we got rid of him. You can't tell me who, of course, but it's done. I'll still get $4,000 a month from SS.
Make her go faster."
In this text message, Lori tells Chad that it was probably Ned, that evil spirit inhabiting Charles's body, that changed the life insurance policy before they got rid of him, before they killed him. After Lori found out that she was not the beneficiary, she was so angry that she actually went through Charles's laptop.
If it's too
Found the beneficiary change form, sent photos of that to Chad. She also confronted Kay about it. The $1 million she had expected to get was gone, but as Lori told Chad on the 18th, she was still going to get money for the death of Charles. Lori knew already that a month before going to see Social Security, how much money she would get for JJ and for herself as a caregiver as a result of Charles being killed. $4,000 a month. Ladies and gentlemen, the evidence in this case is going to show you that Lori Vallow, Daybell, conspired with her brother Alex Cox to kill her husband, Charles Vallow. When Charles let Lori know he was coming into town, she quickly got the pieces into place. Alex came to her house with a gun. Lori created the way to keep Charles inside the house so that Alex and she could be like Nephi, to kill Charles Vallow to better at least her life so she could be with Chad and she could live off that life insurance policy. As we go through this trial, you will see photos of Charles's injury, photos of the crime scene, and hear testimony that will prove that this was not self-defense. As we go through this trial, you'll be provided with phone calls, emails, text messages, and hear testimony that lays out the motive for this murder, money, and Chad Daybell. You will see text messages and hear from people who Lori trusted who were later pushed away. People who really don't want to be part of this trial, but were pulled into it by this defendant and her desire to get rid of Charles to be with Chad. People who heard Lori for months saying Charles was gone, possessed. People who will establish that this murder was premeditated. You will hear text messages from July 9th by Lori to her brother, Alex Cox, that he had to stay near her, that it was all coming to a head, and she would be like Nephi, and so would he. A justified killing, just like the prophet. And later, the text message to Chad where she told him that Charles changed the life insurance policy before they got rid of Ned. A confession by Lori of how religion and money were twisted to justify Charles's murder. At the end of this trial, the state will come to you and ask you to hold the defendant responsible for the death of Charles Vallow and find her guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Thank you.
All right. Will the defendant be giving an opening statement? Okay. Because of the lunch hour, your opening statement will start after lunch. I'm going to excuse the jury for lunch. I'm going to ask juror 3 to stay back. I need to talk to you about something. Please remember the admonition, jurors. We'll see you. Let's start. Everyone be back in the jury room about 1:20 p.m. and we'll resume at 1:30. Thank you.
Hang on, guys. Let me try something.
We'll call you later.
Let me know if that audio is any better on this.
As the year went by, Lori and Alex became more determined to get rid of Charles Vallow's body, whatever they wanted to call him. You will hear from Christina Atwood that she attended a gathering on June 9th of 2019. Again with Lori and some close friends, but this time Alex Cox attended. This was the first time she had met him.
You guys let me know when
Christina will tell you that she heard Alex say that he just wanted to kill Charles.
There's a discrepancy.
In fact, she heard him say this a couple times. And she heard Lori say, in response, that she had been drugging Charles, crushing up JJ's pills and putting them in Charles's protein drinks.
How am I supposed to know if y'all don't tell me? Somebody tell me something. Okay, well, let me see. Yes, it's better. I don't know what you guys think. You only have audio coming out of your left speaker. I don't know what that was in that show. What could be something. Like I said, only when I play certain videos is that the experience y'all have every time you're over here. I mean, I don't know unless y'all are saying something. Let's test out somebody else. Hold on, because I had a couple of saved. Hold on. I told y'all I had a couple places saved. We can test them while we're waiting on their damn break. Hold on. We'll test a couple out. You guys got to let me know, though, in chat if you hear one better than the other. Or otherwise, I know what it sounds like on my end. That one was definitely louder than the court TV feed. Let's see what Law and Crime had. Hold on, let me get to a spot where you could actually hear them. See if this one's any better, guys.
Ultimately, Adam flew to Phoenix on the 10th, as did Charles. Adam will tell you that he actually, when he got his reservation on the 9th from Charles, reached out to his brother, Alex. He asked to stay with him. And Alex said, sure. You'll see phone records. They had a conversation about it. But when Adam flew into Phoenix on the 10th, remember, that's after that message by Lori that he needed to stay close to her. Adam tried texting his brother. Adam tried calling his brother.
Now I'm choppy, Forrest. Oh my God. Really? Because I've made sure that everything is plugged in correctly. Like everything's tight in its spot. I don't even know what's happening. I'm just trying to make sure the sound quality on the court feed audio is coming in good for you guys. Because Jeff said the other place had a better audio, so I went to test it. And to me, it was louder, but I don't know what you guys are thinking. That's what I'm trying to figure out. As far as whatever my issue is, I can't figure that out, so I don't know what to do about that. But I'm trying to make sure you guys can hear the court feed. So if this one sounds good, let me know. I'm going to let it play for a second.
Alex didn't respond. Adam didn't know that his brother Alex had been summoned to help his sister Lori be like Nephi, that it was time to kill Charles. The text messages from Lori to Alex about that intervention that she knew about.
Okay, I think that one might be a little bit louder, so maybe we'll keep that one. Is anybody still hearing a buzzing sound on your end? Because I don't hear it. I constantly hear a buzzing sound because of my ears ringing, but it's not that apparently. So if anybody's experiencing a buzzing sound, let me know as well. Maybe there's some issues in the area and I'm experiencing a swamp signal. I don't know. Occasionally there are, issues, but I don't know. We've been doing good so far. Who'd know, right? The first time I stream a trial, there's like issues. As long as it fixes its shit. Fix yourself stuff. It's Lori messing with us. We're gonna blame. I got my crystals right here. Fuck that. Look. Okay. I sound clear to you. Got to you. Okay. This sounds good. Okay. We're gonna run with this one then, and yeah. So they're down for lunch or whatever. So, do you guys want to go back and finish watching the, wait a minute, are they doing, we got some activity here, hold on. Okay, thank you, Pokemon. Here. I've never had the buzzing issue before, Jeff. Do you hear it too? I would mute all my mic. I don't have a bunch of mics going. What are you talking about? Ain't nothing going. Nothing is different than what I normally do, so I don't know what's happening. It's probably just shitty internet connection today. I'm not one of those big elaborate channels with the big elaborate setup, y'all. It's back. What's back? The court? Or the buzzing sound? I have to ask Jeff. Oh my God. I didn't do nothing, Jeff. I swear. I didn't even do anything. They're saying it's coming and going. It's like intermittent. So that's making me believe that it's something to do with connections. I've checked all the wirings, the Cat 5 wirings. Everything's in place like it's supposed to be. There's nothing happening that doesn't ordinarily happen when I'm streaming. Everything is hardwired in, including my headphones and mic. So, yeah. Yeah, it's probably time for a new one, Jeff. I'm running with a cheapo, dude. I'm running with a cheapo. Yes. I'm not a shopper. I procrastinate, but I guess maybe it's time to invest a little bit. Oh goodness. Here, just for you, Miss Shorty. That's for you. Okay, guys, we lost Joe completely because the last time he tried to come in, they through Restream on his phone, he had a hard time when he was at one of the hearings. It kicks him out or whatever, and apparently that happened when he tried to join us. So he needs to just go focus on grabbing some lunch and getting his tail back in that courtroom. We don't want Joe to lose his seat over, you know, trying to get us an update. He'll text us if something good happens. If Lori pulls a Taylor Shabusiness move in there and busts a move, Joe's gonna be like getting that shit out to us instantly. We'll know for the world. He's got Lauren in there, so she's gonna be like, "No, you're not." She'll knock Joe down. I'm joking. This is a joke. I mean, God, I need a banner up for that one. That was a joke, Lauren. That you'd knock Joe down to get the tweet out first. Oh my gosh, sometimes this mouth, I swear. Oh, well, this is a different court feed now, Shorty. We were using court TV, and then Jeff said the audio was better on another streaming platform or whatever station. And now we're looking at Law and Crimes, but no matter what I've done, people still hear it. So I don't know what's going on, making me think is an internet connection that's nothing I can do about. So you know what I do about things like that I can't control? I don't stress about them. I've got enough shit in my head sometimes. I don't need that extra drama. Seriously, guys, I did check everything to make sure because I don't want y'all to have a shitty experience. So I will be investing in a new headset and see if we can't solve some more problems. Can I mute my mic for 2 seconds? Yes, Jeff, I will do that just for you. Count for me, okay? Let me know. Okay, any better, Jeff? I think that was more than 2 seconds, though. Yeah, I'm wearing headphones. I don't hear a buzz, so I haven't heard what everybody's hearing. But I did get sent a screen clip of what they were hearing, and I heard it. That's why I was like, So I got up and double checked the Cat 5 or the Cat 6 wire into the back of the computer. It wasn't pushed in all the way. I guess my cat got back there, so I made sure that it was. I double checked everything else, and everything else is in place and good to go. So that's where we're at, and it shows I got good signal. So we'll have to be a hot mess express today. It is what it is. Listen to myself over YouTube. Why? I've never had a problem before now. I don't even know how to do all that, Joe. What do you mean? Open my YouTube, listen to myself over there? I got enough going on, dude. Don't messing with you. Now, this is the first time that I'm reporting an issue, and everybody, see, it's not everybody. It's not happening for everyone, so I don't know. I wish I could help you. Those of you who are experiencing it, I'm sorry. I don't know what else to tell you. I really don't. Jeff's trying to work on it. He's my tech dude now. He just doesn't know it. I don't know of any braces, Lisa. All I know is about stretches and things of that nature. It depends on you, though, about as far as stretching and all that kind of stuff goes. That pain ain't no fucking joke. My shoulder tells you that. You know what I've had to do? What I've actually done, and I've found some actual really good shit. I went on YouTube, and there's chiropractors, right? And there's a specific area in my shoulder that just never lets up. And some of the things I've learned there actually work. So I've been doing a lot of that lately. Yeah, okay, Butterfly says after I've checked that cable, because I let her, she's the one that sent me that clip where I could hear that noise you guys were hearing. Okay. Uh-oh, what's happening? It went dark. Oh shit, Lori portaled them all. Good Lord. Now what? It's not going to work now. We can't hear. What's going on here?
And that's prosecutor Trina Kay making her case to jurors in Maricopa County, Arizona, as the trial for the conspiracy to murder Charles Vallow is getting underway. Welcome to the Lunch Show here on Law and Crime. I'm Anjanette Levy. Thanks so much for being with us. It's 3:47 here on the East Coast, and of course it's around 12:47 lunchtime out there in Phoenix. And they're on the lunch hour. We'll be taking your questions, so please submit those to us in the YouTube chat, and we'll get to as many of them as we can during this lunch break. This trial, of course, has been years in the making, almost 6 years, and it's finally getting started. It was July of 2019 when Lori's brother, Alex Cox, shot and killed Charles Vallow in Maricopa County and claimed that he did it in self-defense. Alex died months later of natural causes, you may recall, and if you've been following the case, you know how awful this was. Charles tried to get Lori help in the months before he was killed. He thought she had had a mental break. Prosecutors would say that Charles was the first victim in a dark plot hatched by Lori to rid herself of anyone that stood in the way of her marrying Chad Daybell. After Charles was killed, Lori's children, J.J. Vallow and Tylee Ryan, were murdered in September of 2019. And the following month, in October, Chad Daybell's wife, Tammy Daybell, died. Her death was later ruled a homicide after originally being deemed, her death was deemed, she was believed to have died of natural causes. Lori and Chad Daybell married, and they were later charged and convicted of murdering JJ, Tylee, and Tammy Daybell, and Lori is currently serving 3 life sentences. Chad was sentenced to death, and both are appealing. Now, Lori, of course, is back in Arizona to stand trial for the...
I'm on mute. That they're even freaking appealing. But there's been no movement in her appeals case in Idaho in a very long time. That case file is very, very short.
Conspiracy to murder Charles, and she's representing herself. So we are going to get to see her opening statement after the lunch break. But first, I want to bring in Gigi McKelvey, who is on the ground there in Phoenix, Arizona. And with her is Tom Evans. He was a juror on Lori's trial in Boise, Idaho. But first, Gigi, I want to check in with you. And I want to hear what it was like to be in the courtroom as this trial finally gets underway and what the jurors were doing as Trina Kay made her opening statement.
Well, I think that Trina Kay did a great job of keeping it very simple for these jurors who likely don't know much about this case. It's very convoluted, but they were all ears, all eyes on her. I think the way she explained it was very easy to understand, really just focusing on that life insurance policy as the motive, not bringing in too much of the religion. She did mention a couple of things that were said in text between Lori and Alex shortly before Charles was killed. But so far, this jury seemed to be very transfixed with her openings, which I think she did a great job. We're not able to see Lori very well where we are, but she seemed to be focused on the prosecutor as well in her openings. And so after we get finished with lunch break, it will be Lori's turn to get up and do her openings. So we're very interested to see what she's going to say.
And I was wondering, your guest there, Tom Evans, Gigi, Tom, why was it so important to you to make your way to Phoenix for this trial? Obviously, you're really invested. You were a juror on the trial in Idaho.
You're right. I was a juror in Lori's trial, and when that trial was over, I decided to write a book about my experience as a juror. And then a year later, I went to Chad's trial every day of that, and I've written a second book about that trial. And so now I'm working on book 3, and that's why I'm here.
Oh, wow. Really, that's amazing. Now, Gigi, I know you have been covering the case from the very beginning. You're really invested in it, too. What's it like for you to see this case finally come to a head after all of these years? Because Charles was murdered back in 2019. It's been almost 6 years.
Yeah, and Charles was the first of 4 victims in this case, and it's time, you know, to be able to hug Kay Woodcock today and just know that finally her brother.
Uh-oh. Hold on, guys. Maybe they are having issues out here today. Let's see.
Is going to get justice here in Maricopa County. It's a long time coming, and you know what's crazy to think is that they nearly got away with it, Anjanette. It was initially deemed self-defense. Tammy Daybell deemed a natural death. It wasn't until JJ and Tylee went missing that they looked at both of these cases again and realized there's a lot of discrepancies, especially among Tylee Ryan, Alex Cox, and Lori Vallow's statements there in the police station that day. So it was nearly missed, but now, like you say, almost 6 years later, we are here in Maricopa County to seek justice for Charles Vallow, and it is past time.
And Jesse Weber is here with me too, Law and Crime host. Jesse, I'm wondering what you think of this. You've followed these cases from the very beginning as well, and Lori is going to be representing herself. She is representing herself. So we will see her opening statement after lunch. So now we are seeing this trial. Charles, the very first victim in all of this. We're seeing it begin after all of these years. What are your thoughts as we watched Trina Kay give her opening statement? To me, I thought it was pretty compelling.
I thought it was a great opening statement. And look, in terms of, and I'll get through the points that I think were really strong in a second, but look, you know, Lori Vallow representing herself, great idea. Great idea. I can't imagine what's going to go wrong. I mean,
I was wondering if you would think that.
Well, let me put it this way. First of all, any criminal defendant representing themselves is an incredible risk. But when you're dealing with Lori Vallow, who's already facing 3 consecutive life sentences, you wonder what she has to lose. But look, even leading up to this trial, she's already taken a number of losses. She tried to have certain witnesses from the prosecution excluded from trial. Didn't work out. Look, in terms of her defense, I'll get to that in a second, but let me tell you what I thought Prosecutor Trina Kay did very well. Now remember, Lori Vallow isn't charged necessarily with the murder. She's not charged with taking a gun and shooting Charles Vallow. She is charged with conspiracy. So the idea is she had to have an agreement with Alex Cox, her brother, to kill Charles Vallow. And what did we hear during the opening statement? Remember, openings are not evidence. This is a preview of what we can expect the prosecution to lay out. The text messages showing a plan between Lori and Alex, messages where it says, thanks for standing by me. It's all coming to a head this week. I will like Neffy, I am told, and so will you. All this stuff about Charles being possessed, including text messages. That is very consistent with how she was ultimately prosecuted and convicted with respect to the death of her children. Lori allegedly drugging Charles leading up to his death. The $1 million life insurance policy that she didn't realize she wasn't a part of. And let me tell you, what I think was probably the most important text message explained during the course of this opening statement, where Lori allegedly sent a text message to Chad saying, I talked to the insurance company. By the way, this is after the death of Charles Vallow. I talked to the insurance company. He changed it in March. It was probably Ned, meaning this possessed entity, it was probably Ned before we got rid of him. That is a prosecutor's dream to have a text message like this. And obviously, when you look at the scene, the lack of self-defense evidence, shot to Charles's head, speaking to Alex after the killing, waiting to call 911. Really, I think this was a very strong opening statement. And I don't know what to predict from Lori Vallow, but I'll tell you what she should do. I'll tell you what she should do, Anjanette. Do you remember the videos that came out of both Lori and Tylee Ryan being interviewed by police after the death of Charles Vallow, and Tylee Ryan herself saying Charles was, acting like a crazy person. He took the bat from me. He was red in the face. If she focuses on that, I'm not saying it'll be successful, but that is probably where she should go.
Yeah, they talked about Tylee Ryan's police interview in pretrial hearings, and Lori wanted to introduce some of those. She was talking about how Tylee was an unavailable witness. Jesse, can you get this? Like,
I wonder why.
Get where I'm going. Yes, I wonder why she's unavailable, right? So she said she's an unavailable witness, and the prosecutor fired back and said, well, she's unavailable because, you know, the defendant is convicted of murdering her and making her unavailable. So Lori is not going to be able to use those videos. Whether or not the state indeed does is another question. But, you know, I think we will be seeing probably Lori's police interview from the state. So the judge said, go ahead, Jesse.
And I don't mean to interrupt, but I'm just going to tell you, she is not a trained lawyer. She may be told not to say something. There's going to be a short leash. She might say it anyway, and that's going to be in the juror's mind. She may be restricted in what she can say and argue, but does she know the rules of evidence and about what she's not allowed to argue and not? So I'm curious to look at that as well, if she brings up something she's not supposed to.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. And if Trina K tries to throw her off by objecting, if she brings up something she is not allowed to bring up. And another interesting thing, I don't know if you picked up on this, Jesse, but during the opening statement, Trina K did refer to her as Lori Vallow a couple of times. That probably really irks her. She wants to be called Lori Daybell. She does not want to be called Lori Vallow, and I think that that was intentional. We're going to get to some questions now, so I'll throw this first one at you.
Shorty,
is the death penalty on the table, Jesse? This is Chris Mass from YouTube. Is the death penalty on the table in this case?
I don't believe it is, unless I'm mistaken about it. I don't believe it is, which, by the way, I think it would have complicated the case, right? Because you have a situation where if the death penalty is on the table, A, it's tougher to get a jury who, you know, has to look at the evidence, and even in cases where you would think it's a simple solution, a simple decision to say if somebody kills their children, somebody kills their husband, then they should be entitled to the death penalty. Not so easy. Even if you have a death qualified jury who says, you know what, I think I can do it, they may not be able to handle it when it actually comes to that decision, and so that would actually elongate the trial. We know that Lori is not the person that has, Lori has mental health issues, and that would definitely complicate it as well. So if you're looking for a more streamlined case of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, that's the way to go about it. I'm not surprised that the death penalty would not be on the table here.
Yeah, and she faces, you know, she can be eligible for parole after serving 25 years, but she's already serving 3 life sentences in Idaho. So, Gigi, let's bring you back in. We need to get some questions over to you. This is from Stace67. She is asking, I want to know more about the zapper on Lori. And this is the rack belt that the sheriff recommended and that Judge Boreski said Lori must wear in court so she doesn't have visible restraints on. So, what can you tell us about the rack belt, Gigi?
Well, first off, I can tell you with the last pretrial hearing that we had, it was kind of clear Lori did not want to wear the belt. She was pointing out they were going to have armed guards at the exits if she didn't wear it. So I would be nervous, too. It's essentially a wearable taser that goes around your waist, and you have one designated person from the jail, I believe, that has the button that could literally put Lori on the ground. I mean, those things, it's like wearing a taser all the way around your body, and it is a one-push thing. So if she gets out of hand and gets to where that person feels she is a threat to anybody in that courtroom, they can zap her, and down she will go.
Yeah, it's just a simple remote control, and it's around her belt. And really, they could have ordered her to wear the vest, which is even heavier and would probably be more uncomfortable. But they can zap her, and it can be, from what I was reading, up to 50,000 volts. And it's an 8-second zap. I watched a video about it on YouTube. Let's get to another question. Air S from YouTube. This is from Air S is asking us on Law and Crime. I almost misread this, Gigi. Did Chad tell Lori that Charles is Ned? Is there any proof of that, Gigi?
The origins of where the name Ned came from aren't exactly clear. However, we do know back in 2019, maybe late 2018, early 2019, Chad Daybell was conducting Google searches, very specific, Ned Schneider, Louisiana, died 1996. So for me personally, I do feel like Chad Daybell was the one that came up with that name, although this fake evil entity in Charles had 3 different names over the course of all of this, Ned being the first, then Garrett, then finally Iplos. But to me, I think Chad, because you see those Google searches in the documents from the police department where he was searching this very early on after meeting her.
Yeah, it's and we have Charles on body camera, which I'm sure the jury is going to see, and he's saying, basically, she's calling me Ned Snyder, you know, so he's trying to get his wife some help back in January of 2019, and it's all on body camera, it's all there. I think we should take a look now at some of the opening statement from Trina K. We cut up a little bit of this for you, so let's take a look at that, and Gigi will talk about it on the other side.
The Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, and a story of Nephi, a prophet, who was directed by the Holy Spirit to kill Laban, to obtain brass plates and secure the long-term prosperity of Nephi's descendants. Laura used this religion and the story of Nephi as justification to kill Charles Vallow, just like Nephi killed Laban.
So Gigi, Trina K is laying it out there for the jury, this whole religious aspect of this, where Chad and Lori and Alex, I guess, she said they don't have these text messages from that day between Chad and Lori, but Alex and Lori are talking about this and using these religious terms. So this is going to be part of this trial.
Yeah, and I think the prosecutor's going to have to do a very good job of explaining it to these jurors as if they are not members of the LDS faith and have no idea who Nephi and Laban are, which are referenced in these text messages. Because I know for me personally, when I started covering the case, I had to do a lot of Google searches because I had no clue. So I'm not sure how much of the religion, I put that in air quotes, is going to be brought in, because you really can get thick in the weeds with that stuff. It's, even for me, I've covered this case over 5 years, I still can get very confused. I think just enough to give the jurors a little bit of a taste that maybe this was driven by their religious beliefs that they essentially made up themselves would be enough, but to go too deep into it, I think would be a risk of losing that jury very quickly. Mm-hmm. And so I think Gigi, Tom can probably attest to that, because that was part of, yeah.
Oh, well, let's
dovetail
that over into Tom. Why don't you address that really quickly?
Yeah, I think if they make this case too complicated, they're going to lose the jury. This case goes so deep, there's so many layers to it, and I don't think it's necessary in this case for killing Charles. I think it was necessary in Idaho when they were trying to prosecute her for the murder of JJ and Tylee, but not as much here. I think keeping it simple, keeping to the facts as they relate to Charles.
Well, we will see. She brought up a little bit of it in opening, so we'll see if she gets, how deep she gets into it once she gets into the evidence. Jesse, I'm going to go back to you now. This is from Hot Mess Mom TV from YouTube. I love that name. All of us moms, I think, can relate to that a little bit. Is the state able to bring up Lori's other convictions, or is that inadmissible?
So a couple of things. First of all, let me go back to the death penalty question. One thing I wanted to add to that, my understanding is in Arizona, conspiracy to commit murder wouldn't make somebody even eligible for the death penalty. It would have to be a first-degree murder charge, so just put a little clarity on that. Typically, no. Now, having said that, typically you're talking about the idea of bringing in other convictions. Typically, no would be inadmissible. You can make the argument that would be highly prejudicial. Now, here's the problem. What happens if Lori Vallow Daybell decides to take the stand? Then she can open up the door to those other convictions coming in. If she brings up things about, Tylee, or she brings things up about JJ, or she brings up the fact about her prior criminal history, if that should come in, then that can come in, and that would be highly problematic. Now, I also agree that from a prosecutorial point of view, while it might help the idea of telling this story, It could complicate it. Those deaths occurred after the death of Charles Vallow. I think there was a difference between bringing in a little bit about Charles Vallow in the trials with respect to the kids, since that happened before and you're establishing a pattern in a way. I agree that if you put that in, that opens up a whole other section of commentary. It's a whole other case. It will elongate this trial when arguably, if you just take what the prosecutor laid out in the opening statement, they have enough, if they can prove all that, they have enough to essentially prove conspiracy to commit murder of Charles Vallow. They don't need everything else about JJ and Tylee, in my opinion.
Yeah, I would agree with you 100%, but it will, she's going to have to be very careful that she doesn't open the door to all of that. And she's already kind of demonstrated during some of these pretrial hearings that she can be a little bit of a loose cannon. So we'll see. I mean, and she wants to testify. She's kind of made that clear. Jesse, this is kind of a hard one. This is a kind of a hard question. I'm just prefacing my question with this. This comes from Margie from YouTube. She's asking, will she serve time in Arizona if found guilty, or will she go back to Idaho? So would she go back to Idaho to do the 3 life sentences, or would she stay in Arizona if she's convicted of Charles's case, and then later the Brandon Boudreaux case, let's say she's convicted on that. Would she stay in Arizona and do that time first, or go back to Idaho?
Well, it's difficult to say in terms of if she's convicted and what the sentence would be. Would she have to serve out a shorter sentence before going back to Idaho? Usually there's a conversation between Arizona authorities and Idaho authorities. But, you know, from a practical reality, if she's convicted here, we are still talking about the fact that she would be serving, you know, life in prison. And it's interesting because when you think about it, it's very similar to the Harvey Weinstein case, right? You know, Harvey Weinstein, I'll give everybody a recent example, right? He was convicted in New York, although we know that conviction was overturned, and he was ultimately convicted out in LA, but he was serving the time in New York. So she wouldn't be the first person who faces trial on criminal charges in multiple jurisdictions, but it does become a question from a practical point of view about where she would serve that time.
Yeah, it's interesting to know. It's kind of, maybe they'd say, well, who wants her? Who wants to keep her? You know, maybe it would be that simple. Who knows? We're going to go back to Tom for this one. This is a question for you, Tom Evans, from Brittany. I think it's a really good one for you. Do you think the jurors, when you were in the courtroom, do you think they were confused at all? Brittany asks, I know the full...
Y'all want to go back and finish watching Alex Cox's interview with the police? You think they will? Yeah. Yeah, because I figured they would send her back to Idaho since she's got 3 life sentences there already. But I don't know, you know, how they'll play out. How will they work that out, right? Oh, yeah, I've been doing some document dives myself there, Dolphin. You getting them downloaded? Yes, I will be broadcasting the hearing or streaming the hearing. Should be, 2 days, 9th and 10th. They're going to be in the morning. Lori's trial stuff's in the afternoon, so I should be okay with that. We're on a half-hour delay with Lori anyway. So I think
it's not as big of a train wreck so far.
That's the plan right now anyway, to stream both, one behind the other, I guess. So if you're available on those days, Dolphin, if you would like to join me. Right? I've been doing that too. Naming them exactly. Like, this shit's got to get better organized. You go, girl. Dolphin's got it all down for us, guys. She can pull that shit up in an instant now. Good, because there's just a couple of particular documents I need to find quickly. I want to find that famous Friday filing. You know, the first time we heard that knife with sheath was planted. I want that document. I can't never recall which one it was in. And it was such a long time ago. I'm like, do I seriously got to go through every one of these till I find that thing again? Even with a search, I couldn't. Oh, look at her. She's going. That's awesome.
Is she going to go?
I don't want to play their whole thing and then get pissed about it. So what I'm going to do is bring Alex's police interview back up that he did right after he shot and killed Charles. And I'll keep an eye on the feed as well while we're watching this so that we can get right back to it. Carol, thank you so much. Lemon character moving in excitement. Oh my God, what? There it goes. It wouldn't show up. That is so cool. Thank you so much. Thank you for supporting the channel, and thank you for being here. We are always happy to have you here and being a part of the conversation, right? It's not called Crime and Coffee Conversation for no reason. I would call it salty talking if it was just about that. It's not. I love to listen to what you guys have to say and yeah, have a conversation with you guys. It's always a good time. All right, so let's bring Alex back up and finish watching that little and then I'll pull my other screen out so I can keep an eye on the trial. So we go back now, we're going to be listening to the defense opening statements, right? So that means Lori Vallow.
Like Full Metal Jacket,
yeah.
Target shooting, okay.
Yeah.
So you fire a couple times.
Yeah.
You don't know where they're at.
They're gone.
They're gone. What happened right after that?
Right after that, I went to the kitchen and rinsed my hands off because I had blood on the back of my head. And then I went back into the room and put the gun down and grabbed my phone. And then went back into the kitchen and called 911. Okay.
And then, did you see your sister and Tylee again? Did they come back in or not?
Not till they drove up.
Okay. Then they drove up here?
Yeah.
Okay.
When they drove up outside.
Gotcha. What's going on with Charles and Lori? I mean, does he live there?
No.
Okay. So where's he living now?
He lives in Houston.
Okay. For work, or are they separated, or?
Separated and for work.
Okay. So both. How long have they been
split
separated?
Up, January.
Okay. So 6 months or so, 6, 7 months?
Yeah. He's had some pretty erratic behavior since that split up.
Okay.
He came and threatened me and Tylee at my house in February or March or whatever.
Okay.
And there was a little confrontation out front, mostly between Tylee and Charles.
Were the police involved in that one?
No.
Okay.
I was just supervising to make sure that he didn't hurt her.
Okay. So, was he working out of state before January? Or?
He always has worked out of state.
Okay, so he always works out of state. What's he do for a living?
He does annuities.
Okay. So, what was he in town for today? Does he come into town often, or?
Occasionally to see JJ.
Okay. Is he JJ and Tylee's dad?
He's JJ's dad. Well, actually, he's Charles's nephew. He's his niece's kid.
JJ is?
Yeah.
Okay.
And she was a meth addict, and they adopted JJ.
Okay. So they adopted JJ, yeah. But Tylee is not?
Not his.
Okay.
So he would be a stepdad, I guess.
Okay, so stepdad. When's the last time he's been in town, or when's the last time you've seen him?
Last time I saw him was at my house in February, March.
Okay. Was he here last night? Did you guys have any interactions with last night?
No.
Is there any history of domestic violence between Lori and Charles?
Not physically that I know of.
Okay. So, how old is Charles?
60, maybe. I don't know.
Okay. How old's your sister?
44 or 5.
Okay.
Is it sad that I don't know?
I have to do the math every time, so you don't worry about it.
It's hard enough remembering my own age.
Right. Each birthday, you're like, that didn't happen.
After 45, who cares?
Is there anything else that you could think of that I didn't ask about that I need to know right now?
I can't think of anything.
Okay. Did Lori ever say, like in the last couple of days, that Charles was coming to town?
Yeah, she said he was coming to pick up JJ.
Okay. So you guys were expecting him to show up today?
Yeah.
Okay. So you knew, okay. It wasn't like he just showed up unexpectedly?
No, it wasn't a surprise or anything like that.
But you don't know what they were arguing or fighting about?
His behavior was a surprise, but him showing up was not a surprise.
Okay. Let me just walk you through my understanding of it to make sure that I'm accurate. You were in your room.
Yeah.
Had you even gotten up and like been out of your room this morning?
Yeah, brushed my teeth.
Okay. So you're in your room, you hear...
I'm just on the phone, and then I just hear them coming around the hall quick.
Had you seen Charles before, or like that morning?
No.
Okay, so you hear them arguing.
Yeah.
And
first time I see him is at the doorway.
At your doorway.
And I shove him back.
So Lori comes into your room.
Yep.
You're in your room.
Yep.
You get up at the doorway and basically get between him and Lori.
Yep.
You push Charles back.
Yep.
He probably fell down to the ground or did fall to the ground.
He stumbled back.
Okay. So he stumbles back. He comes right back up, and he's talking past you, still yelling at Lori.
Yes.
But you don't know what he was yelling at.
I don't remember.
Okay. So at some point in time, Charles backs up. Lori comes out, and they both go around you and towards the living room.
Yes.
Tylee comes out of her room with a bat.
Yeah.
And basically, they've made their way into the living room.
Yes.
So Tylee pokes her dad in the back.
In the front, in the chest.
Front. Okay, so she's come around this way.
Yeah.
Okay, so she's come around.
So this is Tylee, and that's Charles.
Okay, so she pokes him in the bat, or in the chest with the bat.
Yeah.
You know how many times about, or
just once, and just once. Grab the bat.
So he grabs the bat, and takes it away. You come towards him.
Yeah.
And then what happened right after that?
He shoved me and spun me around.
Okay.
And then cracked me in the back of the head.
Cracked you in the back of the head. He hit you one time?
Yeah.
Okay. So you go back to your room.
I stumbled forward, and then I went back in there.
Did you fall to the ground when you got hit with the bat?
No, just my head bounced.
Okay. So you go back to your room.
Yeah.
Get the gun.
Yeah.
Come back to the living room.
Yeah.
Now, Tylee and Lori are gone.
Yep.
And
it's just me and Charles in the living room.
Okay. And Charles, what's he doing again?
He's got the bat.
Okay.
And he's looking at me, and he's going. And I told him that I said, Charles, put that bat down. And he goes, what are you gonna do about it?
How were you holding the gun when that happened? Okay, so you pointed it at him.
Yeah.
You tell him, Charles, put the gun down,
Yeah.
or put the bat down.
Mm-hmm.
And what did he say?
He's like, what are you gonna do about it?
Okay.
And then comes at me.
Okay. And then you fire a couple times.
Yeah.
But you're not sure how many. You know it was more than one.
I'm pretty sure it was two.
Two? Okay, 2 shots. Where were you aiming on his body?
Just center.
Okay, so you're pretty sure 2 shots center mass.
Yeah.
He falls to the ground. You don't see Lori or Tylee anymore.
Correct.
You go to the kitchen, grab a rag for your head.
Yeah, toss some paper towels and wash my hands off.
And then go back to your room, put the gun down,
Yeah.
grab your phone,
Yeah.
come back to the kitchen and call in.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then they walked me through. I tried to do CPR.
Okay. Anything else that you can think of that I need to know, or that's important to this?
That's all there is.
Okay. Trying to think if there's anything else that I need to know. I'm going to get a tech out here to take some photographs of you if you're okay with that.
That's fine.
So if you want to hang tight for me, you need the restroom or anything?
I'm good.
Okay. All right, hang tight for me. I'll be right back. I'm going to go have somebody take some photographs of your head.
Yep.
I'll put this back in there. All right, I'll be right back.
Thanks.
Yes, Jeff, indeed. Of course, that happens session hasn't even ended. Oh. Stuff. Talks about that indicted, left-handed and everything, and the way he allegedly hit him in the back of the head, was magically spun around. Could have been knocked out, right? Oh, knocked out. And we're probably strings for like destroying long times. think it's a form of torture. Too, like if you watch these interviews and things, they always stay there forever. Y'all see footage from this shit while they're in there. Was that one chick who was in the area, so was there standing on her head? Was that kind of rude? Was that a girl? Curl up, go to sleep, that stuff. Just like, yes. You know, how do you tell on families who have been weird? They didn't really have to hear those details like that in other trials, right? Because those were about entirely changing this was about Charles. So it's part of just anxiety. That is know that they're going to hear details they know, but you haven't heard this way yet. So this whole suspense. Now I'm breaking up now. Okay, let's try this. Hold on. Yeah, I think the court's back. No, they're still okay. So as I breaking up, guys, for real. Here, let me just do nothing. Let's not watch anything right this second. I'll just keep an eye on the feed. Maybe it was because I've got too much open at one time, or the YouTube shit open like I had it open. Because it seems to have been affecting it. Yeah, they're not quite back yet. Hold on. You guys can't hear me? Okay, can you hear me right now talking with the video off? I think because I had two windows open, playing one video while watching another one and refreshing, that might have been a problem. So I took down the interrogation, or whatever you want to call it, interview, to see if that helps. Otherwise, we have to sit here and chit chat and watch a little bit of Law and Crime. I just don't want them to. I don't think they'll get pissed that we're watching a little bit of their shit, but we'll stop and talk about it. Yes, you can hear me. You break up and go quiet when you're talking over the. Okay, maybe because I shouldn't be talking over the video to start with, right? How rude. It's better if I just stop it. When the video is off, y'all hear me just fine. Okay. Well, sorry about that. Talking over the video is kind of annoying, isn't it? Then you can't hear me and you can't hear the video, and it's like, what the hell, lady? What are you doing? Okay. So let me grab one of these and make sure that they're not. Nope. No, not back yet. Okay, so let me pause this. We'll try it again, and I will not speak over it, and then we'll see if that solves the problem. If not, it's having the two open at the same time. Okay, I think this is right when they come in to start photographing him right after because it didn't save our spot, so I had to fast forward through it. Okay, I'm going to mute out and we'll play it.
All right, and then if you
You know
could
what's sad when you're posing for photographs and you don't have a good side?
put your hands like this. Okay, lowering just a little bit, so you're tilted down more.
Okay.
So you're like this, tilt.
Oh, hands
okay.
tilted.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you can stand up
All
straight.
right.
There you go.
Turns out we can move the camera around.
Okay, and then palms up. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to swab your hands right now,
Sure.
just so that
Yeah.
I'm not manipulating so much.
And then, yeah, as soon as she's all done here, I'll get you into, next we'll take some pictures of each of your injuries. We'll check your back out, and I'll let you go use the restroom, and I'll get you a new water. Or do you want soda or anything?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
Water would be good after, but
okay.
Not before.
Face mask, do you?
What's that?
Do you have a face mask?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. I am a full service shop.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
That's either PPE or she's Chinese.
Maybe I'm feeling sick. I don't want to get sick.
Knowing her, I'm going to go with sick.
You never know. We all have a little piece of everything in us, right?
No, around here we come in contact with so many different people, and then everyone's got kids.
Yes.
And then next thing you know, one person's sick, and it could be the middle of summer when there's nothing going around, and within a week, everyone's sick.
Yeah.
This is more just so I don't have my DNA on your
Very good.
swabs. I just don't need to have that mixed in there.
I miss the old days when I wasn't in the office. I was out in the field. Then I knew that I only had to deal with the people I was coming in contact with, not all this going on. Is that your house down there?
No, I live in St. Valley.
Oh, okay.
No, it's my sister's house.
Oh, okay. I was like, that's a pretty nice neighborhood. I've never been in that neighborhood ever before.
It's a maze, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. I had to sit forever to try to get a code to get inside.
I took Google Maps and I'm like, you're still not taking me where I need to go.
Everything south of Queen Creek is like that down there. When they built all those neighborhoods in the early 2000s, it was more aesthetically pleasing if it was circular and the roads didn't go straight.
Meandered and nobody could get in or out.
Yeah.
Without a Sherpa.
I grew up in the North Valley where everything's straight lines, but not down there. You can put your that on.
Okay.
Done with that one. Relax it.
Okay, do it like this. This way.
How far out in St. Ann are you?
Combs and Ironwood.
Okay. Yeah.
Gary, you haven't missed much, hun. We got through opening statements, and they are on a break, so we have not even heard Lori's or the defense opening statements yet, aka Lori. So we're just waiting on that feed to start back up so we can start watching the trial again. In the meantime, we are reviewing the minutes after Cox shot Charles Vallow. He was at the police station giving his statement and getting, fingerprinted and photographed and tested for gunshot residue and all the. I'm assuming that she did that, I would think. But anyway, we'll see. That's where we're at right now. So you haven't missed a whole lot.
They finally finished Combs and Riggs. It connects.
Oh, wow, about time.
15 years too late.
Yeah.
They shut down Rittenhouse for a month to do that exchange of Combs and Rittenhouse.
Uh-huh.
Where it's a stupid one lane left turn.
Yeah, if you want to go up to the pork shop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they shut that down for a month to do this
redo on this road.
Yeah, I hope the baby feels better with the strep throat. My goodness, you know what? That goes around here sometimes. Like when one kid gets it, they all get it. And it's like, what is going on with all that? So hopefully she feels better. Miss Shorty, 6:30 in the morning where she's at, guys. She's so in the future. I love it. All right, you have a blessed day. Be safe out there doing your grind, girlfriend. And thanks for listening. Yeah, we'll look forward to hearing from you when we can. All right, guys, they still haven't brought court back up yet, the feed. They are just reviewing some stuff there, and I don't want to play their stuff for too terribly long, and they're like, you're like literally rebroadcasting their actual live, and that's kind of not cool. So that's why we're just taking a look at this. Okay.
Of course, the one area where most of the like tourist traffic for over on there is the worst traffic.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, we shut that down. And
Federal Drake, Adam Young, Robert, 7765.
that's Pinal County, right?
I think so.
Yeah, that would explain it.
Okay, I'm going to do a swab of the inside of your cheek. It's just to get your own DNA that way. Okay, so you'll just open your mouth. I'm going to take the swabs, rub it on the inside on both sides.
Sure.
Okay. All right. All right, and we finish with your photographs then.
Sure.
So the inside of this hand, there's no injury, right? That's
Right.
just dried blood?
Yeah, that's Charles's.
So that's new. Okay, so if you could just put your arm like this.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know what that one's from?
This?
This one?
When we scuffled.
Okay.
I'm assuming.
Okay, let's put it back.
Mm-hmm.
This way. Is that just an old scar?
Yeah.
Okay.
You hold that? Okay.
Isn't that his desk? Go back to the see something.
Yeah, and no injuries on the top of your hands at all, right? Okay. Nothing else hurts on your arms?
Nope.
So the only other thing is the back of your head? Okay.
Lisa, you'd think them prosecutors in Idaho would know to be careful, right? But is it them or is it the FBI? I have my suspicions, girl. We should talk. Oh, Lord, every time. It's like, why?
Does it hurt only on this side or on this side too?
No, just on the
Just
this
where
right
that
there.
actual
Yeah.
cut is. Okay.
Yeah, it's just pebbles, and I got those ugly red moles.
Okay. I just wanted to
Looks like
make
it's
sure
a
that
little-
wasn't another mark.
I don't know. I can't see the back of my head, so I'm sure it's not pretty.
No, actually, your haircut's pretty decent.
Except that.
Well, except you still take it. Except for the lump there. Man, that was fancy.
Mm-hmm.
It helps when someone's taller, you try to get more level to where they're at.
Yeah.
everybody uses this.
All right, Pokemon, thank you, because I wasn't paying attention to the Twitter feed at the moment. Because we all know we're on that delay, so Joe's already back in the courtroom with them. 23 minutes ago, he posted juror number 3 has been excused, day 1, and we have already lost alternate. So that was an alternate juror. It was not. It was already known to be an alternate, or whatever, I guess. Okay. Then 2 minutes ago, Lori's opening statements began promptly at 1:30. Do we want to know more, guys? Do we want to live in the future a little bit? Live dangerously like Miss Shorty? Should we do it? Okay. Key point she makes is the Charles pitched left-handed but batted right-handed. Aw, smack, Lori. On a separate claim from Lori, 4 minutes, and we have a hearsay objection from the state. Okay, that's all he said. So that was a brief update from Joe. She's already made herself an argument that, okay, and then she's got an objection to the hearsay rule. So let me pull that down and pull the court feed back up so we can make sure we rejoin when they. Thank you, Pokemon, for letting me know. I had it pulled up on my phone for most of the stream, and then I ended up doing something else with it. Oh, that's right, we were texting. I never went back to his Twitter feed. Okay, let's see. Let me check the feed. Nope, they're not doing anything yet. Okay, so we'll let Alex play a little bit longer. Thank you guys for being here. You're on that 30-minute delay. He was posting 23 minutes ago from the courtroom, so he's been there nearly a half hour, right? So they should be coming back to court soon.
I've never seen it used before.
I do it all the time.
No, it's fantastic.
Yeah.
Step stool?
No.
Oh.
I have a viewer on my camera, so I can
Oh, nice.
hold the camera.
Yeah.
I was just saying, I've never seen this.
I've got the adjustable LCD on my Sony.
Okay.
They're really nice.
So she's getting some good photos of his head injury, where he was smacked with that bat.
Yeah, it makes you be able to see different angles without having to.
Yeah, you can shoot crazy angles and still see what you're doing. You don't have to have your eye behind the camera. It's really nice.
All right, I'm gonna have you sit just so I can do a couple more.
Okay.
That one is what the other one's being shake it a little bit because it's heavy to hold this.
Especially when you're holding up at an angle like that.
You'll be excited when they switch to the new mirrorless. Those things are light.
My wife has one of those.
I love that thing. I just got one about 6 months ago.
You said the Sony?
Yeah, the A7 III.
I think she has the A6 something.
Nice. That's 600?
Yeah, I think that's
6,000. I think
it's one. She doesn't let me use it.
Let me get this shirt.
Sure.
I just know what it costs.
Yeah. I own this one at home, and this is an expensive camera.
Well, yeah, but you also use it commercially too.
What
Oops, hold on, guys, because they have took down the law and crime sitting there doing their thing, and they're back at the courtroom, but they haven't started yet. They're getting ready to. So KSL is actually already in the courtroom feeding, but they're not. Let's pull them up. But it hasn't started yet. Of course, their mic's not on, so it's like a still picture. It's not even played. Like, that's not even moving. Okay. That's Lori sitting there, getting herself a talking to. Before we ever get going, girlfriend. Yeah, Joe said there was an objection based on hearsay. So we will see. What happens here when they get going. Well, they're just taking their time, aren't they? I was like, what the hell? Oh, they went back to a. They got tired of waiting. What's going on here? That's a replay of what happened a moment ago. This is the Law and Crime feed. And Court TV. Fabulous for us. No, sorry. So what do you guys think? We should do a poll. We took a poll on opening statements. Do we think Lori's going to be successful? Is not the word. What is the word, guys? What would we use? Or you think they're going to be dumb as hell? Or do you think she'll have at least one decent kind of argument? Can you make it land though, Lori? That's, the whole thing. Yeah, I just read from Joe's post. Let's see what it say. Let me pull up my phone real quick so I don't need to open another thing on the computer. Oh, where'd it go? So 10 minutes ago, he said Lori's opening statement began promptly at 1:30, and it's almost 4 my time now. And okay, sorry. Okay, key point she makes is that Charles pitched left-handed but batted right-handed. On a separate claim from Lori, 4 minutes in, I guess 4 minutes in, we have a hearsay objection from the state. So sounds like he's saying 4 minutes into her opener, she got an objection from the state. And then 2 minutes ago, Lori begins crying while telling the story about what happened on July 11th, 2019. She keeps repeating, the evidence will show her side of the story. Oh, Lord, she is literally the only person still alive that was in the house that day. I wonder what evidence she has. Her testimony, ? Those were Joe's questions. Yeah. Thank you, Joe, for your update. I know you can't hear us right now because you're over there in the future. When he comes back to the past, he'll be back in the past tonight when he goes live. Guys, make sure you turn on your notifications for Joe so we can keep up with that tonight. Get your notifications. I think he's got it scheduled up. Let's see, what time's he going live tonight? What time's he going? He's going to be with Trial TV, I believe is correct. They're going to recap today and give their take on it. So let's see. Yeah, coming up. Let's see. 8 p.m. would be Central Time. I'm on Central Time, guys. So y'all figure out your own time zone. No, I'm kidding. So kind of am and kind of not. 8 p.m. Central, 9 Eastern. I do know that for sure. So we'll look forward to that tonight. I'll relax in my bed. You know what I'm saying? By that time of night, I'll be like, I'm going to relax, chill out with my friends, and get the recap on the day and talk shit about this woman. It's crazy. It's getting quite the experience, right? To be sitting there in real time watching her act, you know? It's crazy. There we go. My mods are excellent people. I love them. Forrest, thank you very much. That would be 6 Pacific and 8 Central. Appreciate that. Right? Because they're 2 hours. I should remember that, right? They're only 2 hours behind me. So I should remember that shit. Right, Butterfly? I think you were the only friend I had in my internet world that had the same time zone as me. Firefly and Dolphin are both an hour ahead, so that's not too bad for the three of us. It jives. Joe is, I don't even know what Joe's time zone is anymore. He's in Arizona where they do things differently, so I couldn't tell you. I know Miss Shorty's in the future. It's what is today? I know my calendar's broken. Monday here. Miss Shorty's living in Tuesday. I freaking love that. Yeah, we need holy water, we need smudge, we need good cleansing crystals, we need, I'm not a drinker, but maybe a shot or two. I don't know. I got gummies. So, whatever your vice may be, guys, it's gonna be a trip to see her in action. If she gets super frustrated, right? How will she react? What kind of Lori will we get? Is the world going to see that narcissistic woman that she didn't want the world to see during her Idaho trial when she fought to keep those cameras out and got her way when she shouldn't have? But she, that's whatever. At least we got the audio. And here she didn't get her way because they shouldn't keep cameras out of the courtrooms. It was a disaster in Delphi. It caused a lot of. That was already a bad enough case, and we needed to see that evidence. I'm one of those people that needed to see that evidence, and guess what? I didn't get to. We don't even get to see the damn exhibits, and the case is over and done. Shut. Man's gone 130 years. Why can't we get exhibits? Nothing. Crickets. Is it balls of brass or is it something else, Lisa? You know what I'm saying? Or a mixture of both, maybe? Right. Confidence is through the roof. Yeah, it really is. Except for when she gets tripped up a little bit. You see a different little bit of a soft, not so in your face kind of Lori. And I've noticed that about her. Over the last couple days, or weeks, I should say, given those interviews, having those court hearings that we've seen recently. Because they would, like I said, during Idaho trial, she never spoke a damn word until it was all said and done and it was time for sentencing. Then she said a whole mouthful of sentencing. Crock of shit. But she said it. And then she's not talked at all until we see this Keith Morrison interview pop off. And then the one from the other night that everybody got struck for trying to play and share and commentate on. But anyway, yeah. But just from that stuff and just seeing the hearings that we've seen of her lately, just when she seems to lose that confidence a little bit, it's you can see it. No, Miss Shorty, Joe gave us an update via Twitter. Did you hear me read that update? I'll read it again for you if you didn't hear us. Interesting. Let's see. So Lori's opening statements began promptly at 1:30. Her key point that she made was Charles pitched left-handed, but he batted right-handed. I was like, okay, Lori. So then he said that, and 9 minutes ago is when this was posted, that Lori began to cry while telling the story about what happened on July 11, 2019. Of course, that was the day that Charles was shot. And she kept repeating, the evidence will show her side of the story. So that is what we know, and they have not come back yet. They should be back anytime. And then we'll all get to see Lori in real time, right? 50 Shades of Evil. Yeah, them narcissists have their way of gaslighting the world, don't they? And they're never wrong, and you're crazy for thinking that they could be wrong. Come on now. Uh-oh. Oh, snap, Forrest. What did Forrest snap about? What you got, Forrest? What did I miss? Hearsay objection, right? Hearsay objection. We're not gonna take it. We can see if they could, let me see here. What's going on with this? Who's broadcasting what? What does a long crime? They quit talking. They're just sitting there staring at the wall. KLS is doing the same thing, and Court TV is looking at a thumbnail. And you guys just get to look at whatever I'm looking at and talk to me. Or listen to me talk. It's kind of weird. We get to middle, we can play that video some more, but it's kind of boring now. We know what they did. He gave his statement. They took some pictures, and yeah, they let that shit go for a hot minute when they shouldn't have. It's crazy. It's crazy talk, I tell you guys. Let me pull up something here. Oh, don't do that. There we go. Do it that way. This will work better for me. Let me get in here and do this. Okay. Now that I'm in here, I can see you got 88% of you said, wait, come back, I wasn't finished reading. So 88% of you feel like the prosecution had good opening statements, and 12% said no. Okay, I can see both sides of that. She could have been a little more, get closer to the mic and drive it home. You know what I'm saying? Be a little bit more aggressive. Maybe I like aggressive attorneys. I don't know why, from both sides. If you come off as kind of weak, it's kind of, I'll tell you one thing that concerned me with Casey Anthony's case right away. Damn prosecutor. When he got up there, I instantly did not have faith in this dude. I don't know why. It wasn't because he was telling lies or anything like that. It's just I didn't feel like he was able to bring it the way he should have or needed to. I don't know. Hard to explain. You had to watch all that entire coverage in the trial, I guess, to get it. But I had problems, and he came out later and said that he wished he had done a lot of things different. I'm like, I bet you do. I bet you do. Well, 88% agree. Okay. We'll have to do one after Lori's, right? We'll see if we can, if any of us thought hers were any damn good. Okay. Thank y'all for participating in the poll. There's your results on that. It shows up the results like that. Awesome. Can you guys see them? I give up. I plead guilty. Forget it. I'm done. Should be allowed at that point. She needs to like sign a confession though, make it formal. We don't need her to come back on no damn technicalities for ineffective. You know, can she get her own self for ineffective counsel? Oh my God. Could you imagine? Judge, I'm going to appeal for ineffective counsel. But ma'am, you were your own counsel. Well, I know that, but you guys allowed me to be. Bitch, we didn't find you crazy. All right, let me get back to that. Hang on, let me check the feed. Just to double check. I wanted to refresh it, so I popped out of it for a moment. Nope. They're still looking at the seal, the Great Seal of the state of Arizona. Okay. Oh. Sorry guys, I'm messing with too many things at one time. It's crazy. Okay. Here we go. Now I'm doing what I needed to do or wanted to do. There we go. True Crime Yaya, Spinster, Noel, Just Amber, Lori, Facts Not Feelings. Yay. So I gifted 5 memberships to you guys. Enjoy. Welcome aboard. Welcome to Lead Investigators. I thank you guys for watching. I appreciate it. All right, come up. Court's coming back up, guys. Uh-oh. Make sure this is the right feed feeding us. Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I have been charged with a crime, a serious crime. And the only question here is, did I commit this crime? Conspiracy. Conspiracy is an agreement between 2 or more people to commit a crime. Okay, so you see, okay. There has to be an agreement. There has to be a plan. The evidence in this case will show that Charles Vallow and I got married in February 2006. It will show that it was my 4th marriage and Charles' 3rd marriage. At that time, we each had 2 children. I had Colby, who was 9, and Tylee, who was 3. Charles had Cole, who was also 9, and Zach, who was 7. The evidence will show that our family moved from Austin, Texas to Chandler, Arizona in 2009. The evidence will show that Charles and I adopted our great-nephew, JJ, who was born in 2012. It will also show that Charles and I were married for over 13 years and were raising 5 children. The evidence will show that I was a licensed cosmetologist and worked as a hairstylist for 20 years while we lived in Austin, Texas. The evidence will show that Charles was a licensed life insurance salesman and worked as an independent contractor, selling life insurance policies and annuities, and owned his own business. The evidence will show that Charles and I purchased life insurance policies early in our marriage, and Charles had them issued to the maximum amount possible to each of us. The evidence will show that Charles was 17 years older than me, and that because of Charles' age and an issue that he had with high blood pressure, the maximum amount of life insurance that could be approved for Charles was $1 million. The maximum amount of life insurance that I could be approved for because of my age and my health was $2 million. The evidence will show that throughout our 13-year marriage that we always had life insurance policies. When a 10-year policy lapsed, Charles would shop for another company who would approve us for the maximum amount of life insurance. The evidence will show that this was Charles' job. This is what he did. I helped him in this business, and this is what he did. The evidence will show that in 2016, Charles repurchased a new $2 million life insurance policy on me, and he was the sole beneficiary. The evidence will show that Charles and I had a happy marriage for 13 years. that he was, in fact, a baseball player, and that he played high school, college ball, and AAA ball, and that he was, in fact, a left-handed pitcher, a southpaw, they call him, but he was a right-handed batter, as could be attested to by anybody who knew Charles well and his high school baseball coach, Greg Davis. The evidence will show that Tylee was, and in 2014, our family moved from Chandler, Arizona to Kauai, Hawaii. We lived there for 3.5 years and returned to Chandler in 2017. The evidence will show that Tylee was 3 years old when Charles and I got married, and that when she became a teenager, the relationship between Tylee and her stepfather, Charles, became so difficult that Tylee and Charles had to seek a therapist, a family therapist, to stop them from fighting. The evidence will show that together, Charles and Tylee met with this therapist after we moved back to the mainland in 2017. The evidence will show that in April of 2018, Tylee's biological father passed away from a heart attack. And at that time, Charles called Social Security and made an appointment at the Social Security office.
I'm going to object to hearsay.
Sustain.
Now,
it will show that we did get Social Security for Tylee for her deceased father until she was 18 years old, and she was 15 years old at the time. The evidence will show that Charles and Tylee's fighting increased greatly in January of 2019 when Charles and I temporarily separated. The evidence will show that several people witnessed these terrible arguments between Tylee and Charles that increased to physical in 2019. Charles and Tylee had major increasing arguments, 2 in February of 2019, 1 of March in 2019, which was captured on video, 1 in May of 2019, 1 in June of 2019, and then the worst of all in July 2019. The evidence will show that in March of 2019, Charles pulled JJ out of his special school and moved him to Houston, Texas, while we were temporarily separated. Tylee and I then joined Charles and JJ in Texas in April 2019 to reconcile. The evidence will show that JJ was diagnosed with severe autism when he was 3 years old while we lived in Hawaii. The evidence will show that for 2 years, JJ was attending a school in Gilbert, Arizona, a special school for children with autism. It's called Lauren's Life Academy. The evidence will show that in June of 2019, in JJ's best interest, Tylee, JJ, and I moved back to Chandler, Arizona to re-enroll JJ back in Lauren's Life Academy since he had a difficult time with the Houston, Texas schools with no services for his autism. The evidence will show that Charles and I agreed it was in JJ's best interest to be in school where more services were available to him, so Charles and I rented a house here in Chandler. On the day in question, July 11th, 2019, Charles and I were renting 2 houses, one in Houston, Texas, where he mainly resided, and one in Chandler, Arizona, where I resided with our 2 minor children, Tylee and JJ. By this time, our 3 older boys, Colby, Cole, and Zach, were adults and not living at home any longer. The evidence will show that during the months of June and July, that my husband, Charles Vallow, began to send me threatening text messages. These messages were seen by my sister Summer, and that worried her. The evidence will show that Charles insisted on flying into Phoenix on July 10th. As we've heard from the state. The evidence will show that I advised Charles that he could not stay with us at the Chandler house because he could not get along with Tylee, and I did not want them to get into another fight like they had 3 weeks prior. The evidence will show that it was ultimately decided between Charles and I on text messages that he would stay in a hotel because he traveled for business all the time and stayed in hotels all the time, and that I would book it for him since I worked for him and booked all of his travel. The evidence will show that Charles did, in fact, fly into Phoenix on Wednesday, July 10th, and stayed in the hotel that I booked for him. The evidence will show that Charles paid to fly my brother Adam Cox into Phoenix from Kansas on the same day, Wednesday, July 10th, 2019. The evidence will show that Charles planned to come to our Chandler home and pick up JJ and drive him to school on Thursday morning, July 11th, 2019. The evidence will also show you that Lauren's Life Academy opens its gates at 8:25 a.m. in the morning. And the evidence will show that Charles showed up at our Chandler residence around 7:30 in the rental car I booked for him on the morning of Thursday, July 11th, 2019. The evidence will show that Charles began texting with my brother, Adam Cox, before he entered our residence, and that Charles and Adam were discussing in their text communications that my other brother, Alex Cox, was at the residence. The evidence will show that on the morning of July 11th, that Tylee was asleep in her room and my brother Alex was asleep in the guest room. The evidence will show that when Charles entered the house, only JJ and I were awake and present. The evidence will show that after we put JJ in the rental car, that Charles came back into the residence to receive his phone, leaving JJ in the front seat of the rental car with the engine running. He was 7 years old. The evidence will show that Charles began to scream at me when I refused to hand him his phone. The evidence will show that Charles' screaming woke up Tylee and Alex. The evidence will show that Tylee came out of her room with a bat to protect me, her mother, from her stepfather, Charles Vallow. The evidence will show that Tylee and Charles fought over the bat, and that after a struggle over the bat, Tylee fell onto the ground, and Charles lifted up the bat to hit Tylee with the bat. The evidence will show that Alex then intervened to protect Tylee from being hit with the bat. He did not have a gun. He was not wearing a shirt. He was pulling up his jeans because he just woke up and came into the room where he heard the screaming. The evidence will show that Alex and Charles got into a physical struggle for the bat and fell onto the ground. The evidence will show that Tylee, who was on the ground, was lifted up by me and sent outside to get away from the struggle and to protect JJ, who was still in the running car, in the rental car in the driveway. The evidence will show that after the struggle on the ground between Charles and Alex, that Charles prevailed with the bat and began to come towards me with the bat as I ran away from him into the kitchen. The evidence will show that at some point while I was running away from Charles, who was chasing me with the bat, that Alex apparently retrieved his gun. The evidence will show that I ran outside to the children and that Alex shot Charles in self-defense. The evidence will show that Tylee and I had both run outside without shoes. The evidence will show that JJ was still in the front seat of the rental car with the engine running and struggling to get out of the car. Tylee was trying to keep him in. The evidence will show that Tylee and I got into the rental car with JJ and drove away. The evidence will show you that I drove the children away from the residence towards JJ's school. Can I grab a tissue?
Yes.
The evidence will show that I drove the children through the Burger King drive-thru that Charles had promised JJ. The evidence will show that we continued to drive towards JJ's school and that the gate was not yet open at JJ's school. So we drove a block west of the school to a Walgreens where I ran in to purchase flip-flops for Tylee and myself so that we could walk JJ into school on the hot pavement.
For real, Lori, which came first? Stop.
The evidence will show that Tylee and I returned directly to our residence where we met with police in our driveway. The evidence will show that we were spoken to by the Chandler police officers. And the evidence will show that Tylee and I were told by the Chandler police detectives that Charles had passed away. The evidence will show that we were put into a police van and driven to the Chandler Police Department. The evidence will show that Alex was taken by police in a police car to the Chandler Police Department, and that we were all three separated into interrogation rooms and we were each interviewed. The evidence will show that next, Tylee and I were brought back together into a room at the Chandler Police Department and were introduced to a victim's advocate who was very kind to us. The evidence will show that after speaking to the victim's advocate, that Tylee, Alex, and myself were put back into the police van and driven back to our residence.
You said they weren't kind to them?
We were directed by the Chandler detectives to take the rental car and return later to the residence after we picked up JJ from school. The evidence will show that we did as instructed by the Chandler detectives. The evidence will show that we drove to Alex's residence where we attended to the wound on the back of his head. The evidence will show that Alex was then contacted by the Chandler detectives to return to the residence so that Alex could walk them through the events that occurred with the detectives at the residence. The evidence will show that Alex, Tylee, and I did return to the residence as instructed. And the evidence will show that Alex entered into the residence with Detective Moffitt, but that Tylee and I were met by Detective Inkland in the front yard. The evidence will show that at the time, Detective Inkland asked Tylee and myself if we had Charles' cell phone. Tylee retrieved Charles' cell phone from the rental car and gave it to Detective Inkland at 3:11 p.m. on July 11th, 2019. And at that time, Charles' phone was placed in the custody of Chandler Police detectives. The evidence will show that Detective Inkland asked us if we knew the passcode on Charles' phone, which Tylee proceeded to give to Detective Inkland. The evidence will show that Tylee and I left the residence to pick up JJ from school, while Alex remained at the residence with the detectives. The evidence will show that by the time Tylee, JJ, and I returned to the residence, that all police, EMS, CSI, and detectives were gone from the residence and only Alex remained. The evidence will show that the next day, I contacted Chandler Police to inform them that Charles' belongings were still at the hotel. I asked the detective if I should go get them, and I was told that they would take care of it. The evidence will show that I asked the detectives, what should we do next? And they directed us that they would contact us in about 3 weeks after their supervisor passed off their reports and Alex could go to the police station and retrieve his gun. The evidence will show that the last thing I heard from Chandler Police Department until June of 2021, 2 years later, when I received a grand jury indictment from them for this alleged crime. The evidence will show that Chandler Police treated this incident as self-defense.
I'm going to object to that.
Objection sustained. The jury should disregard that last statement.
The evidence will show you that my brother, Alex Cox, passed away on December 12th, 2019, almost exactly 5 months to the day after Charles, my husband, passed away. The evidence will show that Alex passed away from a blood clot in his lung.
Objection again.
I'll sustain the objection. It's not relevant for this matter.
The evidence will show you that I am the only person being charged with this crime.
I'm going to object to the relevance of that.
Sustained.
As the state has mentioned, they're alleging that insurance money was my motive. Social Security was my motive. Spouses having insurance policies is not a crime. Collecting Social Security is not a crime. Self-defense is not a crime. A family tragedy is not a crime. It's a tragedy. Thank you.
All right, the state can call its first witness.
Thank you. If I may go get him.
All right, sir, you're going to come up right here. My clerk will swear you in right here.
W-I-E-R-Z-B-I-C-K-I.
And your first name?
I-R-W-I.
Thank you. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
All right, you're going to have a seat up here.
Sir, would you please tell the jury your name?
My name's Sergeant Erwin Worsbicky. I work for the Chandler Police Department.
How long have you worked for the Chandler Police Department?
June will be 10 years.
Did you have any prior law enforcement experience?
I had 10 years in Illinois.
Back on July 11th of 2019, what were your duties at that time?
I was working as a patrol officer, I believe in Beat 18.
And what were your hours?
0600 to 1600.
Is that 6 a.m.?
6 a.m. to 4 p.m. Yes.
Thank you. Were you dispatched to a residence at 5531 South Four Peaks Place in Chandler, Maricopa County, Arizona?
Yes, ma'am.
And what were you dispatched for?
It was a shooting.
Were you the first on the scene when you arrived?
I
What
was,
did you
ma'am.
see? Okay. What were you wearing at the time?
I was in full patrol uniform.
Does the Chandler Police Department back then, did they have body-worn camera?
They did.
And can you describe where that was and how that works?
I believe back then I wore it on my left shoulder.
Okay. And how does it get activated?
You have to press a button and it'll turn it on.
Does it normally record audio?
Yes.
And did you have that on and did you activate it when you arrived to this scene?
Yes, ma'am.
Were there other officers on scene at some point when you got there?
After I arrived, yes.
You're saying it was 760, so I pulled the printer to see if I could get it.
Sorry about that.
What other officers arrived on scene?
Right after I arrived, Officer Krautheim arrived.
Can you describe to us sort of what happened as you get to the scene? How did you guys, you and Officer Krautheim, handle the situation?
When I was getting out of the car, I believe the gentleman that called in was still on the phone, and we advised dispatch to tell him to come out with nothing in his hands except his phone. As he opened up or came out the front door, I started giving him commands. That was what I wanted him to do.
So you're talking with dispatch. Is that the same as 911?
Yeah, it's the same dispatch center.
So is the person who's talking to the 911 person then just relaying information to you?
Yes.
Okay. So you're able to tell that tell dispatch to tell the person to come out?
Yes.
Did you and Officer Krautheim have someone come out?
Yes.
Can you describe for us the person's demeanor as they're first exiting?
He was very nonchalant, very compliant with us.
Okay. You said he still had his phone?
Yes.
Do you recall if his other hand was up?
I do not recall.
Okay. Do you recall where he came out of from the house?
He came out the front door.
Okay. When he exited the house, what did you guys have him do?
I gave him commands to come towards us and then have a seat on the curb.
Okay. So there's just two of you officers still at this point?
Yes.
What did you do at this point?
I decided to go check for anybody that was injured inside and clear the house, make sure there was nobody else in there.
Okay. What did Officer Krautheim do?
I believe he started speaking to the gentleman that we had come out the house.
So he stayed outside?
Yes.
And you went into the house?
Yes, ma'am.
When you talk about clearing the house, can you tell us what that means? What do you do?
We just wanted to make sure that if anyone needed aid rendered to them, we could render aid to them, or if there are any more suspects in the residence, that we could try to apprehend them.
Does that mean that you walked through the entire house?
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
And all that's when your body cam is on.
Yes, ma'am.
When you first entered that house, can you describe for us what you saw when you walked in that front door?
Yeah, initially when I walked in, it opened up into like a day room or something like that, and just off to the right, I saw somebody laying on the ground, motionless.
Did you notice anything about that room?
It was empty.
So no furniture?
No furniture, yeah, it was just an empty room.
The person that you saw to the right, male or female?
Male.
And can you describe how you saw him laying on the ground?
Yeah, he was laying on his back, I believe with both of his hands to his side, motionless. And then I went over to him to check his pulse.
Is that standard for police to check the welfare of any potential victims?
Yes.
When you checked the pulse, did you find one?
No.
Did you notice anything else about this victim?
Yeah, I noticed that there were 2 apparent gunshot wounds to his chest area, and there was blood pooling in like his kind of like neck collar area.
Did he appear to still be alive to you?
No.
As part of your job, both with your prior experience in Illinois and your experience here in Arizona, have you seen deceased people before?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you think this person was dead?
Yes, ma'am.
If you didn't think he was dead, are police trained to do CPR?
Yes, ma'am. We're all certified to.
Would you have done that if you believed that would have helped him?
Absolutely.
So even though a person appears deceased to you, is fire still called out to check on them?
Yes.
Why is that?
They go through their own process and procedures, and I believe they usually give the official time of death.
Okay. Did you notice anything else in that room where that male was lying?
I can't think of anything right now, no.
Do you recall seeing any projectiles on the ground near the victim?
Objection, leading.
It's a yes or no question.
I believe I did, yes.
Okay. When you walked in the house after you saw this male on the ground, did you continue through the house?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that to clear it?
Yes.
And will paramedics or fire come in if you haven't cleared the house yet?
Usually no.
So they want to make sure it's okay as well?
Yes.
After you cleared the house, did you, or as you were clearing the house, did you ever locate any weapons?
Yes, I believe we located a firearm in one of the back bedrooms.
Okay. Did you touch that in any way?
I don't recall.
Okay. After you cleared the house, did fire enter?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did fire do?
They began to try to render aid to the victim.
By the time fire came in, were other officers now on scene?
Yes.
Were you still wearing and recording with your body cam?
Yes, ma'am.
Does the body cam, you told us that it's on your shoulder. Does it always show where you're looking?
No.
So your eyes or your head can be turned to a different direction than what the camera is actually showing?
Yeah, if I was turning talking to the judge, my camera would be facing the crowd.
I want to show you a video. And if I can have my paralegal bring that up and have him identify it. And sir, if you could just look at that and let me know if you recognize that as your body cam minus the audio of it.
Yeah, that's my body cam.
Do you recognize that as you in it?
Yes, ma'am.
And you have previously watched that?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, the state will move to admit exhibit number 2, I believe. Exhibit number 2 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
2 is admitted.
And Your Honor, if we may publish it.
You may.
When's Lori going to yell her first objection out? Should do a poll on that. Not to answer the poll, by the way.
It's also right there.
It's actually
So this is the house you're walking up to, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
As you're talking to dispatch?
Yes.
This was a tense moment for family members from what we've been told, guys.
And this is the individual that is coming out that you asked dispatch to have come out?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that Officer Krautheim in the back?
It is.
Are you announcing?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that standard?
Yes.
That where you checked to see if this male had a pulse?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that the weapon that you told us that you found?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you letting people know on your radio that you found a weapon?
I believe so, yes.
You told us that other officers were arriving?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that what we see here happening?
Yes.
And is fire also starting to come in?
I believe they were right behind him, yes.
But you continued to clear the rest of the house?
Yes, ma'am.
Eight votes. There's a lot more you watching than just 8 of you, I think. Is there anybody out there?
So what do we see there?
Just click a button.
It appears that the fire is rendering aid to the victim, or attempting to.
Were you walking around trying to find identification for the individual on the ground?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able to ever find an identification for him?
I was not.
So no wallet laying around?
No.
No ID in his pocket?
I didn't check his pockets, but no, I don't think fire found one.
So you're kind of talking with them to let them know who this is as well?
Yes.
Because they're documenting it?
Yes.
And is that the individual who came out with the phone from the house?
Yes, ma'am.
One that dispatch and 911 told to come out?
Yes.
When you were interacting with him there, what was his demeanor like?
He was extremely calm.
You told us that you were looking for the wallet for this individual. Did it seem unusual to you that you couldn't find one?
I wouldn't say it was unusual. I didn't know if he lived there or not, so I just kind of looked around to see if there was anything laying around.
Is this you still trying to see if there's anything in the residence that might be related to that individual?
I think I was just giving Officer Cohen a recap of what I already went and looked through.
And I've shown defense counsel or defendant exhibits 3 and 4. I have a paralegal and goes up to the officer to video as well. Do you recognize those as sort of screenshots of 2 different views during your body cam footage?
Yes.
State will move to admit exhibits 3 and 4.
Any objection?
No objection.
3 and 4 admitted.
And if I may publish them. So in this photo, when you were looking at it, were you able to see here's where you are checking to see the pulse of this individual?
Yes, ma'am.
And did this also reflect what you had talked about of the blood pooling that had run towards his neck area?
Yes.
Exhibit 4. Is this sort of when we first see you walk back in and we see fire working on the individual?
Yes.
You're good, flip-flops, you're good.
You told us that when that individual who was on the call with 911 came out, that you observed the phone with him. He was kind of holding it.
Yeah.
Did you ever see any other phone in the house as you were looking around? Anything obvious laying around?
I don't recall, no. I don't believe I did.
Okay. No phone on the ground near the deceased male?
Not that I recall, no.
After you had cleared the house, allowed fire to enter, and other officers were arriving, were you tasked with going out to put up some crime scene tape?
Yes, ma'am.
What does that mean?
It's just tape that keeps the general public out, keeps the media out, so we have a secure scene, and it doesn't get tainted by anybody or anything.
So that included both the house and some of the street.
Yes, ma'am.
Did that sort of end your involvement?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no other questions.
All right, cross-examination.
It's Sergeant. Where's Vicky? Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I like to get that right. Okay. You said that the individual exiting the house was nonchalant. Is that correct?
I don't know if I used those words, but he seemed very calm, yes.
Very calm.
Yes.
Is that the same thing to you as nonchalant?
I wouldn't use that word, so I would say he looked very calm and unbothered.
But you said nonchalant a minute ago.
I don't recall saying that.
Okay. Does everyone act the same in a stressful situation that you've experienced? No? Are you qualified to give someone a psychological evaluation?
No.
No. You put your hand on my husband's neck for checking for a pulse, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
That's what you did when you first came in?
Yes.
Did you perform CPR?
No.
No. Why not?
Because it was apparent to me that he was deceased.
And that's not your protocol?
To what?
To perform CPR until fire comes in?
Not if it's going to make it even worse because they had apparent gunshot wounds to the chest.
What do you mean by that?
Well, if I start pumping on his chest, it's going to start spewing blood out of his chest even at a more rapid pace.
So when the 911 operator was telling my brother to do that, that same thing would happen?
All depends on when the call came into dispatch.
But I'm saying if you're doing CPR on someone with a gunshot wound in the chest, on the chest.
Could, yes.
Yeah, okay. And you said something else. You said fire gives official time of death. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what was that time of death? Do you know?
I do not recall.
And you cleared the house before fire came in. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you were looking for some kind of identification?
When
Yes.
I cleared the house,
Yes.
I was looking for other potential victims and/or suspects.
Okay. But you were told on the phone that no one else was in the house but Alex. Is that correct?
I don't recall if I was told that or not.
Okay. Do you have any crime scene investigation experience?
Just my 20 years of experience as a police officer.
And you said something about, and this is just for me to understand, you said something about the casings being to the left of him or to the right of him?
I didn't say they were to the left or to the right.
Oh, did you say west or east?
No.
Oh, sorry, that was my interpretation. Can you tell me what the weapon was that you found?
It was a handgun.
Was it a 45?
Don't recall.
Okay. Could you tell what direction the bullet came from?
Based off the way the body was laying, I could assume it came from where his feet were at.
Near the feet? Mm-hmm. Did you see the projectile that was in the baseboard?
I don't recall if I saw that or not.
You said he did not appear alive, that you already thought that he was deceased. Is that correct, when you entered into the house?
Yes.
And what time was that?
I believe I was dispatched to the call at 8:41. So, I mean, if I was going to make a guess on what time I walked into the house, I would say I was probably at the residence within 10 minutes,
So around 8:51 perhaps?
possibly, yes.
Okay. And then when fire took over, is that the normal protocol for fire to take over and do the CPR?
Yes,
And so you didn't do CPR, but they did do the CPR. Is that correct?
yes.
On top of the gunshot wound.
Yes.
Is that normal protocol?
I don't know what their protocol is.
Okay. I'm just asking because I wouldn't think to do that either. And then you said that you went outside to put up the crime scene tape. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So after you cleared the house, you left and went to the front yard?
Yes.
And then you were there for how long at the residence before you left?
I couldn't give you a time.
Did you stay for a while, or was that the end of your job there?
I don't recall. It was a long time ago. I have no idea how long I was actually on scene for.
And who is your direct supervisor?
I believe that day it was Sergeant Nocella.
I'm sorry, what was the last name?
Nocella?
Okay. And what contact did you have with Detective Moffat that day?
I don't know if I had any with him on scene.
Okay, what about Detective England, perhaps?
I may have briefly spoke to her while I was on scene.
Okay, 1 time, 2 times, 3 times?
I couldn't tell you a number.
Okay. And then when you have to report to your superior before you left the scene?
He was on scene, I would imagine.
Nocella? Is
Yes.
that what you said? Okay. And then you don't know what time you left, but you arrived at approximately 8:51?
Give or take, yes.
And then did you see me arrive at the scene?
I think as I was leaving, yes.
So approximately around the time that I arrived, you were leaving?
I don't know if I left when you arrived, but I was on my way out of the crime scene as far as I know.
Okay. And then you said something about 2 wounds. Is that correct?
Yes.
And how did you see the 2 wounds through the shirt?
Just was an observation that I made when I saw him laying on the ground.
So did you see 2 holes in the shirt?
I'm not sure exactly what I saw when I was there, but I could see that there were 2 apparent gunshot wounds to his chest.
And then I'm sure, well, I won't speak for you. So when they began CPR, they did open his shirt. Is that correct?
I have no idea.
Because when you walked by, his shirt was open.
Objection to question.
Yeah, please ask questions only.
Did you discuss this case with Sergeant Nocella?
I don't believe so. I would imagine he was on scene and he got briefed by the detectives.
He got briefed by the detectives? Is that what you
In
said?
fact, I would imagine, yes.
Okay. And then have you spoken to the case agent on this case? How many times would you say?
Who's the case agent?
Oh, Detective Duncan. That's my
Detective
understanding. Mhm.
I mean, I've spoken to him many times in my career.
Regarding this case, how many times do you think you've spoken to Detective Duncan?
I couldn't even put a number on it. I would say very few.
Very few? Like, how many would you guess?
I would say maybe 5 times.
5 times. Thank you. And would that be in-person kind of discussions, or?
Yeah, I wouldn't even say they were discussions, probably just in passing.
Okay. So how many times have you emailed with Detective Duncan concerning this case?
Objection to relevance.
Overruled, you can answer if you know.
I have no idea.
What about text messages?
No idea.
Phone calls?
Ma'am, I have no idea.
Okay. And your report that you wrote about this, about how long after the incident did you make your report?
It was done by the end of my work shift at 4 o'clock.
And then did you ever make any revisions to that report?
I don't believe so.
So you left the scene approximately sometime in the morning, and by 4 o'clock that day you had written your report. Is
Yes.
that correct? And you've never changed anything on your report?
Not that I recall, ma'am.
And the report is exactly as you left it did you review it for this testimony today?
Yes.
And it was exactly the same as when you wrote it at 4 PM on July 11th?
I don't know if I wrote it at 4 PM. It was
Or
done
by 4 PM?
It appears to be, yes.
Okay. Thank you, that's all I have.
All right, redirect.
Sergeant, you were asked about the shooter's demeanor. Were you just telling us what you observed?
Yes.
What did you observe?
I just observed him very calm and collected after just shooting somebody.
And that's both seeing him come out as well as having some interaction with him on the curb?
Yes, ma'am.
When a person is been shot and you check for a pulse and you believe they are deceased, as a police officer, are you supposed to touch the body?
No.
Is the body basically a crime scene?
Yes.
Based upon your training and experience, did you believe that the victim was deceased?
Yes, ma'am.
Do fire have EKG heart monitors and things that they use to determine if maybe you missed a pulse?
Yes, ma'am.
When you talked about giving CPR, if an individual is now a crime scene, would giving CPR to that deceased person change the crime scene?
Yes.
And so as someone who believed the person was deceased, you did not want to modify or change the crime scene?
Correct.
You were asked about the gun. Is the gun part of the crime scene?
Yes.
Were you responsible for processing the crime scene?
No.
Why didn't you go in there and pick it up and start handling it?
Because I didn't want to alter where it was laying when he got done using it.
You were asked a lot about when 911 was called, when you were dispatched. This was a few years ago,
Several, yes.
2019.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there something called a CAD report that documents when 911 was called, when you were dispatched, when you arrived, and even when you left?
Yes, ma'am.
Would looking at the CAD report help refresh your recollection as to when those events occurred?
Yes.
If I may have my paralegal provide him with a copy of the CAD report.
You want me to?
Starting, does looking at the CAD report help refresh your recollection as to when the 911 call was received?
Yes, ma'am.
When was that?
It was received at 8:36.
Does looking at the CAD report help refresh your recollection as to when you were dispatched?
It appears it was dispatched at 8:37.
So your memory of saying 8:50 or so was perhaps incorrect.
Yes.
Was looking at the CAD report indicate when you arrived?
8:43.
So again, that was a little earlier than your memory was.
Yes, ma'am.
And does looking at the CAD report help determine or refresh your recollection as to when you left the scene?
Yes, ma'am.
When was that?
It's 5:31 p.m.
As a police officer who is one of the first on scene, do you provide briefing or information to your sergeant or the detectives on scene as to what you saw, observed, and did?
If they ask me directly, yes, somebody will brief them that's on scene.
But you have to provide somebody that information to then provide to the detectives?
Yes.
Why is it done that way?
Because usually a supervisor is going to want to know what's going on and what we did, just so the detectives know exactly what they're walking into.
So for instance, if you had had to move the gun, they would want to know that, right?
Yes.
Or if you had moved the body, they would want to know that too, right?
Yes.
And if you had found any evidence, would they want to know that as well?
Absolutely.
And so is that what you would have to do that day when you are speaking to the sergeant or detectives?
Yes.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
Does any member of the jury have a question for this witness? If so, please write it on the provided form. I'm not seeing any questions come down. You can step down, sir. All right, state can call its next witness.
Thank you. And if I may go get it.
The whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right, go ahead and have a seat over here to my left.
Sir, would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
I'm Robert Krautheim.
And where do you currently work?
I currently work at the Sandra Day O'Connor Federal Courthouse
Back in 2019, where were you working?
as a Chandler police officer in Chandler, Arizona.
How long did you work for the Chandler Police Department?
25 years.
When did you retire?
About 3 years ago, February.
When you were working there in July of 2019, what were your duties at that time?
I was a patrol officer. I was responding to calls for service.
Okay. And do you recall what your shift was at that time?
It was a day shift. I think I start my shift at 6 and end at 4.
Were you working patrol for Chandler Police Department on July 11th of 2019 at about 8:36 a.m.?
I was.
Were you dispatched to 5531 South Four Peaks Place in Chandler, Maricopa County, Arizona?
Yes.
What were you dispatched for?
A shooting that had just occurred.
Based upon the information that was, well, let me ask you this. When you are arriving to a scene, do you get information relayed to you about this call?
I do.
Why is that?
The call taker is asking the person on the phone what's going on, where it is, who's there, just basic information, and then dispatch relays that information to me as I'm driving to the call for service.
Is that so you have a better idea about what you're walking into?
Yes, it's on a computer, but verbally, the stuff that's really pertinent before I arrive is just verbally done over the air.
So when you were arriving on the scene, did you think this shooting had just occurred?
I did.
When you got to this 5531 South Four Peaks, were there any other officers on scene yet?
Yeah, Officer Wiz was there.
Is that Officer Wiersbe?
Yes, I'm sorry, I apologize.
What were you wearing?
Patrol outfit, basically a patrol uniform, police uniform, body-worn camera.
And back then, where was your body-worn camera?
At the time, it was a lipstick camera, so part of it was here, but the camera's actually on my right shoulder.
Okay. And was that on and recording as you sort of arrived on scene and while you were present there?
Yeah, I started recording while I was driving there.
Okay. When you arrived, did you know whether or not the 911 caller was still on the phone?
Yeah, she was still on the phone.
And when you were talking with dispatch, did you arrange to have this person come out, or did Officer Wiersbe do that?
Yes, dispatch advised him to come out of the home without anything and hands up in the air. That's kind of standard.
And did he comply with that?
He did.
What exit did he come out of?
Out the front door.
Okay. Can you describe sort of his appearance and demeanor as you observed him coming out of the house?
His clothes were clean. He was calm, not emotional at all. Different than what I would have anticipated.
When he first exited, did you notice any injuries to him?
He was holding, it was a white rag at the time. It was just kind of red and white. He was holding on the back of his head.
When he first exited or later?
As he's coming out of the house.
Did you notice any difficulty walking or talking when you first had contact with him?
No.
Any difficulty sitting or standing?
No.
Did you learn the name of this person?
I did.
What was his name?
Alex Cox.
Did you observe him sweating at all when he first came out?
No.
Any type of jitters?
No.
Any uneven or broken voice as he's talking to you?
No.
At some point, did you notice an injury to him?
I did.
And where was it?
On the back of his head, towards his right side.
And what did you see?
I articulated my written report as about an inch laceration, a small like knot, and it was bleeding a little bit.
If we can fix that. Alex Cox patting or rubbing the back of his head with some sort of rag or paper towel?
Yes.
Without going into what was said, did you talk with him?
I did.
Did you offer him medical treatment?
I did.
Did he ask for medical treatment?
He did not.
Was there anything about his talking with you or actions that made you concerned that you thought you should override that?
Yes.
Let me make sure you understood. Was there anything about what you observed with Alex Cox talking or his ability to move that made you think you should override his decision to not get treatment, and you thought, oh, he better get treatment, he's so bad off?
Oh, zero, none.
At some point while you were talking with Alex Cox, did you see a female and a teenager show up at the scene?
I did.
And did you eventually go speak with those two?
I did.
Where did you speak with them?
Just on the other side of the street. They had parked right across from the house.
Did you speak with the adult female?
I did.
Did you ask for a driver's license to identify her?
I did.
And who was that person?
Lori Vallow.
Do you see Lori Vallow in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you point her out and tell us what she is wearing for the record?
She's at the defense table wearing a white shirt underneath looks like a black jacket.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
Shall.
When you went to speak with Lori Vallow, did you know that the deceased person in the house was her husband?
I did.
Okay. When you went to speak with Lori Vallow, did you ask her whether or not the individual inside her husband lived there?
I did not ask her that.
Can you describe for us Lori Vallow's demeanor as you were interacting with her?
Calm, nonchalant, just kind of a matter of fact, just talking to me as I'm talking to you now.
When you went to speak with Lori Vallow, can you tell us approximately how many police cars were parked around there?
Well, I don't know either myself. I know there was at least mine and Officer Wiz's. There's a fire truck there. I think there was an ambulance there, and I think there may have been another police car. I can't remember, but there was a lot of emergency vehicles just near the home itself.
And was her brother Alex Cox sitting sort of in view of her?
Literally across the street, like the desk of the prosecutor would be her car. This is the street, and I had Alex seated right on the sidewalk.
When she first arrived, did she actually walk up to where you were with Alex Cox?
Yes, she did.
And you asked her to go back to the other side of the street?
I did.
Did she ever ask you how her brother was doing?
No.
Did she ever ask you if her brother needed medical attention from being hit by a bat?
No.
Did she ever ask you why there were so many police cars around the neighborhood?
No.
Did she ask you why there was a fire truck parked in front of her house?
No.
So other than gathering basic information, did you really talk to her about anything else?
No.
And were you wearing that body-worn camera when you had contact with her?
I did.
After you talked with Lori Vallow, did you go back and stand near Alex Cox again?
Yes.
If I can have my paralegal go up and show him exhibit number 1. Do you recognize exhibit number 1?
I do.
Is that a copy of your body cam footage from July 11th of 2019?
It is.
Is it missing the audio other than during your interaction with Lori Vallow?
Correct, yes.
And did you initially identify that previously as your body cam?
I did.
State will move to admit exhibit number 1.
Any objection to exhibit number 1? Any
No
objection to
No objection.
exhibit 1's admitted?
And if we could publish it.
Go ahead.
So is this you responding to the scene?
Correct.
And was your camera flipped upside down initially?
Well, the camera wasn't. The orientation of the software was.
So that's why we see the axon and stuff in the bottom corner upside down.
That is correct.
So this was a gated community?
It was.
As you're driving, did you go by the fire truck here?
I did.
And is it standard for fire to stage a little ways away from the scene when it's a shooting?
Yes.
Why is that?
So they could respond quickly.
Do they want you to clear the residence first before they show up?
Yeah, it needs to be safe for the firemen. We had to make sure there's no one else in the house that was armed or in the area.
And as you're arriving, is the person, the shooter, still inside the house?
I can't recollect. I think he was at the door right now or just coming out to the door.
Why did you pull your weapon?
I was just told somebody killed somebody, so yeah, for my safety, I wanted to make sure I rendered him safe before I put my gun away.
Okay.
It was a threat to me.
So when he came out, he had both his hands up in the air?
Mm-hmm.
So at that point, nothing touching his head yet? No?
Correct.
Now, did you stay out with him while Officer Worsbicky went inside?
I did.
While you're talking with him during this whole time, at this point, he still hasn't brought anything out to try to place on his injury.
Correct.
When he came out, did he already have those sunglasses on the top of his head?
He did.
Why did you have him move over here?
I actually physically couldn't hear him. Fire trucks are incredibly loud, so I had to move away.
So fire had already pulled up to now go inside the residence.
Correct.
And can you kind of see them in the corner going in?
Yes.
Did you learn whose truck that was in the driveway?
I don't recollect right now whose truck it is. I think it's his, but I'm not sure.
And who is that other officer there?
That's Officer Wizbeski, sorry. I've been calling him Wiz since I've known him.
Shorter. Were you initially trying to control the scene yourself, sort of helping to tell people where to go and what to do?
Oh, absolutely. My head's on kind of a swivel. I'm always kind of looking around like people just walk up to you and asking what's going on. And got to make sure no one's going to walk up to the house. So you just try to keep it as pristine as you can.
So we see him putting his head now, or his hand on the back of his head, correct?
Yes.
And you indicated there's a fire truck there. You asked him if he wanted any medical attention,
I did.
and he declined it.
He refused.
Who are those?
That's Lori Vallow and her daughter.
So when you ride SUV, is that what you're talking about?
Correct.
So at this point, did you know the name of the individual inside the residence?
Yes.
And who was that?
Charles Vallow.
And did you at this point understand who that woman was that walked up?
Yes.
And who did you believe she was?
His wife.
Normally when someone is shot and killed, is there a team of detectives and crime scene specialists who will come out to handle the case?
Yes.
And are you, as patrol officer, sort of stuck with taking care of it until they arrive?
Yeah, we deal with the burning, bleeding, and blowing up stuff. Anything that takes time and a lot more in-depth stuff, that's what the detectives do.
And then what do we see here that just came up?
It looks like an ambulance.
You told us that you understood when you were arriving that this shooting had just happened. Do you recall at this point when the 911 call came in?
No, I don't remember specifics on the time. I think at 8:39 I was dispatched to it. And I would imagine the call for service came in a minute or two before that.
And approximately, do you recall how long it took you to get to the scene?
Probably 4 or 5 minutes.
We see more people walking up. Are you trying to stop the contamination of the scene by having more people walk in there?
Yes, I told the firemen kind of what was maybe in the house, and Officer Wiz was already in the house, and so we were just trying to control how many firemen went into the house.
So when you're the first on scene, are you trying to have the least number of people go in there as possible?
Yes.
Are you trying to not touch anything that's not necessary to be touched?
Correct, yes.
Obviously, if fire's going to work on a person, they're going to have to contaminate it somewhat.
Yes.
Is that when we sort of see fire now leaving?
I couldn't, just from recollection, I couldn't answer that.
Thank you, Forrest. Just drinking my coffee, watching the you guys comment in the comment section.
We see something in Officer Becky's hand. Is that the crime scene tape?
Yes. We do an inner and then an outer perimeter.
Exact same thing.
Are y'all taking notes? I am. I couldn't while I was making my meatloaf, but I'm back to where I can take notes again. I think I need one of Miss Shorty's fancy notebooks. All right, well, if you're still here, thank you for coming in, and we appreciate you. Right, Pokemon, I can get that. Heal you.
Is it normal for a patrol officer to have to stay with the individual who is the shooter, ensure that no one else is contacting them?
Yes.
So you don't want any of the neighbors walking up to them?
Correct. At this moment, I'm still basically fact-finding. I'm just trying to figure out what happened, when it happened, who was involved kind of thing. And yeah, I try to keep them separate.
At some point, do sergeants and others start arriving on scene?
Yes, that's my Sergeant Nacella.
When you have a scene like this where detectives are going to be called out, do all the different patrol officers provide their information that could be relevant to one person who can then brief the detectives?
Yes, I briefed my supervisor to let him know from my point of view what I know and what I was told. And then at some point, I think he would disseminate that to the detectives.
Okay. So is this you kind of telling him at this point what you've learned?
Yes.
And can we also see what the body camera looks like on the shoulder there?
Yes, he has the same type.
I think she will play the audio eventually.
What made you decide that you needed to go over and talk to Lori Vallow?
Again, it's fact-finding, really. It's who are you? And when I say who, I always like to identify them by their Arizona driver's license because although my name is Robert, I go by Rob. So I don't want to assume her name is just Lori. It could be something specifically or longer. So I usually ask people for identification.
And that's so you can put that into your report appropriately.
Correct.
So we saw the ambulance leave. That means they didn't transport him.
Correct.
Did you learn that you actually couldn't cordon off this area the way you had initially thought because there was only one way out?
That is correct. We initially, as you can see, cordoned off part of the road so anybody couldn't just drive up to us. We later learned that's the only way that part of the neighborhood could actually exit the neighborhood, so we had to change the tape a little bit.
And then we see fire leave here as well. So now it's just police basically at the scene?
Police and I think a crime scene technician.
And are you still the only person responsible for making sure that no one is talking with Alex Cox?
I am.
Okay.
Is this where you go over to speak with Ms. Vallow?
Yes.
Does your husband live here or no? Oh, gotcha. Okay. You guys are all right.
You could turn up the volume.
Gotcha. Okay. Let me just get your. Do you have a driver's license quick? Yeah, I can just grab it. Thank you. L-O-R-I. What does your middle initial stand for?
Noreen.
Noreen. N-O. V-A-L-L. What's a phone number for you, Lori?
808-755.
755?
5452.
You live here, though, not in Santan. This is your home?
Right,
Gotcha.
right.
Okay.
We just moved in here.
Gotcha. How long have you guys lived here?
I'm sorry?
How long have you lived here?
Like 3 weeks.
Oh, geez. Yeah, okay.
That's why the neighbors don't know us very well.
Gotcha.
Like, hi neighbor, sorry.
Are you working at all?
No.
Okay. And you're still about 5'6", and 20?
Did you also get biographical information from teenager?
I did.
Was that Tylee Ryan?
It was.
Let's stop it now. After you had talked with Alex Cox and Lori Vallow, did you go brief some of the detectives about what you had learned?
I did.
Did you tell the detectives that Lori Vallow did not know that her husband Charles was dead?
I told them that I did not advise her of such.
Okay. Did you believe that she did not know that her husband was dead?
I did.
Why did you believe that?
Well, I was under the understanding that this just happened. She just arrived back on scene, and I did not advise her of what happened in the house.
When you spoke with Alex Cox, did he provide additional information that made you believe that she was not present when the shooting happened?
Yes.
After you advised the detectives of this, did you then return and remain with Alex Cox and for a significant additional period of time?
Yes.
Were you eventually asked to transport him to the police station?
I was.
Can you describe his demeanor during the transport?
Calm. Didn't ask. We just talked about things not related to this at all, just a conversation between like me and you, just normal, average tone, calm.
And did you stay with him at the police station until a detective arrived?
Yes,
Did that end your involvement in this case?
it did.
I have no further questions.
All right, cross-examination.
Can you pronounce your last name for me? I don't want to get it wrong.
Krautheim.
Krautheim.
Yes.
Yes? Okay, Officer Krautheim.
At the
correct?
time, yes.
At the time, okay. Thank you. Thank you, appreciate it. You mentioned about Alex being calm when he exited the house. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then also, you were advised that he had told the 911 operator that he composed himself and then called 911. Is that correct?
I don't remember the compose himself, but I think he did.
But you stated in your report that Alex was very calm throughout the entire time talking with him, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the scene itself, was it chaotic?
No.
Were people running around screaming?
No.
Were people running in and out of the front door?
No.
So were the officers calm?
It was just me and another officer.
Were you calm?
Yes,
Was the other officer calm?
he was.
Were the detectives calm?
They were.
Was the fire department calm?
I didn't interact with them very much. I couldn't answer that.
Your friend the Wiz was calm?
Yes, the other officer, yes.
So when I arrived at the scene, things were pretty calm.
Is that a question?
Yes.
Oh, yes, you were calm.
No, I'm saying when I arrived at the scene itself was calm environment.
It was.
Okay. So if I would have been hysterical, that would have been more out of character than if I was calm when everybody else was being calm. Isn't that
Objection,
correct?
speculation.
Sustain.
So you said that Alex was calm and was holding a towel in his right hand and holding it up to the back of his head. Is that correct?
He did.
And you said, oh, sorry, it's in my other note. Just now that his head had a 1-inch laceration. Is that correct?
Yes,
That's like a cut down his head. 1
it
inch?
is.
Okay. And you said a small knot.
I did.
Is that correct? Okay. And that it was bleeding a little. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. And so a small knot is what you declared it, but would you not call it a goose egg?
tomato, tomato.
Okay. Did Alex ask for medical treatment?
He did not.
How many times did you ask him if he needed medical treatment?
I think 3 times.
Okay. And there was EMS right there next to you?
Yes,
So an EMS person could have just come over and checked the back of his head pretty easily, yeah?
yes,
Yes. But no one asked anybody to do that? Correct? Okay. And he didn't seem disoriented to you at all?
no,
So you didn't think he needed any kind of medical attention at the time?
no.
And he didn't ask for any at the time?
Correct, he did not.
And you didn't supply any at the time?
Correct.
Okay. But EMT was right there, next to you?
Yes,
Okay. That's another thing that you said, calm and nonchalant. Is that correct? You
Yes.
stated that Alex was nonchalant. What is your definition of nonchalant?
kind of like how I am now. I don't have a lot of emotion. I'm not afraid, just nonchalant.
Is that your typical demeanor?
I guess it depends on the situation and the circumstance.
I mean, this can be a stressful situation, right? So it's your demeanor right now.
It is.
Testifying in court can be a stressful situation.
I guess it can be.
So if that was Alex's normal demeanor, then it wouldn't be out of the ordinary for him to be nonchalant.
Objection, speculation.
I'll allow it. I'll allow the answer. He doesn't know the demeanor, but you can answer.
I knew it.
Can you ask the question again?
Yeah, so if Alex's normal demeanor was like your normal demeanor, and even in a stressful situation, if he was nonchalant, it wouldn't be out of the ordinary for him to be nonchalant again, because that's his normal demeanor. Correct?
Objection to compound question.
I'll sustain that objection.
You mentioned that I had parked across the street. Is that correct?
Yes.
Why did I have to park across the street?
I don't know.
So we saw on the body cam, right, that there was a huge fire truck, correct?
Yes.
There was police cars, correct?
Yes.
There was a CSI van, correct?
She was parked somewhere. I don't know where.
Next to the house, kind of, I guess, south of the house. So there was nowhere to park except for across the street. Is that correct?
No,
That's not correct?
that is not correct.
Where else could I have parked?
Well, the street's long. You could have parked anywhere along the street. You could have parked on the other street. That's where I parked. Or you could park on the other side of the street, south of the home, where there was plenty of parking. So there was other options to park.
But I parked as close as I could to the scene so that I could come talk to you. Is that correct?
Speculation, testifying.
Sustain.
So we can agree that there were lots of police vehicles blocking the house. Is that correct?
Emergency vehicles.
Correct.
Yes.
Yes, emergency. Police, fire, CSI, all were there, correct?
Yes.
Okay. But even though all of those things were there, the scene was not chaotic. Is that correct?
Correct.
It was a very calm scene that day.
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
Do you know how hot it was that day?
No, but it was hot.
It was hot. Oh, that's what I was going to ask you. What was the extent of your duties that day? I know that you had arrived on the scene. You said dispatched was about 8:39 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then it took you about 4 to 5 minutes to arrive.
Yes.
And then you were the first on the scene.
No.
No. Who was the first on the scene? Do you know?
Wiz was.
Oh, that's correct. And then who arrived? How long after he arrived did you arrive? Do you know?
Oh, I was like seconds.
Okay.
Maybe 10, 15 seconds.
And then you were right there when Alex came out of the house?
I was.
And you were with him basically that whole time? Till he got into the police car?
Yes.
And then did you drive him to the station?
I did.
So you were in the car with him the whole time?
Yes.
So you really never didn't have eyes on Alex from the time he came out of the house till the time he got to the police station?
Correct.
Okay. And did you have a conversation on the way to the police station?
I did.
You did. And that's the second body cam we didn't watch, is that correct? That has your name on it?
Yeah, there's another body-worn camera we haven't seen.
Right, from the police car, I'm saying.
Yes, me driving.
You driving, but it comes from the car, not from the shoulder body cam, is that correct?
No, it comes from my body-worn
Oh, it was
camera.
still on your shoulder?
Yes.
Okay. And in that, did you have a conversation with Alex on the way to the police station?
Yes.
Objection asked and answered.
And did he express?
Hold on. When
Sorry?
there's an objection.
I'm sorry.
Wait for the ruling. I'll sustain the objection, but the answer will stand nonetheless. Go ahead. Next question.
Did he express to you that he kind of felt out of it because he hit?
Say.
Sustain.
When did you make your report about the incident on July 11th, 2019?
I think it was the end of my workday that day, but I stopped and started it numerous times throughout the day.
So did you finish it that day, or it still took a few days?
No, I finished at the end of my shift,
By the end of your shift, which was what time that day?
4 o'clock.
Okay. And did you make any revisions to that later on?
No,
So this is the only report that you made in regards to the day of July 11th, 2019?
it is.
You stated that there was red liquid on the rag towel that appeared to be blood. Did you think it was something other than blood?
Well, I had no way to test it, so I have to articulate it that way.
So he was bleeding from the back of the head
He was.
on the right-hand side?
Yes.
Is that correct? Okay. And then was it you on the body cam who briefed the detectives, Detective Moffett and Detective Inklin, in the front yard?
Yes, I made contact with him, yes.
And then you had told them basically what Alex had conveyed to you, what happened?
Yes.
And then what do they do with that information? Do they just put it into a report?
I don't know. You'll have to ask them.
Okay. So your report goes to who after you're finished with it?
I sent it to my supervisor.
And who was that at the time? Do you remember?
That was Bill Nacella.
Oh, the same one?
Sergeant, yes.
Okay. And then, did you speak to the case agent on this case regarding this incident on July 11th?
I did at the time. That's when I walked up to them at the front door area.
Okay. And was Detective Moffett the case agent at that time?
Yes.
Okay. And now it's Detective Duncan, as far as you know?
As far as I know, I don't know for sure, but that's what I've been told.
Okay. And how long do you think that you were at the residence? What was the whole time before you guys left to go to the police station? Do you remember? Do you recall?
No, I do not. It would be in my CAD history on when I transported him from the home to the PD, so I'd have to look at that, and I don't know. 40 minutes, half hour, 40 minutes, something like that.
Now, someone on the video, and I don't remember who it was, but put a phone into a evidence bag. Was that you?
I don't recollect that.
Okay. And then got into the car. Did someone ride with you to the police station from the residence? Just you and Alex were in the car?
Yes,
No other officers?
correct.
But before you got into the car, an officer came over and took his phone and put it in an evidence bag?
You're asking me from recollection. I don't remember that. It's probable because we usually try to bring their property to the area where we're going to, so it's probable.
I just didn't see it in your report, but I saw it on the body cam, so I wondered if you knew. Okay.
I'm going to object to the defendant testifying.
All right. Please only ask questions.
Sure.
When you make statements about what you saw or heard, that's testimony.
I apologize, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
So it says in your report that you were asked by Detective Moffett to transport Alex to the police station not handcuffed. Is that correct?
Yes,
And to the downstairs interview room. I'm assuming that's at Chandler Police Department?
it is.
Correct? Okay. And it was just the two of you in the car on the ride there?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Then, when you arrived at the police station, what happened next?
Walked him up to the room, had him sit down, or I think brought him some water, I think. And the detective was literally behind me. It wasn't very long before he walked into the room.
So then Detective Moffett took over and you were excused?
Yes,
Okay. And then was that the extent of your duty
it was.
at that time? And did you leave the police station after that?
Yes.
Did you stay and observe the interview?
No.
So Detective Moffett took over for you and you departed?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. You said when you spoke to Alex that he was cooperative. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is it possible he could have been in shock?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
That'd be funny, butterfly. Might be needed here in a minute. Okay, so,
From your observation, how long did the cut on Alex's head bleed? I mean, you were with him for that 40 minutes, and how long do you think it was bleeding?
Well, I couldn't answer that because I wasn't standing in the back of his head when I first made contact with him. So to be honest with you, I don't know when it started.
she's trying to establish.
So I don't have the minutes.
It was so bad.
Did it appear to be bleeding when he exited the house, or no?
I didn't look at the back of his head right away when he exited the house.
When was the first time that you looked at it? About how long after he exited?
I can't answer time-wise, but it was during the time I had him seated at the sidewalk when I was talking to him.
Okay. Before he moved over or after?
Oh, after he moved over.
Okay. Did you ever enter into the house?
No.
You were just there in the front yard
Yes.
the whole time? Okay. When you talked to the two detectives in the front yard and gave them your synopsis of what had happened, you said they got into a domestic fight consistent.
Objection.
I'm sorry.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
What was the legal objection?
Hearsay.
Hearsay.
Oh, I was just reading his report. Okay.
Then objection, no question.
Please ask your next question.
You said in your report that at one point Alex's niece grabbed the bat.
Objection.
Hold on.
Hearsay.
That's
Improper
hearsay.
question.
Okay, you can't ask hearsay. Please ask your next question.
Did Alex tell you that he got hit in the head with the bat?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay prior ruling.
Yeah, it's sustained. You can't ask questions of what Alex said.
So you observed that he had this bump on his head, but you didn't know how he got it. Is that correct?
No. That's not correct.
You did know how he got it. Is that correct?
I was told how he got it, which is different than me knowing how he got it, if that makes any sense.
Correct. You did not witness it, is what you're saying.
Correct.
But you knew that he had an injury to the back of his head on the right side.
I did.
Correct. Okay. And how did you obtain that information?
Your Honor.
You can't answer if it calls for hearsay.
Did you observe the next door neighbor come out in her nightgown to speak to me?
I did.
And then there was another neighbor on the other side that came out that you told him to go back into his house? Is that
I don't know if he was
correct?
a neighbor, but it was just some guy. Yeah, I assumed he was a neighbor.
Right. So they had blocked off the street so the neighbors couldn't really exit the neighborhood. They couldn't go to school or work, or it's kind of an issue there.
Not really. I mean, when one car told us the layout of the neighborhood, then we realized that was the only person that wanted to exit. They told us they couldn't exit, so we just fixed it so anyone else could leave.
Right, but they were trying to come up to me to find out what was happening.
Objection,
Okay.
speculation, hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection. Let's take our afternoon break for the staff and the jurors. We're going to take a 15-minute stretch restroom break. Please remember the admonition.
All rise for the jury.
Of course, he takes a break the second I sit down with a plate of food in front of my face. Oh my goodness. Lisa, you were catching us on the replay and heard some strange noises and shit. I don't know what happened. Or there's some people were having issues with audio, some weren't. I don't know if that's cleared itself up or not. Maybe it was Lori. Goodness, guys, what about all that? I mean, geez. A couple times she was going in the right direction with her line of questioning, but you got to be able to back it up. You may have a good question, but you need to be able to back it up. She's a little bit lost, isn't she? What do you guys think so far? She's losing her confidence, Carrie says. Time to shut up and sit down for us, right? Joe, where did you go? You're back from break. Joe slid in here on that 15-minute break, didn't he? He just slid up out of here again. I haven't gotten any messages from him in a little bit, so I knew the body cam stuff was going to be coming up, but other than that, I hadn't got a message from him yet. Since then, let's see. Let me pull up the Twitter and see if there's anything happening on the Twitter feed. X. Okay. Let's see, 21 seconds ago. Redirect by the state, nonchalant and calm. Oh, this must be, it's not updated. Reviewing the CAD report now to refresh the witness's recollection of specific incident response and transport times. So I guess when they come back from break, they'll review those all important CAD reports. I read so many of them in Stefan Stern's case. My God, there's so many. Some members of the jury appear to be a little bored watching long stretches of this body-worn camera with no audio and limited question and answer of the witness. I think as she moves along, she'll play more of that body cam. I don't know what her angle was there. I was trying to figure that out right along with you guys. Like, what are we doing here? Because we know there's a lot of audio there. We reviewed it here, that whole entire body cam. Yeah. Right? It's like, be precise with your questions. Get to, you can get your answer if you ask the right questions. Joe said an hour ago the jurors will be allowed to ask the witnesses questions by writing them down on a paper for the judge to review. And we know that some states do allow that and some states do not. I think they did that in Delphi, if I'm not mistaken. So That was the latest update from Joe. He hasn't put anything else out since then. Let me stop the screen so I can refresh when I need to. Okay, let me. Thank you guys for coming in and hanging out, giving the time zones and everything. But over there in Arizona, by the time this thing got underway, it was getting, in the afternoon for most of us. Like it's almost 6 p.m. here where I'm at. I don't know how much longer they'll actually go for each day. I don't remember what they said. I don't recall what they said. I think they ended like 4 their time. Okay. No, they're not back yet. They're still on their little recess. Snack break for Joe. I got a feeling there's not as many people turned out for that trial as some expected. I think there's more media there than anything else. You know what I mean? Not like a bunch of spectators. I think there's some, but not as many. I looked over and saw something about it being a quickie. I'm like, what are y'all talking about? Oh, I'm sitting here scrolling through comment stuff and I just saw that one. Okay. Good information there. Thank you. Lisa, oh, yes. Oh, okay, when Joe popped in. You posting those videos, girl, so we can watch them? Can you imagine there's going to be a lot of clips being clipped and little things being. I'll be too tired later to even try to make a short. I'll be like, I'm going to make a short video. Like, I'm going to go lay in the bed and just make it. But I'll get in Joe's chat and I'll start chatting it up with you guys and forget what I'm doing. No, it's not over for today. They're on break, Lisa. They're on break. I just don't have it pulled up as I'm refreshing it. They are on break. They're staring at the wall right now. So I'm just going through chat and reading you guys' questions and chatting it up with you. Yeah, they're just on a break. Let's see. What does... Yeah, everybody's just showing the same wall. The same wall. Right, Dolphin, I was making meatloaf, so it wasn't like it was super bad. My son actually finished the side items, and as soon as I sat down to eat, they go to break. So I'm doing both. Sometimes it's weird being up here alone. I'm like, I think I should have someone. I got all you guys to talk to you, but you not talking back. I mean, you're talking back, but you know what I mean. It's different. Very different. Yeah, we could have convinced Joe to get his hands on that zapper, right? I feel like the bailiff won't mind Joe. Just tell him it's all in good faith, right? You got this. That shit would be funny if somebody accidentally zapped her. It is the simplest meatloaf recipe, Miss Shorty. I'm a no-fuss woman when it comes to cooking. You know why I cook? Because we have to eat. So I make the simplest shit I can. But yes, ma'am, I can. And it's the one thing that all three of us, when I say all three, that my son and my grandson both will eat. Grandson's a little on the picky side, but he'll eat meatloaf. I got news to him. I'm busy all week. I don't have to cook all the time. My son cooks a lot, but I'll have busy weeks streaming. I don't have time for all that cooking. I live too far out to get like DoorDash and Uber, so that's out too. I guess I gotta cook, don't I? Make simple stuff all week. We should all like share some simple. I like one pot meals, like a good crock pot meal, something I can throw together and throw in the oven. That's my kind of stuff. Put it all in something and toss it somewhere where I don't gotta stand over it. I don't mind cooking stuff and doing all that, but I'm just not that. My sister loves cooking and gets into all that, but I'm just like, nah. I just do it because I have to. I'd much prefer to go out to eat every night, let somebody else cook it and clean it. At least I don't know if I'll ever get DoorDash out here, girl. It might be a hot few years. Oh, there you go, butterfly. There you go. Make it with love, right? What did you make? What did you make today? Uh-oh. We made Pokemon hungry for dinner. Dolphin was firing the oven up earlier. What are you guys all having for dinner? Y'all know what I'm having. Meatloaf and mashed potatoes is what I'm having. I think they had mac and cheese, but I didn't get any. Oh, Rachel, we don't have I don't have a Discord. Miss Shorty does. I guess she was meaning me drop it in her Discord, but I don't have an open Discord yet. Something I'm thinking about considering for our members. So yep, I'm seriously thinking about it. But as of now, we don't have a Discord like that. Yeah, it's a fun Discord there. I'm not in very many Discords. I used to work with these NFT teams and spent so much time in Discords, running Discord, being moderator of the Discord. I freaking lived in a Discord, it seemed like. And yeah, I've been in a couple of true crime Discords, and they were kind of like, oh heck, what's happening here? But Miss Shorty's is fun. I would be very. Discords can be a scary place. Not if you have the right community and you cultivate the right people. You can actually do a lot of fun things together in Discord. We used to play poker in one every week. I kind of miss playing those poker games. They were fun. No money involved. You're just playing for the hell of it. But it was fun. Alright, looks like they are still staring at the wall over here. You refresh everybody. Yeah, still staring at the wall. There's the Discord link right there, guys. Pokemon just dropped it if you are interested in that. It's a fun place. She's got a lot of different channels in there to explore. Yeah, Lisa, you can do all kinds of games in the Discord. You can do all kinds of stuff in Discord, actually. You can have watch parties and watch things together. And over in Seeking Justice Discord, we watch stuff over there sometimes. But usually I don't because it's usually at night and I'm usually going to fall asleep, so I don't go join. We tried to watch Gone Girls the other night, and something kept happening where it kept throwing it off. So I don't know if they ever got it to work or not. I didn't stick around to find out. There you go, Rachel. Welcome into that Discord. It's fun. You'll enjoy it there. There's a lot to explore there. Lots to explore. Right, Miss Shorty? I do have a Discord, but it's a private Discord. It's like my virtual office. Like I have all the channels in there, different cases, and I drop information into those channels for me to keep up with and things like that. Pen documents, all that good stuff. So it's kind of like a virtual office. And if I start another one, it will be for the community. Yeah. Right, Dolphin. I had to leave a bunch of NFT Discords like a while back because I was just in so many freaking Discords. I was like, I cannot with this. So, and yeah, got rid of all that. Now I'm only in a couple of true crime Discords. I'm like literally 3, and Miss Shorty's is one of them. And Seeking Justice. Wait, that's the only 2 I'm in. I think. No, I think I'm in Publicly Buzzed. Oh, and Defense Diaries. I just don't ever go in there. See, I don't go into the Discords anymore. I saw that camera moving on this screen, and I thought, okay, they're back. I think they're coming back, so let's pull up the screen. Yeah, we got movement in the courtroom. Okay, the volume is on. When they start speaking, they start speaking. Oh, just don't scare me again, TV. Yes, right, Miss Jordan. You cultivate the right community. It makes a big difference.
Just a couple more things. You mentioned that you briefed the detectives. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what did you tell them in that briefing?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Are his statements hearsay as well, Your Honor?
Any out-of-court statement is hearsay unless there's an exception or it's non-hearsay under the rules. So yes, his out-of-court statements are hearsay. Go ahead.
But you did brief the detectives before you headed to the police station? Is that correct?
I did.
And who was there? Do you remember?
Nate Moffett, Cassie, I think my
Is that
sergeant,
Detective Inklin? I'm sorry. I don't want to interrupt you.
no.
Oh,
And just off recollection, I think there was another one, but off of recollection, I don't remember.
and that was about how long before you left to go to the police station?
$10 minutes, maybe?
And how long do you think you were speaking with them?
Under a minute.
Under a minute
Yes.
for the briefing?
Yes.
Did you meet with the prosecutor to go over your testimony today?
I did.
When was that?
2 weeks ago, maybe?
How long did that meeting last?
Probably around an hour total.
Did you review this report before you came to testify today as well?
I did.
It was not part of your duty to check anything in the perimeter. You weren't looking for evidence. You were just dealing with the shooter. Is that correct?
Well, not just the shooter, but scene management, making sure the resources were en route. But yes, managed.
What all does that entail, scene management?
Well, once we knew there was not a threat out, I instructed Officer Wiz to set up an inner and outer perimeter with crime scene tape.
What else?
Make sure I had a supervisor en route, and then manage the people that walked up to the scene.
Who was that supervisor en route? Do you know?
Bill Nacella, my sergeant.
How many people do you think came up to you at that scene?
Well, not up to me, but I instructed one gentleman that was walking on the sidewalk towards us, he needed to just leave the area. This didn't concern him. And then you and your daughter walked up to me, and I just asked you to go back to your car.
Did you have any conversations with your supervisor when he arrived?
I did.
When was that?
At some point between me arriving on scene and me leaving the scene.
Closer to arriving or closer to leaving? Maybe.
Chocolate milkshake says about halftime.
Okay. How long do you think that conversation was?
Well, you saw it on the body-worn camera, so a minute and a half maybe.
And he was just checking in with you to make sure everything was going well, that you were scene managing. Is that correct?
Objection, relevance, and hearsay.
Well, overruled, he can answer.
I was briefing him on what I knew thus far, what I was told.
And that was less than a minute?
Yeah.
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
So it took less than a minute to brief him on everything that had happened that day so far?
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
And it took less than a minute to brief the detectives as well of what happened that day?
An objection, asked and answered.
I'll allow that one. Go ahead.
Not what happened, what my portion was and what I knew happened.
So what you wrote in your report, basically, what you were told. Is that correct?
Yes.
So it took you 3 pages to write what you were told, but it took you less than a minute to discuss that with the detectives? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Thanks.
How long was that transport from the residence to the Chandler Police Department?
In miles, probably 8 miles, 10 miles maybe.
How long do you think that took around?
10 to 15 minutes maybe.
And then where did you enter into the police station? Is there a garage or something?
I don't recollect where I parked. There's various areas you can park at the police department to access the area that I access, so I'm unable to answer. I don't know where I parked.
Okay, and you were able to walk Alex into the police station, is that correct?
Yes,
And he was unhandcuffed, is that correct?
correct.
And then you took him into an interrogation room, is that correct?
Yes,
And then Detective Moffett took over?
yes.
Just wanted to be clear. Okay. Did your supervisor, Nacella, did he come to the police station as well?
Not with me, nor did I talk to him. He might have, but I don't know.
You didn't see him there?
Correct.
Okay. But you saw Detective Moffett there?
Yes.
And you saw Detective Inklin there?
I don't remember Inklin. I just remember Moffett relieved me.
Okay. That's all I have, Your Honor.
All right. Redirect.
Thank you. At the beginning of cross-examination, you were asked about Alex Cox's demeanor. Do you recall that?
I do.
And you had advised that he was nonchalant and calm, right?
Yes.
And you were asked whether or not you were nonchalant and calm too, correct?
Yes.
Had you just shot someone?
No.
You were asked if the firefighters were calm and nonchalant. Had they just shot someone?
As far as I know, no.
That day.
How about Officer Wiz? You said he was nonchalant and calm too. Had he just shot anyone?
No.
So it's not really exactly the same to compare you to the shooter, right?
Correct. I would not compare us.
When you went up to the scene, you had your gun drawn on him, correct?
Yes.
Still nonchalant and calm?
Yes.
You were asked a lot also about your nonchalant and calm appearance today in court. Are you stressed or just answering questions to the best of your knowledge?
The latter, just answering questions to the best of my knowledge.
You had to testify before?
I have.
You were asked about the injury to Alex Cox. We have seen the body-worn camera footage and we cut it off at some point. When Mr. Cox first came out of the house, he did not have his hand to his head, correct?
Correct.
You told us you didn't notice an injury at that point?
Correct.
When he first sat down on the curb before you moved him, did you notice an injury at that point?
I did not.
Was he touching his head at that point?
Recollection, I don't remember.
At some point in the video that we watched, did we see Alex Cox touch his head?
Yes.
When you were watching him, did you at times see him rubbing his head?
Yes.
The towel or paper towel or whatever that was in his hand, was that the only item you ever saw him using to rub or touch his head?
Yes.
Was it soaked or saturated in blood?
No.
Can we see it on the body cam that it's mostly white?
Yes.
So if we want to really know how long it was that he was seated before he touched his head, we could watch the time on the body cam, right?
Yes.
You were asked if you met with the prosecutor previously. When we met, did you have to watch that entire body cam?
Yes.
And is that when you actually initialed it, exhibit number 1 there, so that you would recognize it in court?
Yes.
You were asked about when you arrived and when you later transported Alex Cox to the precinct. Would looking at the CAD report help refresh your recollection as to when you had at least taken him to the precinct?
Yes.
If I could have my paralegal bring up the CAD report.
Go ahead.
Does that help refresh your recollection as to when you arrived back at the precinct with Alex Cox?
It does.
And when was that?
9:18 and 19 seconds.
And so the 911 call was at 8:36 a.m.?
That's when I received it. It could have come into the dispatch a few minutes earlier.
And you said you arrived, and we saw you on the body cam right after Officer Where's Biggie, who got here around, or got there around 8:41?
Yes.
So you were with Alex Cox at the scene and talking to Lori Vallow and her daughter and doing those briefings in that 20, 30 minutes?
Yes.
No other questions, Your Honor.
All right, I see at least one juror question in a bin. If there are any juror questions, please pass them down at this time. State has a follow-up question.
Just one question, and I don't know if the CAD will help you answer that. Do you know when you were finished with this call? What time it was when you were finished or released from this call and able to go back out?
It was probably 5 minutes after, maybe 10, probably 10 minutes. I probably used the restroom, to be honest with you, and got something to drink at the station, water. So maybe 10 or 15 minutes after the detective came in the room is when I hit the 10-8 button and I went and took other calls for service.
Okay, so you were done with this call before the end of your shift?
Oh, yes.
Okay, you didn't go back to the scene to help with scene security or anything like that?
No.
No other questions?
Did the defendant have any follow-up?
No, we're fine, Your Honor.
All right, this witness can step down. You want to hand me that? Thank you. All right. You can call your next witness.
I may go get the next witness.
The podium here and be sworn in by my clerk.
Can you spell your name for the record?
Scott, S-C-O-T-T, Calvin, C-O-W.
Please raise your right hand. Solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, you're going to come up this little ramp, have a seat right here.
Sir, would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Scott Cowden,
And where do you work?
Chandler Fire Department.
How long have you worked there?
Almost 26 years.
And talk to you a little bit about what firefighters do. Do you just respond to fires, or are you also responsible for something else?
No, the majority of our job is going to be EMS medical calls.
What kind of training do you have to work as a firefighter and deal with medical calls?
When you're hired, you're going to go through an academy that will certify you as a state firefighter. Typically, you're going to already be certified as an EMT. And then during the course of your career, I went to paramedic school and graduated from that in probably 2007.
Can you tell us what the difference is between a paramedic and an EMT?
EMT would just be kind of the more basic kind of entry-level position. Paramedic is more advanced, so you have more advanced training. There's more advanced skills that you could perform. Some of our equipment would only be able to be used and utilized and performed by a paramedic.
As both a EMT or a paramedic, are you trained to perform CPR?
Yes.
And can you tell us, have you ever been a CPR instructor yourself?
Yes, I was a CPR instructor for probably over 12 years.
Was that for other firefighters?
I was certified through American Heart Association, a contract employee with Dignity Health. They have a variety of different classes that could be for just the lay rescuer, lay person that wants to know how to do CPR. They have classes that might be for certain businesses that want their employees. And then there's healthcare provider classes that it could be firefighters, nurses that are attending to be recertified. Every 2 years, you have to have that certification recertified.
Can you tell us what CPR is?
It stands for cardiopulmonary resuscitation. So you're kind of acting as the heart. The heart has stopped beating, so no blood is flowing through the body, you're doing chest compressions on the chest, and you're pumping and pushing that blood to the body.
When would you give CPR to a person?
If they don't have a pulse, you confirm that just by checking for a pulse, and you don't feel that, the heart isn't beating, and you would need to start chest compressions.
What is the point of that, of doing those chest compressions? You said moving the blood through the body. Why?
You're trying to, give them a chance, increase their chance of survival. I don't know what maybe the latest numbers and statistics might say, but in the past I've seen it say that if somebody's starts CPR within the first few minutes, it can double or triple their chances of surviving.
When you are called to a scene, are you guys being given updates by the 911 operator to your dispatch so you know what to expect?
Yeah, so you get dispatched and you already have an idea of the type of call, and then en route we call it PTI, and that will come across the computer screen. And so now you have more information of what you're kind of walking into, so you can kind of game plan it a little bit more.
If somebody calls 911 and doesn't know how to do CPR, what happens?
My understanding is that 911 would talk them through that and give them instructions of what to do.
Okay. When you are giving CPR, you talked about chest compressions. Can you talk to us about, is there any physical identification that you might observe on a person who has had CPR chest compressions?
That I might see
after a person has been given chest compressions?
Yes. So you need to perform it in the right location. So it's the lower half of the sternum or breastbone. To kind of find that, it's more helpful if you can see the skin, maybe lift up the shirt. So that's typically something we're going to want to do. If CPR has been done and it's been done effectively enough, you can see almost like a depression or an impression that is left there on the skin, because you need to do it forceful enough and deep enough that you're actually compressing the heart to push the blood.
So you said you might see a depression. Does that not just pop right back out when you stop?
No, you'll still see it. You'll see it like if you stop CPR during the call for whatever reason that it might be appropriate, and then you go back to resuming CPR, you'll see where your hands were. That area can be vulnerable to breaking. Ribs can break during CPR, so there's typically depression in the chest.
Do you ever actually hear anything when you are giving someone chest compressions?
I for sure feel it. I don't know if it's audible enough to hear it, especially with maybe the rest of the commotion that's going on, but you definitely feel that crunch or that crack. I kind of compare it to like if you're cracking your knuckles in your hands or something, your fingers. It kind of feels like something like that, but more extreme, I guess.
And this is something that you have felt multiple times in doing CPR?
Yes, and teaching CPR, you want to forewarn people of that too, to kind of expect that and not necessarily kind of be alarmed. You don't want them to think they've caused more harm necessarily.
Does that crack or crunch occur each time you restart CPR in the same patient?
No, it's typically just the first couple of times.
Have you previously performed CPR on a person who was shot?
I'm sure I probably have.
When you are performing CPR on a person that's shot, have you ever seen that cause more blood to come out if there are gunshot wounds?
Yes, I've been on some scenes where, it's been a little more bloody, so to speak. You have to be cautious of where you're stepping, or if you're kneeling down by the patient's side to perform the CPR, you're trying to be careful of that.
I want to bring you to July 11th of 2019, a call to 5531 South Four Peaks Place. Do you recall this incident?
Yes.
Do you still have some independent memory of this?
Yes.
Was it the fact that the police interviewed you also make this a more memorable scene?
Yes.
Do you recall when you first got to the scene, did you just drive right up, or how did you guys approach the scene?
Call types like this, we're going to stage and wait for PD to clear the scene so it's safe to enter. So you're going to get into in this particular case, you're going to be in the neighborhood, but you're going to be around the corner, around the block, a street away, whatever kind of might make the most sense based on where we're coming from.
Okay. How many people are on a fire engine?
In the city of Chandler, we typically have at least 4 on any of our fire engines and fire ladders.
And what was your role?
So you'll have a captain who's up front. That's the person that's in charge. I'm a fire engineer specifically, so I drive the fire apparatus. And then we'll have 2 firefighters in the back seat.
Do you recall in this case about how far away you were staged?
I mean, from a time standpoint, we might have been 30 seconds away.
Who were the other people on your team that day,
By names?
if you recall?
Okay, Captain Keller, firefighters Kaczynski, and firefighter Fife.
When you arrive at a scene like this, you told us that there's a captain, you're the driver. Does everyone sort of have a job, or how does that work when you first get there?
You typically may kind of talk about roles and what might happen. Also, like in this particular case, this was our first call of the day. So all of our calls, we're going to do some documentation and chart it. And so we typically start with, the captain will start the first call of the day. So that meant Captain Keller was going to be charting it. So that would leave the other 3 of us to do the evaluation, assessment, and patient contact and skills.
So when you drove up to the scene, what did you see?
I remember us having to make a turn, and a couple of officers, I feel like, were already there, kind of navigate their cars, position right in front of the house. Saw at least one officer outside, saw a citizen, I feel like probably in the driveway somewhere with that officer. And then we just kind of proceeded out of the apparatus.
When you guys entered the house, you said that Captain Keller was going to be charting. So does that mean he wouldn't be touching the patient?
More than likely not, unless we needed additional help. I mean, he possibly could have been the first one in also. The way we were parked, that passenger side of the fire apparatus was the closest to the front door. He might have been in first, because I'm going to be on the other side. The 2 firefighters are getting out and going to the back compartment of the truck to get the equipment. So he may have walked up and possibly checked a pulse or something like that first, but he didn't. I don't feel like he did anything else other than that, if that.
Okay. You told us that as you're going there, you're receiving information about the patient, correct?
Correct.
In this case, had you received any information about whether or not he was receiving CPR?
Yes, I recall we had that info 2 ways. We had it with the PTI on our computer screen, which would be coming from our fire department dispatch. And then we have the ability to also listen on the radio to the PD channels. And so we can hear communication between the officers that are getting on scene and then the PD dispatch. And they also communicated that at some point in time.
When you entered the house, was there an officer already inside?
I believe there was an officer inside with Captain Keller.
And did you observe anyone giving the patient CPR?
No.
Can you tell us what you saw when you first entered the house?
You walked in the front door, just kind of a little entryway, and it kind of, I feel like it stepped down into maybe a formal kind of family room or something, but it was empty with no furniture anywhere in the room. That jumped out at first because it makes it easier. Like sometimes we're on scenes where a patient could be between a bed and a closet and you got to move them somewhere. So those thoughts are already kind of in your mind that you may have to move a patient just to have better access, and that was not a challenge here.
Did you notice any blood on the scene?
Not until I saw it on the patient's chest, but I didn't see it in the room. It wasn't something that I was going to need to avoid kneeling in to do CPR, avoid standing in, walking around. There's 4 of us. We probably had at least 4 boxes of equipment in there, so we didn't have to worry about where we placed this stuff in terms of blood.
Have you been to scenes where there's a large pool of blood around the patient that you're trying to not step in, kneel in, get in?
Yes.
You told us that you saw blood on the patient. Do you recall seeing any blood pooling in his chest, neck area?
I don't recall it pooling. He still had clothes on, a shirt on, and so it had been absorbing some blood.
I'm going to show you an admitted exhibit number 3. Do you recall ever seeing this pooling of blood around his neck there?
I don't recall that.
Okay. When you first saw the patient, what was your first impression?
That he's lying there unresponsive. You're not seeing any signs of life. You don't see somebody that's maybe moaning from an injury, moving, no spontaneous breathing. What was your question again?
Just your first impressions of him as you are walking in and you're looking at him and assessing him.
Yeah, I guess that would be sufficient for my answer.
Did you think that he could be deceased?
It's definitely was a possibility. There was no, like I said, no obvious signs of life.
When you got into the room, did someone begin performing CPR on him?
So when I got to Charles' side, I would have performed a more detailed assessment, so to speak, rather than what I was seeing visually. So you're checking for responsiveness. You can move the patient. You're going to check for a pulse. Now you're closer to the chest. You're looking for breathing, seeing if you see the chest rise and fall. And we would call him unresponsive and pulseless and apneic. Apneic meaning not breathing. And then I would have started CPR.
So he wasn't breathing, he had no pulse, he wasn't moving, there were no signs of life.
Correct.
You told us that you had received information that someone had been doing CPR prior to your arrival, correct?
Correct.
Did that impact your view of the patient and your decision-making on what you should do next when you see this patient that is lifeless?
I mean, it makes you think that there's increased likelihood that of survival possibly, until we can, starting CPR is still appropriate to do, and then we can utilize some of our rest of our equipment. We can put an EKG machine on. We can actually see what the heart is doing. We can look at the rhythm. we wouldn't want to call a patient before like taking some additional steps.
Okay. Who performed CPR?
I did.
And I'll put up Exhibit 4 here. Do you recognize who these people are?
Yes.
And who are they?
So standing to the left is Captain Keller. He's documenting. Standing to the right is firefighter Kaczynski. And then kneeling down back towards us is myself. And then kneeling down where you're pointing is firefighter Fife.
When you first began performing CPR, can you tell us what you felt?
So at first I didn't see a depression that would typically be left from somebody else previously doing compressions. So I thought that was odd considering the information we had en route. I started doing compressions. I felt that initial crack and crunch for probably the first couple of compressions that, again, you would typically feel when you're first starting compressions and if you're going hard enough and deep enough.
How long did you do CPR before you evaluated and utilized any other means to see if he might still be alive, savable?
If I had to estimate, I think I was probably doing CPR, chest compressions for at least a minute. It probably took them at least 30 seconds to a minute to maybe get in to the house where I was after I entered. They've got to set down that equipment and get some of that out. So I feel like at least a minute is a fair assessment.
What happened next? Is there some way to check his heart to see if there's activity, or what do you do?
Yes, so I was doing chest compressions. I remember mentioning, because there's bullet holes going through them, so I remember mentioning to firefighter Kaczynski when she went to cut the shirt to not cut through a bullet hole. So she kind of went along the side. That's exposing the chest, so that way then we can put our heart monitor and perform an EKG on Charles to kind of see what his rhythm is doing. A person can typically still do chest compressions while they're doing that, and they can kind of work around you. But at some point in time, you're going to have to stop. That way, you can just look at what the machine is showing you and telling you.
Was there any heart activity when you put on those EKG?
No, it was what we would call asystole, and it's just a flat line on the screen. There's no electrical activity of the heart.
At some point, you said you saw gunshot wounds. Do you recall how many you saw in the front there?
I saw 2.
Do you ever look to see if there's exit wounds?
We did roll him. I seem to recall and remember that we rolled him my way. I feel like the other 2 firefighters were then on that other side. Firefighter Kaczynski, who's the one that is standing up, I feel like she had a better view of what those looked like since he was rolled my way. But I remember her commenting that there was 2 wounds on that backside of the patient.
So when you say he was rolled towards you, he's rolled towards this mirror over here?
Correct.
Okay. When you had stopped doing the CPR to roll him and he goes back, did you notice the depression in his chest now?
After I resumed CPR, yes. It makes it kind of easier to find your landmark, so it's something that you typically look for.
So it was not there when you first started CPR?
Correct.
But it was after you had performed it?
Correct.
Do you wear gloves when you do this?
Yes.
Did you have blood on your gloves after you were doing CPR?
Yes.
You told us that when you first arrived, there was not much concern for having to navigate around blood that might be pooling around the victim, correct?
Correct.
After you had been doing CPR, was there more blood now around the patient?
There was definitely more on his chest. More was coming out of the wounds, specifically the one on the chest, from what I recall. The shirt isn't necessarily there to absorb it anymore. We've removed it. I can't recall necessarily on the ground, like where I might have been kneeling, but
When you first arrived, did you see any blood exiting the abdomen wound?
I did not.
As you were at this scene, you guys did the EKG. There was no heart activity. What do you do after that?
At some point in time, we just kind of have to look at patient viability, and we're just looking at the facts and how he's kind of presenting. And we're considering time that we've already been on scene, time, staging, responding, all of that. And we ultimately, we do have offlines that we follow for different types of medical calls. And we felt that he fell into that category of not being viable and that we could call him on scene.
Now, you talked about you were not staged very far away, correct?
Correct.
Were you staged very long before you pulled up?
I felt like we might have been there for at least a couple of minutes.
Okay. When the patient was rolled, did anyone notice anything about, or did you notice anything about his skin that made you also question perhaps how long it had been since he had been shot?
Yes, it was pointed out, because I didn't have a good view of that backside, the skin color, some modeling. There's changes in the skin color that are starting to occur from, blood hasn't been circulating, maybe been circulating as effectively as compared to when the heart is beating. You've got 2 injuries to the thoracic torso of the body, so to speak, the chest and abdomen. Those are going to hit internal organs and cause internal bleeding. And so that blood is starting to kind of what we would call dependent lividity, and it's just gravity. It's just kind of starting to go towards the backside, and the color changes are occurring.
So as the heart stops, the blood starts to just pool.
Yes, it's just stagnant and not being moved, and then those injuries inside, he's going to be bleeding internally.
And so some of that pooling causes color changes to the skin?
Yes.
That were observed.
Yes.
Was there anything about this victim, about Charles, that made you think that CPR may not have been performed on him prior to you arriving?
It was just simply the fact that what I saw on the chest when I first looked at it before I started CPR, and then what I felt during my first couple of chest compressions.
After you guys rolled him, saw the modeling and the lividity, was any further CPR performed?
From what I recall, yes.
Okay. When did you call this then?
Say that again?
When did you call it? When did you stop performing CPR?
So I don't remember with 100% certainty if I feel like, from what I recall, I'm performing chest compressions, the shirt's going to be cut off, we're exposing the patient, rolling, looking for more wounds and injuries, confirming what we see on the back, pointing that out to Captain Keller so he can document it, rolling back down, resuming CPR, monitors going on, stopping again to look at what the monitor's saying, resuming again to then have a brief discussion based on, okay, what we found, what are we thinking, where does he kind of fall?
Ultimately, did you guys terminate any treatment at about 8:48 a.m.?
If that's what's on the documentation, I would agree with that. I know we responded in the morning. It was our shift starts at 8 a.m. This was our first call. I don't remember if you said earlier what time we were dispatched or not, or just established the date.
If my paralegal could approach with the charting, would looking at the charting help you refresh your recollection as to when you guys ended
Sure.
any life-saving means?
So it looks like our dispatch is 8:37. Looks like we might have made patient contact at 8:45. See what else. I know the dispatch screen that will have like times of responding and things like that might have an appropriate time on it also that I'm not seeing right here though, but I'm still looking. So I see our first monitored rhythm as the asystole, like I said, that date time, I see a time of 8:48. So that might have been when we called him. I can see the obvious signs of death that Captain Keller used as the reason for discontinuing ROSC, return of spontaneous circulation, no. So that would probably be the appropriate time.
After, well, let me say, so does it seem about right that you were with this patient for maybe 3 or so minutes? Actively working?
Actively working, I think probably close to 5 minutes.
Okay. And once he's called, what do you do at the scene? What do you do with all your equipment?
So once he's called, it's kind of a PD scene now, and so we're gonna leave the body. We're gonna gather up what we can, our equipment. Sometimes there's some stuff we might need to leave behind that's necessary to leave on the patient. But
So like the EKG monitors that are stuck on him, you leave those on him?
yeah, we can disconnect those, exactly, and bring the cables with us.
Okay. When you told us when you arrived that you noticed a individual with a police officer near the driveway.
Correct.
Did you see that same person still outside when you exited?
Yes.
Did you notice any bleeding or obvious injuries to that person?
No.
Did you make an assumption as to who that was?
Yes, our PTI en route said brother or brother-in-law shot brother, so performing CPR, so you're kind of assuming it's that person.
Okay. In terms of his size, is he someone that, you talked about people may not be able to always be strong enough or able to perform CPR in a way to cause the depression or that crunching sound, for lack of a better term. In your experience, what type of people are we talking about for that, where you wouldn't be surprised that you may not have seen that depression or the crunching?
It's typically going to be maybe an elderly population, somebody that's not as big, not as strong, that we might not be able to perform chest compressions hard enough and deep enough. Sometimes if a patient is in a bed, so mattress has give to it, compressions won't be as effective. You want to get him to the floor. Obviously, he was already on the floor, so that aids chest compressions.
Was there anything about this male that you saw when you observed him entering or exiting that made you believe that he had been injured?
No.
Based upon your training and experience and what you observed and did in this case, would you agree that the victim, Charles Vallow, was dead before you entered the house?
Yes.
Based upon your training and experience and what you observed and did in this case, would you agree that it was highly unlikely that anyone had performed CPR on Charles Vallow prior to you doing that?
Yes.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
All right, cross.
You want me to go now? Or it's 4:30, I didn't know if you wanted
How long do you anticipate your cross-examination?
It'd take a while, Your Honor.
All right, we'll break for the evening then. We'll need you back here tomorrow morning at 10:30.
10:30?
Yes. All right, we'll release the jury at this time for the evening. We will resume tomorrow at 10:30 a.m. Please remember the admonition.
All rise for the jury.
Whoa, goodness. Judge is like, how long is it going to take you? She's like, it's going to take a while, Judge. If she's got that many questions for just like, the entry into the scene, how many, could you imagine all the questions she's got yet to come about the actual investigation part? We can't even get through the crime scene yet all the way. Goodness, guys. How's everybody doing? Y'all hanging in there? All right, it's like Joe did tell me what he did, what he tweeted that they had wrapped up. Let me check. I think Joe goes live like in an hour. Let me see. If you guys are interested in joining over there at Joe's for the recap. Oh, like I'm yawning, sorry. Yeah, 8 p.m. my time. 8 p.m. Central, that'd be 9 Eastern. It's gonna take her a while, Lisa. She's gonna test all our nerves. Y'all better get a good night's sleep and come with your coffee tomorrow for sure, right? Yeah, Forrest, you ain't lying. You ain't lying. Well, guys, I appreciate all of you choosing to come here and hang out with us as a community and watching this together. Not only is it a shit show to watch of her, of course, but to also, make sure that and to watch justice for Charles Vallow, right? It's been a long time coming. The family deserves it. He most definitely deserves it. So that's what we're really here for in the end. And if we get a little comedy relief along the way, because we all know Lori's going down, then oh well, it is what it is. I'm going to have to make a Starbucks trip tomorrow on top of my energy gum. Oh, you're welcome, Lisa. Thanks for coming in. I do appreciate it. No, Joe's not live yet. He will be live, I believe, in an hour. You got his link. You got his channel, right, Lisa? We could drop it in here real quick. I think most of you are subbed up. Yes. Right, Miss Shorty. I'll be in chat, listening and commenting, and relaxing. I'm getting ready to get out of this chair, and I can't stop yawning now. So what does that tell you? I've been sitting here for several hours, but it was worth it. And I'm glad all you, anyway, thank you again for all you coming in and hanging out with us. And we'll be back at it again tomorrow. I'm assuming that it will start again 1 Central, 1:30. So I'll probably be on at least by noon. But I'll set that up later, or usually I get up around 4 a.m. I can't help it. I just do. And that's usually when I set my lives up. So look for that. And yeah, we'll be back. We'll be back every day covering this trial till it's over. The only it's not going to be an exception. The only difference is come the 9th and 10th, I will be covering the Koberger hearings that morning, and then we'll move into that Lori Daybell stuff in the afternoon. So should all work out though. All right, everybody, I'm gonna let you go for the night. Y'all go chill out, do what you need to do. Maybe I'll see a lot of you guys over in Joe's channel in a little bit to get the recap, and we can all discuss what the hell happened here today. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Thank you all for watching this here video.